The dust from the mid-season cut has settled, and a new chapter has begun. Relegated surfers refocus their sights on requalification, while rising stars seek to claim their own spot for the 2025 WSL Championship Tour.
That came down to the wire.
80 men and 48 women from various paths convene, all chasing the common pursuit to take on the world's best surfers next season.
There's no gimmies on the Challenger Series. Every round's an elimination round.
For these challengers, the journey to reach surfing's highest level begins here on Australia's Gold Coast, home to world-class waves.
Oh, wow.
The 2024 Challenger Series begins now
This is game on.
at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. Game on, it's finals day here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM, and some of our quarterfinalists getting out there nice and early to warm up. Dakota Walters, Joao Chianca, and many more. Macy Callahan, after dropping the first 10-point ride ever on the Women's Challenger Series yesterday, will be hard to beat in her quest to get to the top end of the ranks after stop number one here. Snapper Rocks has been doing its thing right throughout this event window. Another spectacular show yesterday with Fisher and friends out there in the afternoon. It's been a joy to call. Ronnie Blakey sitting alongside Felicity Parmentier. How are you, Flick?
I'm really good. I'm still trying to process everything that happened yesterday. It was a massive day of action. I'm still trying to digest Macy's 10-point ride. That barrel was insane, and I'm looking forward to finals day. Had a look this morning, and it looks like there's a few waves.
You're looking fabulous.
Oh, thanks.
Are we going straight from finals day to the Fisher concert this afternoon?
That was the vibe I'm going for. I feel like we're finishing at around 3 p.m, so I'm going straight out to lunch.
All right, Rich, I'm guessing you're going to jump in a party shirt later on.
Yeah, what are you saying, mate? Very rude, Ron, to start the morning. But no, mate, it's finals day. Everyone's looking a bit festive, feeling a bit festive, and they should because, it's lining up really well.
Yeah, it's a little overcast out there at the moment, but the waves are looking super fun. We are going to kick things off with the women's quarterfinals, which are just shaping up so beautifully. And we've got a couple of campaigners in the first heat who haven't been to the championship tour yet, but it's certainly shown throughout this event that they could be hard to beat.
Yeah, some smart surfing from both those women yesterday. Quarterfinal number one, and then Macy Callahan versus Isabella Nichols. That's going to be a great matchup. Former CT surfers, and then the bottom half of the draw, that's stacked as well.
Oh, bottom half is super stacked. Quarter three for me, Luana and Bronte. They've been in form all event, dropping 9-point rides. I mean, I actually can't go past Bronte, though. Every heat she's had, she's dropped excellent scores. And then the last one, too, I mean, they're all CT surfers from quarterfinal 2 onwards. So it's going to be super exciting. That it will be interesting to see how far in the draw that first quarter one can get. You know, they're coming up against CT surfers, so it's going to be difficult.
Yeah, this wave, it sort of lends itself to a rookie campaign, though, or someone who doesn't have as much of that CT experience. So it'll be fun to see. But Stace, pumping waves again. What are we looking at, mate?
We're looking at another big day of action, Rondo. Good morning to you. Good morning, team. Good morning, Macy Jane. First 10 ever on the Women's Challenger Series yesterday. Has that sunk in yet?
Yeah, I think last night it sunk in a little. But now I just have to, try and do it again, but not, I don't know. It's a different day, different conditions, but I'm excited to be here on finals day.
You make a good point. How do you back up yesterday's performance? Would you prefer to go heats back-to-back, or after such a big day like that, would you prefer a night to sleep on it?
I mean, if the waves were firing all day like they were in the morning yesterday, I probably would have just liked to keep going, but no, it was nice to reset and get a good night's sleep. It's a big day today, so yeah, I'm excited.
Waves are cooking. Good luck, Mace. Thank you, Ron.
Thank you, Stace. Have a good day, mate. And, looking forward to crowning some champions later on today. It is the last day of the event window, and here's what we're looking at. It's going to be a fun schedule, Rick.
Yeah, it is. We're going to kick things off with the women's quarterfinals straight into, then we're going to go to the men's quarterfinals,
Correct.
into the women's semi-finals, men's semi-finals, all the way through to finals. And then we will crown our champions a little later on this afternoon. And then it's, put your party shoes on. Out to lunch.
Ready to go.
Nadia Aristabe surfing from the Basque Country. Zarauts, she's going to be out against Erin Brooks in this opening heat. And we've been watching that warm-up session, Fleck. What have you made of the conditions and what are these competitors facing today?
Well, what I saw this morning while I was getting my morning brew was that, the swell height's still there, and I think that's what, Rich, you were talking about yesterday, and Bugs, that swell swung a little bit around more to the east, but it looked a little bit more disjointed.
Yeah.
It looked a bit more sectiony. I feel like it's going to be harder to pick one that really runs down the bank, and we might see people getting big scores on shorter waves. Maybe 3 turns might get a big score, as opposed to yesterday where those really long runners were getting those big scores.
Yeah, I think you're spot on. I think part of the south swell wasn't ready to relinquish completely around to the east, so we've got a bit of both. And that's creating a bit of a broken up swell line, but there will be these moments, there will be these special waves that will just run all the way down the point, but I feel like we're going to see a bunch of those barrels behind the rock again, and certainly the conditions you can see nice and groomed.
There was an amazing conversion rate when this event was a championship tour stop. Getting the victory at the start of the season here often led to world title success. And that can be said of the Challenger Series as well. Last year we had Samuel Pupo, India Robinson winning this event. India went on to win the Challenger Series last year. Sami Pupo finished second to Cole Hauschman. So, this is a really important event, and it can really set up your year completely. And I think every single competitor in this draw has to be aware of that, and probably none more so than these 2 young campaigners who've been on the Challenger Series now. Got the full year last year for Erin Brooks. She had a victory, but still didn't crack the championship tour ranks. And Nadia, she's been building nicely these past couple of seasons, so they'll be really aware that to peg back the CT surfers left in the draw will be really important.
Yeah, absolutely. And I thought Erin Brooks in particular yesterday showed a lot of competitive savvy, a lot of maturity in her heat. She didn't really push herself too far in those gnarly conditions. She did enough and sort of orchestrated that heat and got the heat win through to the quarterfinals. But we know quarterfinals on the women's side, it's not enough. It's semis and finals that you really need to be banking if you want to make the championship tour.
Yeah, it was an interesting heat for her too. Yolanda Hopkins, a known charger, loves the barrel, and she was fixated on the tubes, Yolanda, and Erin just gave it to her to start with. I'm sure with her tube riding prowess, Erin would have pushed herself deeper if she needed to, but she tactically pick that heat apart. This one's a bit more of an even matchup with similar weapons for these 2 competitors.
Yeah, well, both women here, they're on the backhand, obviously, and I think they're going to stick to that same sort of game plan that they both did yesterday, is get it done on turns first, as we see Erin.
Erin will take the first wave of finals day here. The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM really getting underway, but it won't be a high-scoring ride for the young surfer, 16 years of age, representing Canada. And just a phenom. Make no mistake about it, she'll be on the championship tour at some point. When she graduates, is the only question. But with a win at the last event last year, she's poised, she's ready to strike at it.
Yeah, you're really putting her in the same conversation with Sierra Kerr, Katie Simmers. It's that sort of vibe with this girl. She's that good. We've seen the work that she does in the pool. The airs she's been laying down the last couple of years have been remarkable. So she's, poised and ready to have a huge career. And at this age, I think it's sensible just to ease into it, take the right flight path, gradually get up to 33,000 feet rather than just, straight up into orbit.
she finished 9th in her first year on the Challenger Series and won an event.
I know, but
she's not taking her time, but you're right, we've seen her coming from a mile away. That's the thing. Like, it hasn't really been it has been a gradual rise to this point, but we're watching her mature, watching her surfing grow. But she's been blowing our minds for a long time with what she brings, and it's going to be a fun career to watch unfold.
Oh, it's going to be super fun. I think, and I think we've seen her coming from a long time, and that's just because of social media, right? Like, she's had the ability to show the world from such a young age just all these amazing clips that have gone absolutely viral, right? I mean, that's how I first saw her. As she's having another look here.
Just taking a busy approach now that she surrendered that ultimate priority on the outside. Still looked like a fun little wall, didn't it? But these competitors, they're not after fun little waves out here at the moment. They're after scoring opportunity, and wave selection's such a key to success out here.
Yeah, and I think even more so today because, I mean, yesterday was really, especially yesterday morning, it was almost as good as it gets. It was so pumping. There were barrels, there were long waves. I feel like it was easier to identify a good one, whereas today, because it is a little bit more disjointed, I mean, like you said, Rich, there's still going to be those ones that perfectly hit the bank, but it just looks like to me, from the small look I had this morning and even looking at it now, it's going to be a bit harder. This one, though, looks like it could be good.
Oh, yeah, Nadia well positioned as she drives up into this first section. Solid hit, a little hung up, and she just gets mowed down by that lip. Nadia, if you think back to her round of 16 heat, she had a fall early on, and that changed her approach. She adapted nicely and surfed the rest of the heat beautifully. I wonder if that's going to be the same situation here, but that was a lost opportunity to win that opening exchange and put herself well out in front.
Yeah, by far the best wave, the opening 6 minutes of this heat. We'll get a look at the replay here and just assess whether there was another approach that she could have taken here. So a late drop, and this section looms up in front of her. She tags it, and on the backhand, maybe difficult to just slide into the barrel and stall, but on the forehand, maybe you could have just had a little bit of tube time. But I love the approach that she just attacked that section. That's good signs.
Nadia and Erin were prepping down there in the competitors area right next to each other this morning. They're very aware of one another because Nadia finished just above Erin in 8th position on the Challenger Series rankings last year. And she actually lost in the semi-finals at Saquarema to Erin, who went on to win the event. So bit of history between these two on the Challenger Series. Nadia Aristabe from the Basque Country, she is Tahiti bound this year, so she's got that Olympic spot.
I think Nadia really impressed me last year. I mean, she was right in it to potentially have a spot on the championship tour at Saquarema, right? I think she needed to make the final, and it was Isabella Nichols who was watching on nervously to whether or not, Nadia kept advancing through. So, I mean, she was right there. She almost cracked it. And I mean, those feelings are hard to sometimes digest and then regroup and come back next year because you were so close, and then just trying to be like, okay, well, how do I formulate the same year but that little bit better, because you were right there. And I feel like it just comes back to I always go on about it, but there's just such little women, like 5, that crack the CT. It's just, it's so difficult, and that's why this round is so important for whoever does advance out of these quarterfinals, because like we said before, you've got to be getting semi-finals on the women's side because there is only 5 women that crack the championship tour.
Yeah, and if you're not consistently getting there, you better get a couple of wins.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. I mean, we even had Bronte last year got a win, still didn't qualify, and I think she had a couple of 5ths as well. Like, it's so tight on the women's side. It's crazy.
Well, let's have a look at the Challenger Series schedule for 2024. It's looking pretty good. 6 events. These surfers, they'll count their top 4 results. From here, we head down to Sydney, and things are shaping up pretty nicely down there too, Rich.
Yeah, it's looking good. Forecast is promising. Got a bunch of swell, and we're not going to be short of waves, so that's going to be an exciting event. And then from there on to Bolido, and that's been a great event over the last couple of years, and potential for big barrels at that event. Very exciting. And then the US Open of Surfing, well, a stalwart on the calendar. That event has been around for so long, and the hype of Huntington Beach. We love it.
Oh, Irasira, perfect right-hand point, big open-face calves, and Portugal, great place to visit. I love that. I love that country. And then finishing off in Saquarema, where it all goes down, and lots of things still in contention as well. That's where lots of people are getting qualified. People are finding out.
So here's how it works. The top 10 men, top 5 women qualify for next year's championship tour. Top 4 results from that schedule count towards your end-of-year ranking. And we know at each stop the event draws 80 men, 48 women, and unused CT entries become wild cards. And it's awesome. It's such a stacked field. I've been super impressed with the level this year. One thing I would say, and I'm sure all these campaigners are aware of it, it's all sand bottom waves throughout the entire schedule. So when you find some space, if you can find some space, get yourself to some reef breaks, because the first 2 waves on the championship tour schedule, you know, you've got to be comfortable dealing with that. So, yeah, it doesn't get any easier. It's a really difficult jump for these competitors to make once they graduate to the CT.
Yeah, no, it's a different level of surfing, different playing field. A lot more unique style waves on the championship tour. But you know, if they've done the work, we've seen that the rookies can come on and they can blow up. And of course, Cole Hauschman, who won the Challenger Series last year, got the win down at Bells recently after a bit of a shaky start. So we have seen the rookies upset some of the big names.
Definitely. And we've seen a bunch of rookies already on the men's side in particular jump up towards the top end of the rankings. So can be done as we see Erin up again. No big numbers locked in. A couple of missed opportunities already, but nothing being missed here by the 16-year-old who puts together a great sequence of turns. This will be the best wave of the heat so far. Erin Brooks will take the early lead here. 19 minutes to go.
I like that little wave. Smaller wave, but she surfed it really well. Had great pace to it, and obviously going to be the best wave of this morning so far. Giving Nadia something to think about. Nadia was looking, but Erin was like, thank you, I'll be going this one. So a bit more of a cut back to start. And here when it starts to steepen up, she gets a bit more vertical there. And eyes up that last section, knows she needs the finish. But yeah, that turn right there, that was the money turn. That was where most of the points are going to come from. That first couple of manoeuvres, a little bit more horizontal approach, but yeah, those last two, really well timed.
Just see how much time she took off the bottom too to make sure she got the timing right. Couple of lumps in that wave. On the Bonsoy replay, we see Nadia's opening ride too.
Yeah, Nadia gets a couple of nice snaps off on the outside section. The wave starts to run away a little bit, excuse me, but she finds the open face, and again, just caught behind a little bit, so the rhythm, the flow of that wave was definitely disjointed and broken up, but a couple of good turns to start off. 18
minutes to go here, and we're waiting for the numbers to drop from that last exchange, but there is a bit for the competitors to figure out there at the moment, Stace. A bit of a different looking lineup today.
Yeah, that's right, Ron, here with an Oakberry surf conditions update. And the biggest decision the surfers will have to make this morning, which we see here from the two competitors, is whether to take the ski or not. Both surfers finishing in exactly the same position. Erin opting for the ski. Nadia is going to paddle. I like the option to paddle at the moment, just with still a little bit of water left on the bank this morning, coming off the high tide at about 5 a.m. There's still some great little runners down the line, so I think sitting on that jet ski can kind of take you out of action. However, as that tide drains out all day at 11 o'clock low, I think we're going to see some barrels behind the rock again, Ron Dog.
Stace, we're looking at a lineup, obviously right-handers reeling down that beautiful sandbar, but each day has kind of brought something a little different, a different angle in the swell, and this morning it was looking a little more disjointed, but that can mean opportunities too if you're chasing numbers and you can pick off one of those little side wedges down the line.
Yeah, you're spot on, Ron. Bugs made the point earlier in the week. The bigger high tide was in the middle of the night. We weren't really seeing it, but as we've gotten to the later end of the window, the bigger tide has just come off the morning. So that tide running out all day is a lot more disruptive than what it was earlier in the week. A bit more coefficient difference this morning, and that's why you're seeing it split up. I think I like it for the backhanders, though. It gives a lot more closeout sections. You'll see the surfers take off behind the rock and then finish the wave not too far down, as opposed to just, going out and around all the way to Tugun. They'll actually get a big finish, I reckon.
We're going to see big turns. We might see some airs and hopefully some barrels pop up too. Thanks for the update, mate. Look forward to chatting to you throughout the day. Scores still rolling through from that last exchange. They'll be the best numbers for both competitors. We've got 16 minutes to go in the first quarter-final heat. It is finals day. Our champs will be crowned this afternoon. We'll find out who is going to be taking the lead on the Challenger Series rankings heading into stop 2. The GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, kicks off next week. Narrabeen delivered in a big way last year, and looks like there's some weather that's going to be hanging around the event. That's generally a pretty good sign for a bit of activity in the ocean as well.
Yeah, we'll take the weather as long as there's surf in the ocean. And yeah, finals day last year down at Narrabeen was pretty special. We had solid conditions and challenging our surfers, but Cole Hauschman manhandled it all the way to the final.
He just took the spotlight and just put on some kind of dance performance out there.
Yeah, Isabella Nichols got the win on the women's side. But yeah, interesting to note here. So Nadia opting for the paddle easily, got priority and was back in the lineup, maybe 30 seconds to a minute before Erin got down there. what that does too. If a wide one comes, she can pick it off halfway down, and I think Stace hit the nail on the head. I think paddling this morning anyway is the right option.
Well, we've got 15 minutes to go here, and Erin Brooks passes one up there on the inside. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. Back with quarterfinal 1 in just a moment. Welcome back to finals day. The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. We are having a look at the Surfline forecast and really just diving into the details because we know we're going to finish today. So, Rich, this is what we're given.
Yeah.
This is what we'll take.
Absolutely. Yeah, no more long-range forecasting here. This is what we're dealing with. 4 to 6 foot faces, and it'll hold at that size, I think, through most of the day, even though the swell is easing a touch. Beautiful groom conditions this morning, and then it will shift around to the east a little bit, but I feel like it won't be as strong as yesterday, and we're going to have really clean, contestable faces on these waves all day long.
Bring it on. We've got Nadia Eristabe out there at the moment. She's got the best number. It's a mid-range score, though. This heat has yet to come to life, but that might change right here. That's the best turn of the heat so far. Great combo, but Erin can't stick it. And halfway through the mistake, she goes, you know what? Save yourself from going over the falls, get that priority. She is such a smart, competitive surfer, despite the fact that she lost that turn. She's impressive.
Oh, she was on her way to a very, very, very good number. That first turn was sensational. It was so critical. It was perfectly timed. Even if she would have just done 2 turns like that, if she would have rode out of that, I mean, I think that could have almost been excellent just for 2 turns. It was so, so good.
Yeah, the replay here, straight up into the pocket, that first hook. Beautiful. The second one just maybe caught a little edge on that bottom turn as she went up, and it just, the timing was just a little off. So this is Nadia's wave outside, streaking down the line, and she just has to hit the eject button.
Oh, Erin on her another wave here. Chipped away at this one. But she's got a pretty decent score on the board now for just that one big hit. So she had a 6.17. 11 minutes to go here. This heat's starting to get pretty interesting now. A couple of mistakes from both competitors, but you can see that they're willing to attack it. You know, they know it's finals day. You're going to have to push it. I think they both reverted to a safer approach for those first 5-point rides and then went, you know what? This heat's anyone's at the moment.
Yeah.
I'm going on the attack. Erin in particular, that first turn was just dynamite.
I just feel like if, as a competitor, if you're not in attack mode, you're vulnerable because you're instantly surfing with your guard up, you know, and you're not letting your best surfing sort of put on display. You can hold back, and that's when you can make these little errors. So I do like the approach here. I do like the enthusiasm in it.
You've got to be aware of your opponent, but you're right. If you're thinking too much about what your opponent might do and not focusing on what you're capable of doing,
Yeah.
then you're right, you're in danger of falling out of the mix here. But numbers through for those last couple of rides. It was just a 2.5 for Nadia. She kind of got a little mistimed throughout her ride. 6.17 for Erin Brooks, 4.17 for that last one, and it didn't go into her top two. But she takes the early lead here. Nadia's after a 5.85.
6.17 for Erin for one turn, basically.
Yeah.
It would have been excellent if she'd made that second one. She was on her way to an excellent number with only 2 turns on a wave. That is a point break that traditionally you would think to get an excellent score, you'd be going right down the line.
Yeah.
So it just speaks volumes for her technique and, yeah, how well timed that was. And I think just to what you were saying, Rich, just she is in attack mode.
Yeah.
She really is. That's super impressive.
Yeah, you just... I think competitors are really aware once they stomp that one big, well-timed first hit that they're on. And then you've got to maintain that rhythm, Rich. You know, you can't just do the one big turn and safety it down the line. She was going after the excellent score.
Yeah. Well, we saw it yesterday, I think, back to Samuel Pupo. You know, he was attacking that first turn. It sort of set him up for the rest of the ride. And then he just, you know, rattled off a series of incredible manoeuvres. And you build a rhythm in a heat, you build a rhythm on a wave as well. And the rhythm at the moment with both these women, just a little bit disjointed. And you can see the judges have adjusted the scale as well. So they're paying off these big manoeuvres, understanding that there's maybe not as much opportunity for 4 or 5 turns down the line. So they're going to pay these 2-turn combos.
Oh, this is going to be an interesting situation here. Both competitors looking sideways at that wave. Felt like Nadia was on the cell, though. Erin didn't really have a committed paddle at it. And priority didn't change as a result. So 8 minutes to go here. Brooks taking the early lead.
Oh, see that bird?
Just dive bombing the lineup
Almost
there.
hit Erin in the head.
Plenty of that yesterday as well. Isabella Nichols coming up in the next heat. Loves Snapper Rocks. Big smile on her face already. Excited by the prospect of going a long way through the draw today.
Yeah, and you know, Isabella would be feeling incredibly comfortable out here, but well, just the fact that she's coming up against an opponent that got the 10 yesterday, is clearly on a roll, who's, you know, got good feelings about competing here at Snapper Rocks. Also, you know, an adopted local. So a great matchup coming up there.
All CT matchups, you know, and that's kind of what we've come to see throughout this event so far. The caliber's been super high. It's been a great standard of surfing throughout this first Challenger Series stop, and I feel like it's definitely elevated from last year.
Yeah, absolutely. We keep saying, you know, where can it go from here? But it just keeps checking up, and, you know, the surfers get fitter, stronger, faster. The commitment to the turns even better, and we are seeing, you know, Erin Brooks and a few others start rising up on the women's side. And on the men's side, you know, Dakota Waters, George Pitter, they're starting to make a big effort.
Here goes Nadia, and again takes a fall. So whether this big heat is getting the better of her or she's just misreading the conditions at the moment, we're not sure, but she's, you know, she only made one mistake really in a round of 16 heat. She's made multiple in this one.
Yeah, things are just looking a little bit off tilt at the moment for Nadia, but 6 minutes on the clock. I mean, she still has got that 5.5, right? And Erin's backup wave is a 5.17. Erin having a little look at that one. So their backups are still there. It's still doable within this one wave for Nadia. She still needs 5.85, you know. It's definitely doable. The consistency's there this morning. You know, Erin has just been super smart, though. I mean, yeah, with just priority, decision, you know, she's just been making great decisions, and I feel like it's going to be interesting to see positioning here and how Erin plays out this last 5.5 minutes. She's got priority, so she's going to want to make sure she's holding Nadia off that wave or improving on her situation, because 5.17 isn't really that strong a backup.
Rich, you were speaking during the break about how impressed you are by just Erin's decision-making in heats. She was watching Nadia then. She saw that she fell. A wave came. She passed it up, knowing that she wanted to control this lineup. She's going now. We'll get back to that. Nice hit to get started. Drives around the bowl and places that second turn so beautifully. Already a great combo on the outside. This wave starting to get a little funky down the line, but Erin sticks with it and continues to do work. Hit after hit. This is looking like another good score. Had that funny lump moving through it, and it tripped her up in the end, but she did all the work. She'll get rid of the 5.17 here and increase her lead over Nadia.
Yeah, great wave choice there from Erin Brooks. Smart decisions, and yeah, to your point, you know, the competition savvy of a girl at 16 years of age is just incredible. But for me, also the maturity in the way she performs on a wave is absolutely incredible. She looks like a 20-year-old or a 25-year-old. You know, the connectiveness from her bottom turn to top turn, just the sturdiness, the sure-footedness that she shows on a board. She just rifles a couple of quick backhand turns, but some big, powerful ones out the back on that wave. So she's going to kick that 5.17 out the door.
It does kind of remind you of Katie Simmers, who you know, had that incredible read, really unique line early on, and you just knew that the more her surfing grew, the bigger she grew physically, the better that surfing was going to get, and that's happened well and truly. Here's Nadia fighting back to get herself in the heat. She'd love to better a 5.5 and stay on pace with Erin Brooks here, who's about to, it feels like she's about to increase that requirement, maybe by a point or two.
Yeah, so Nadia's weapon over Erin is that power approach. And even when she puts that board vertical at 12 o'clock, it's powerful. She's driving, accelerating through that turn, sending a ton of spray out the back. So, you know, unfortunately, that wave, again, just ran off. She didn't slow up enough, give her that opportunity to really square up and sink the board into the wave face.
Yeah, and Erin's definitely going to increase this situation for Nadia. It's going to make it really hard. I mean, those first two turns on that last wave of hers were so dynamic. They were sharp, they were crisp. So here we go, numbers are starting to roll through.
Oh, they look good too. Looking like the best number of the heat. Keep in mind that Erin Brooks had a 6.17 for a single turn on a big section earlier in the heat. She's just dropped a 7.5 now, and the requirement for Nadia is excellent. She does have a score on the way. Not sure it's going to even factor in. So Erin Brooks in a real position of power now.
Yeah, and you can see here she's just making a motion, paddling up the point, just getting a little closer to her competitor. She doesn't want to let Nadia out of her sights. She'll stay with her here.
I think that the thing for me too with Erin Brooks is the backhand is looking so strong. She's equally as dangerous on the forehand, if not more dangerous. She can get the job done at any of the venues on this Challenger Series schedule.
The variety in her repertoire, and then the progressive nature of her surfing also excites me. You know, she can go to the air and she does it with ease. Her whole package is insane. I feel like obviously she still has a little bit of that Grom element, but as she grows into herself more, I mean, she's just going to become more and more deadly. I mean, you can already see it here. She's so sure-footed, like you were saying, Rich. But yeah, I'm excited for the next few years. And like what you said too, Ron, it is much like Katie, you know, and I also wonder, I mean, Katie Simmers has still got a lot of growing to do, I feel as well, like in terms of, you know, just maturing more, and they're still both so young, as we see Nadia.
She's after an 8.17, so that last ride didn't go into the top two, 4.6. So the requirement for her is still excellent.
Yeah, wave selection for her too this morning has been, you know, subpar compared to Erin.
I mean, this is not a bad result, but we know that you want to jump into the semis on this Women's Challenger Series too, Rich. But even in a losing heat, you know, you really want to put it together. You want to have a good performance. You want to come in saying, well, I gave it my best and I was beaten by a better surfer. But Nadia hasn't given her best in this heat.
No, she'll be disappointed with this effort. And with 30 seconds on the clock, and Erin Brooks is about to come and really just block her in these final moments. But yeah, it's a disappointing result and a disappointing performance by her standards, given, you know, she's given us some incredible moments through this event.
Yeah, and Erin Brooks, we saw her on screen there, you know, and she had a big smile on her face. She's really aware of how important it is to survive this round. She knows that it's got to be semis to set yourself up for a shot at the championship tour.
Yeah, it can come down to a heat at the end of the year, and you know, last year I would have been going, oh, if I'd made that one heat at Snapper, or if I'd made that one heat at Sydney, and that's what it comes down to. So every heat is just critically important. But yeah, big win, big smile from Erin Brooks. First heat of the morning, well done.
She's absolutely buzzing, Erin Brooks. She's the only surfer left in the draw that hasn't been a full-time campaigner on the championship tour. And this year she'll look to change that and add herself to the mix. A great performance to kick off the day from the surfer representing Canada. And she is buzzing. We're going to take a quick break here. When we return, we got a huge matchup. Two Aussies out there, Macy Callahan and Isabella Nichols.
All roads lead to the surf. Before surfboard riding became a super popular thing, all families came to all the different beaches, Rainbow Bay, Greenmount, Kirra, all the way up to Burleigh, Surfers Paradise. It's our #1 asset. The world's best surfers absolutely love coming here. It's a friendly place. It's a place of high performance waves. And there are these real life experiences you can have that it's nearly like an open air theme park.
Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew, he's the host with the most. Thanks for having us, Bugs. And it's great to be back here at Snapper Rocks. What an event. And we can look forward to this event being upgraded to Championship Tour status next year and right through to 2028. And all these competitors are aware of it. Macy Callahan is up against Isabella Nichols in their second quarterfinal heat. The winner of this one will take on Erin Brooks in the first semi. Ronnie with Felicity and Rich. How good. A CT event. Snapper Rocks. Isabella, she wants to get herself back on the CT to get a taste of that. And she had this wave during the break.
Oh, great hit to start things off.
Oh, wow.
Really nice slash there. And again, backs it up. So really racking up some beautiful turns here on this wave. Isabella, and has started this heat with a bang.
Wow.
Oh,
what?
Getting some vision on a Saturday morning as well.
Oh my goodness. 1-2 from Isabella Nichols. What a way to start the heat. Perfect little start there. Two different waves, but that first one for me, and the barrel was fun, but I've just got to go back to that first score. I mean, that's got to be giant, right? Beautiful opening carving manoeuvres. She didn't hold back either. There was variety there. She went up into the lip a couple of times. It's really good.
In the last 5 years, I haven't had two waves out at Snapper that good, and she's just done it in 2 minutes.
I know. Oh, wow.
Unbelievable, that first wave, Rich. The variety on show, the power output was huge.
Yeah, she was really committed to every single one of those turns. It felt excellent. It's gone excellent. 8.33. And a savage blow to Macy Callahan in the opening moments here. And as a competitor, when you hear that number drop for your opponent, you've got to do everything in your power to block that out and stay focused and stay in the heat and not, take it as a big negative. It's huge. She's got a big mountain to climb now, but, Macy just needs to hold on here.
Wow.
Oh, yeah. And, to make it even harder to get past that head noise, Isabella's backed up that 8.33 with a 6.17 and taken a commanding lead in the opening stages here. But we know Macy's coming off an excellent performance, a perfect ride. So we'll see what she can do in response here. But Stace, we saw the big smile across Erin Brooks's face out there in the final stages of that first quarter-final heat. She knows the importance of getting yourself through to the semis on the Challenger Series.
Yeah, that's right, Ron. Erin will make it quick. You cold or nervous, or both?
Both. I'm really excited because I was so nervous going up against Nadia because she's such a great surfer and competitor, and I'm glad I got the win off her.
How did you think you were going to beat her?
I knew that I had to do my biggest surfing because I'm pretty short and she's a lot taller than me, and she throws a lot of water, but she also has really good technique. So I knew I had to surf to beat her, and that's what I did, so I'm really happy about that.
You did indeed. I want to talk to you about one of your bottom turns on one of those waves. It was absolutely brilliant. You pushed so hard off the bottom. How do you know when to go that hard and when to kind of keep it tight in the pocket?
Well, I think you're talking about the 6 wavy. That wave was a little bit flat in the beginning, and I saw one quick steep section, so I knew I had to get there fast before it backed off, so that's why I did that.
It's beautiful surfing. Who do you look to for inspiration on waves like these?
Well, I've been watching Bronte the whole comp, and she's been doing some really great backhand surfing, but also all of the men too, and Gabriel, I look at his backhand surfing a lot. He really inspires me.
Great people to look up to. Isabella's off to a good start here. What would it mean to have a semi-final clash here at the Gold Coast Pro?
Yeah, that would be awesome. She's been my best friend on the Challenger Series, and we've never had a heat together, so I bet that would be some good fun.
I hear you've got a gift for her from Time Zone if you beat her.
Well, yesterday we went there and she couldn't go with us, so my dad and I saw this unicorn thing because she's obsessed with unicorns, and we were like, oh, we had to get that for her. So we tried to rack up as many tickets as we could, and we got it. So we got it for you.
Well done. I hear you're rorting the system down there, but we won't tell the manager. Well done, Erin. We'll see you later on today.
Thank you, Stace. Erin Brooks loving her time here on the Gold Coast. And she's looking forward to a big semi-final clash. It's going to be a monumental heat for her, no matter who she's up against. Two CT caliber surfers, Macy Callahan and Isabella Nichols, locked in a fight at the moment. Macy just trying to get a score on the board to get into this heat, and she takes a wave here that doesn't have any points in it.
Yeah, this one here just tapered off.
I think
This was the wave prior.
Yep.
Okay, here we go. So Macy's just got one big snap in the lip.
Oh.
Big hack. Pulled it back a little bit too much, though. Almost shades of yesterday. That was that wave barreling behind her.
This wave.
Just beautiful.
Gosh, it looks like Indo somewhere, doesn't it? Just
So beautifully groomed. So up into the lip there, and she comes around here. Oh, almost. That one was just barreling straight behind her. You wonder if she was a little bit deeper. She could have been sitting in that. That was beautiful. Beautiful wave. Aesthetically pleasing.
Yeah, she got a little over-committed to that second carve, but it still came through it as a 5.67. So she's out of that combination. Isabella Nichols threw her in early in the heat, and now Macy can get herself into the lead with an 8.83, but it feels like she'll need to dump that 5.67 to have a real shot in the final stages here, because Isabella's going to have plenty of time to replace the 6.
Yeah, it's the perfect position when you're out in front of a heat like that, and you're just working to better your score to tighten the screw even more on your competitor. Isabella Nichols with priority at the moment, so she will control the lineup, and you can see sitting under Macy Callahan here. So, if Macy does have a look, Isabella can just turn around and go, I'll take that off you. Thank you very much.
Both these surfers have been to the championship tour, been bumped off the championship tour, fought their way back to the championship tour. Macy Callahan has finaled in a CT event. Isabella Nichols has had a victory in one, so, you know, they can get the job done.
Ooh.
But it's so hard to keep a place on that CT. So many good surfers. And these are two of the best that won't be campaigning in that back half of the 2024 season on the CT for sure. Isabella looking to build on this lead at the moment, but also take opportunities away from Macy at different stages. She'll know that this heat's not won just yet.
No, definitely not, especially with the surfing that we saw from Macy yesterday. She obviously got that 10 and backed it up with the 8 as well, so big heat total for her. But I mean, when I just compare their surfing and be hypercritical, I think, you know, they've got slightly different approaches. Bella, for me, I mean, you can see it on this wave. She goes a little bit more vertical up into the lip. She kind of likes hitting that lip, right? Whereas when I think about Macy's strength, Macy, for me, is power, you know, out on the, obviously you saw her in the barrel yesterday, but just that big open face hack, right? So they got different approaches here, and for me at the moment, I'm seeing, obviously, I mean, Bella's running away with this currently, so it's easy for me to say this, but, you know, for point break surfing, Finn's completely out the back there. But in terms of point break surfing, I mean, I think obviously Bella got, hold the phone. Macy looks like she's on a good one.
Yeah, nice big power turn. But she is only going to get that first big move done on the outside. She sticks with it for a moment and then can't see this one standing up on the inside. She's out of there.
Yeah, I think you're spot on, Flick. You know, both similar in their styles and their stance. But, you know, looking at it even in deeper, I feel like Macy bends the knees a little bit more than Isabella. Bella tends to hinge at the hip a bit more. Yep. Bella's turns are perhaps a little bit shorter, but we saw there Macy's got that weapon where she can just lay into a big old carve, and she's got a tiny power edge over Bella here. So it's a really, really fun matchup.
Well, Macy swinging on the inside. This might just be a case of getting down to those skis, but she'll try and get some good work done anyway. Racing down the line. She's been stuck behind a couple of times. 18 minutes to go.
Yeah, I think that just was strategy. Get down to the ski, get back out. But, yeah, I think they're two contrasting approaches for sure. I think, but they've both been rewarded throughout the week, clearly. Macy right now, I mean, she's got a bit of a job to do. I mean, 8.83 right now. She can do it in one wave, but, I mean, she's going to be needing to drop an excellent score once, you know, Bella's already got one on the board, and I mean, Macy knows, we've already spoken about it in that first heat, but this is just so important just to make it through this quarterfinal right now and, yeah, really solidify a keeper result here.
Two very strong forehander approaches with just slider angles separating the two as far as, you know, the work in the pocket. That's always been a strength for Isabella.
Yeah,
you know, to really just snap in the pocket of the most critical sections, and I think you're absolutely spot on in your breakdown of both their approaches. Macy, her calves are way more drawn out. She can hold that line beautifully. She has fantastic leverage. And just, I think what you said, Rich, is spot on. Because she's not fully extended and she does coil up a little bit more. When she holds that line, she's got a bit more extension left in her body as she comes out of those wraps. She's got work to do here. She's not really in this heat just yet, because Isabella, even though she didn't better the 617 with the previous wave, out there with priority again.
Yeah, well, her lower scoring ride's almost half a point better than Macy's top scoring ride. So, you know, great feeling for Isabella, but for Macy, she'll be starting to feel a little bit frustrated in this situation. And typically, you know, you think of Macy's personality, you know, she's a very cool character. She's mellow, she's fun, and you can sometimes be mistaken that where you know, just you have that real dog fight in her, you know. Is she going to just rise up to the occasion, or is she going to let it sort of overcome her? But, you know, make no mistake, she wants to re-qualify here. She wants to get back on the championship tour. So I'm interested to see how she sort of, you know, stands up in the back half of this heat.
It's going to be interesting. You know, yesterday, with Macy coming up against India, she was on the back foot. India kind of got a couple of bombs originally, and I was kind of thinking, okay, Macy's just cruising along here, and then all of a sudden she tucked into that first one, and I think she almost surprised herself a little bit. She was like, whoa, okay, like I can get back in this. And then, I mean, once she'd done that, the rest was history. She just was like, right, I know what I need to do now, what waves I want to identify. Things are different today, though. You know, it's different conditions. It's a different day. She kind of said it this morning with Stace. She was like, I was on a roll, and I would have liked to have continued in those conditions and kept that roll going.
Well, she's going to stay busy in this one, finding a bit of room to move. And for a moment, thinks about tucking in, but that wave stretching out. 15 minutes to go here. Let's see what Kaipo's up to.
Hey, today's finals day, and that means it's the last day to enter the Golden Key competition here at WeatherGuard. You come on over here, scan the QR code, and then what do you get? A potential Golden Key. Take that Golden Key, and if it opens up the WeatherGuard box, you get 100 entries into the raffle. What's in the raffle? A custom DHD surfboard and a $500 voucher for WeatherGuard, the best box in the business. Get down here, enter it up.
Oh, that is a huge carrot dangling in front of the spectators, because that would be all-time. Darren Handley's got some surfers left in this draw as well. The boards look like they go beautifully. They're proven.
What are you going to order, Rob?
World title winning boards.
Which model?
Oh, I got to get the Golden Key first to get 100 tickets.
Mate, I reckon all that gear looked good in the back of the ute too.
Well, just on 13 and a half minutes remaining here, Macy Callahan with some work to do, chasing an excellent score, an 8.83. Isabella Nichols setting the pace. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. Welcome back. Have a look at this thing. Standing up, tucking into the barrel, Isabella Nichols. No. Macy Callahan, excuse me. Got a bit excited, didn't I? Macy Callahan, first 10-point ride on the Women's Challenger Series. Oh my gosh, and she was loving this moment. It was huge. Signing babies.
Shaking hands and kissing babies.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, that was awesome stuff from Macy, and we're hoping for more of that today. Yeah, Isabella Nichols is actually out there in the blue jersey now. Whew.
Oh, Macy just...
I'll get you on the edge of your chair.
Yeah,
well,
we'll. Hang on a second.
Hold on. Oh, look at this thing coming around the corner. We might see it.
Macy said that was one of her career highlights yesterday for good reason. 10-point rides, they don't come around too often, especially these days. The judges, it's like they lost a finger somewhere. They rarely throw up the 10 fingers. But here we go, Isabella up. Let's see what she can do. Looking to replace the 617. Started this heat with an excellent score, and she is on. Lives down around this part of the world these days, but grew up on the Sunshine Coast and tapped into quality right-handers up there as well. Queensland, just an amazing surfing coastline. We do know that, but this is the best of it. Snapper rocks, and it has been flaring throughout the event window here for the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. What a way to start the day for Isabella, looking to replace that 617.
Wow.
Macy's going to need one of those near-perfect rides to get herself back in this heat now.
She definitely is. Macy needs to have another nugget like what she found yesterday, because Isabella Nichols is improving on her situation. She just surfed that wave perfectly. That thing was a little bit disjointed. It was much like that the 8.33. Had different sections in it. Her read was fantastic. And yeah, she's really putting the nail in the coffin here. It's looking like it's going to be very, very difficult. Macy's going to need a combination of numbers here, I think, after this. This wave, just look how good it is. She goes straight up into the lip there. Identifies this section that she can lay that bit board on rail up into the lip. She pulls it back there because she can see this wave's getting steeper.
Wow.
Great read. Really great read. Whew, things are getting difficult for Macy.
Oh, yeah. There was wows all the way down the line there, Rick. That was so well pieced together. Great variation. Love the way she was coming out of some of those wraps, right down into the bowl, almost getting in contact with that whitewater.
Yeah, but cutting him right at the perfect time. And because she knew there was a lot of work to be done down the line. See here now, she gets really back foot dominant there as the wave starts to cup out. Right up high in the lip. Snapping. Can see every time she comes down off that turn. That back foot pressure that sets her up, gets her back on those on that toe side rail. Straight back up into the lip. Great variety on that wave.
Well, that might be the DHD model that I order if I win the Weather Guard raffle.
Oh, wow. Wow, 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 Macy. You got a bit of a job ahead of you.
Oh, it's gonna be an 8-minute heat.
Yeah, it really is.
For sure, because that felt like excellence again.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
And those numbers are starting to roll through now. And it is going to be another big score. It's just a powerful start to the day for Isabella Nichols.
Wow.
8.13.
Oh,
and Macy's after a heat score total of 16.46 now.
wow.
Combo land. Never a good feeling.
No. Oh, my.
So a combination, obviously that means she needs 2 good waves and she needs 2 excellent rides.
Oh, and right now, more than ever, she would love the gift of the ocean for another 10-point ride, wouldn't she?
Look, it's possible. It's not out of the question. You know, she's good enough. It's just whether her head, whether the balloon has been popped and she's completely deflated. So, you know, she'll need a wave and she'll need to muster up some courage on it too.
Really positive start to the day here for Isabella Nichols, Stace, and also feels like the waves are starting to line up already.
Yeah, there's a few shocks getting around the competitors' area with every set that comes in. The eyeballs light up. Jiao Chianka, what are you seeing out there, my friend?
I'm seeing really fun surfing. East swell just like switch on, and we are getting the low tide. Waves are slowly like getting better and better. Each set is better, so feeling the vibes up on finals day. Everyone, as I said, like this wave suits everyone surfing, so everybody is surfing so good in this event, and the girls are ripping right now, and yeah, really excited. Like conditions are really pretty right now.
We think it's only going to improve throughout the day. We'll let you get ready for your heat. Thank you for your time. Thanks, Ron.
Thank you, Stace. Jiao Chianka is going to take on Josh Burke. It's going to be a great clash, amazing quarterfinal setup for the men, and a little different to what we have on the women's side, which is heavily dominated by championship tour surfers that are trying to get back to the CT after being relegated this year or even in previous years. But it's an even mix. You've got 4 surfers that have been to the CT, and and one that's still on the CT, and then you've got 4 new campaigners, fresh faces, looking to crack the code and get themselves to the elite level for the first time.
Yeah, it's going to be a really interesting quarterfinal matchup on the men's side. I'm particularly looking forward to Sammy Pupo's heat. He has been on fire this event, and well, clearly the man to beat, defending champion.
Yeah, owns the highlight reels, that's for sure.
Wow.
But look at this heat for Macy. Time ticking by, and the more the time that winds down, it's getting less likely that she'll be able to turn it around. I mean, it's taken Isabella, you know, 2/3 of the heat to put 2 excellent scores up, and now Macy's required to, you know, pretty much do a similar thing in the space of 5 minutes.
Macy hasn't had a heat where she's just made mistake after mistake after mistake. It's just that the flow and the rhythm of the sets, Isabella's just in perfect sync with it, you know, and she's capitalised on those opportunities. And as a competitor, it's the hardest thing in the world when someone is on that rhythm or in that rhythm. You got to try and break that somehow, and Macy's got 5 minutes to do it.
It does come down to wave selection, though.
Yeah.
Because Macy's ridden 7 waves.
Yeah.
She hasn't given herself opportunities with priority, and when she's gotten caught behind. But
Well,
the best number that she's had that committed turn that she got a little caught behind on, and it really has put her on the back foot this entire heat. 4.5 minutes to go. Isabella basically mucking around out here now.
Mucking around, yeah, she is. And I think, I mean, she's just trying to improve on one of the 8s. She wasn't going to do it there. She's out of there. I mean, it's smart for her to jump out of that because she just wants to give Macy something to think about. She should be, you know, sniffing around. Macy should, you know, should I be going? Should I not be going? But, I mean, yes, it's come down to wave selection for sure. I mean, and today's a different day compared to yesterday. The conditions aren't the same. And Bella's identified the waves that have just really ran the whole way down the bank. I think Macy's picked those ones that have looked disjointed. They've only offered that 1 or 2 turns, you know.
Well, we can talk about hypotheticals and what ifs, but if Macy had broken that rhythm and gotten the 8-1-3 that Bella had got, this heat would be still super close and interesting.
Yeah.
Isabella doesn't want interesting.
Yeah, I know. As a surfer.
She wants to get herself into that semi-final heat against her good mate Erin Brooks.
Yeah.
And they haven't had a heat against one another, and Erin said that Isabella's really her best friend on this Challenger Series, so that'll be fun to look forward to. Erin will give her a unicorn and then try and take the final spot away from her.
Oh, yeah, that's going to be a great matchup if a miracle doesn't occur for Macy right now.
3 minutes to go as we take a trip on the Gold Coast flight cam, and I've loved this vision throughout. It's just given us a great vantage point of what this sandbar's doing. Look how well it is lined up right through down to Greenmount at the moment.
Yeah, it's up there with the best I've seen it, and I've been coming here for a long time. So, yeah, the bank perfectly groomed and set up. Amazing conditions here for finals day, and of course Snapper Rocks, one of only 3 world surfing reserves here in Australia, Noosa and Manly Freshwater being the other 2. An incredible stretch of coastline.
Yeah.
We are at the very southern tip. It stretches all the way north.
Yeah, fantastic community effort to get this this stretch of coast sanctioned as a surfing reserve. Andy McKinnon doing a fantastic job there, and always thinking about the best interests of what Bugs calls the Gold Coast greatest asset, the surf. It just brings so many visitors to this region, really props up the economy as we get down to that GWM 2-minute warning, and the people are going to be coming in droves for the championship tour event throughout the next few years. That's for sure.
Definitely a lot of buzz around town, just the local businesses that we've been frequenting. The talk of the town is that it's going to be a championship tour event next year. The crowds, the spectators, the surfers, they'll all be here. Here goes Macy.
So Macy will look to put on a show here, but likely her run in this event is going to come to a close, but the power undeniable, and she's showing with her performances here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro this year that she is going to be a force on the Challenger Series in 2024.
The body language says it all, doesn't it? Just looking a little disinterested at the end of that wave, and perhaps just raising the white flag. An amazing display. Perfect heat served by Isabella Nichols. Deserves to move through to the semi-finals. But Macy, she's left us with some highlight reels.
Yeah, she's going to be remembering her performance in the round of 16 for the rest of her life.
Oh, completely. I mean, if not one of the best waves of her life in competition, which is a hard thing to do. I mean, she's had a great event. She can, you know, hold her head up high and going, okay, yeah, we've been saying it, semi-finals are great, but, I mean, a quarter, you'll take it.
Yeah, I'm sure when you look through the rankings of Challenger Series competitors from the last few years, they're probably hanging on to a quarter. But what we're talking about is what are the results that are going to help you not just get to the top end of the Challenger Series ranks, but jump onto the CT.
Yeah.
And our feeling is with the calibre of surfers left in this event, it's got to be semis. They're the ones that get you over the line.
And consistently.
Consistently.
Making the semis, yeah.
Well, just counting this one down now, Isabella Nichols kicks off her finals campaign here on Saturday with an 8.33, backs it up with an 8.13, really making her intentions clear, and it is a warning shot that she's sent through the draw here today. She's going to be hard to stop.
Oh, she's going to be so hard. I mean, she was a pick of mine early on in the event. I just know how well she surfs these point breaks. She's so crisp. She's so critical. She looks like she's in great form out here. And you know, she's moved here. She lives. This is her home. This is where she feels comfortable. And yeah, I mean, it's going to be a great matchup in that semi-final coming up against one of her great friends on the Challenger Series, Erin Brooks. Looking forward to it.
It's going to be so much fun. Still a couple more quarters to set up that second semi-final. Bring in Kaipo Guerrero and Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew for the call. The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM is brought to you by Bonsoy, the official milk of the World Surf League. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. By Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of WSL Australia. And by Experience Gold Coast, strategic partner of the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM.
Welcome back to the show. Semi-final number one for the women's are all set. Now let's get into setting up semi-final number two, starting with this third quarter final. Kaipo Guerrero along with the 78 world champ, Rabbit Bartholomew. Last heat, Isabella Nichols just went through the roof.
Yeah, I mean, amazing. Like Macy Callahan getting the perfect 10 yesterday, and today it all went Isabella's way. She got two excellent scoring rides, and Macy just kind of got shut out. She just got in the wrong rhythm out there, and it's all about rhythm.
Yeah, so we'll see Erin Brooks versus Isabella Nichols, semifinal number one, setting up semifinal number two. One of these women will be in that semifinal number two, and they've been the top performers throughout the entirety of this event. Luana Silva representing Brazil out there in red, coming up against Bronte McCauley from Western Australia, Bugs. And both of these surfers have been posting 9-point rides on their way to this quarterfinal.
Oh, this is an exceptional quarterfinal, Kaipo. They're both in such great form coming into Snapper. As we see Bronte now, here's a replay of her opening ride. The goofy footer from Margaret River, Western Australia, and goes into that backhand repertoire, looking for a finish here. So a couple of great turns. The patented snapper, backhand snapper under the lip and throwing a lot of water. Now she comes onto the inside section. I know, I think she's got a lot more stronger rides in her if she connects all the way, but she just shows that her form on this Saturday morning is still solid, Kaipo.
Yeah, opens up 5.17, so decent start for the second-generation professional surfer. Dave, her dad, did years as a professional with many victories to his credit. Bronte, she did 6 years herself on the championship tour, trying to get back onto that championship tour now via the Challenger Series. Here she is. She picked up this other one a little further down the line, and no harm, no foul.
Well, both Luana and Bronte have flirted with the CT over the years.
Here we go with Luana Silva, the 19-year-old. Silva has been surfing sharp on the forehand, picks off a nice wave here with some great rhythm and great connectivity on the rails. Yeah, you're right, Bugs. Luana, 2 years on the championship tour. Got on tour at a very young age, just 17 years old when she first qualified in 2022. So she did get relegated to the Challenger Series this year after surfing the first half of the championship tour, and so now she's going on her way to claw back onto that championship tour. Check out this replay.
Yeah, this is the wave quality is all there on this one. So Luana goes into a great snapping movement there, drops down to a more vertical pocket. Another great wrap, and as I said, the wave quality in this one just a little bit better than the Bronte's. And this section here, she just goes a little barrel, but it ran away, and she won't get docked for that. But these first turns, these are the money turns, Kaipo.
Yeah, connected really well. Clean rails on this sharp eye when you see her surfing as well. And her placement of turns, you can really analyze it in this slow motion, bringing that board all the way around, just flirting with the white water. We'll be waiting for a score as she takes the ski ride back out.
Feeling pretty confident that Luana got the better of the first exchange.
Yep, so, you know, a semifinal is going to net you a little over 6,000 points, 6,085 points. So the differentiation between a quarterfinal finish, which is 4,700 points, and that 6,000 points is quite a bit of difference. And when we're talking about qualification, this round is key to women's success.
You know, I see it if winning a Challenger Series event with the 10,000 points is, you know, conquering Everest, this is base camp.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, 733 checks in for Luana Silva. So it turns priority to Bronte McCauley. Bronte McCauley is an interesting conversation, Bugs, because when we talk about winning a CS event, Bronte did that last year. She won in Bolito, took that 10,000 points, but still at the end of the year, because it's your best 4 results, did not crack that top 5. She ended up 2 spots out at number 7 by the time Sakurema finished.
Well, it just goes to prove that it's all about a global campaign.
Right.
You know, you can have a hot spot. There can be a wave that really suits your approach, but it really draws. It's an examination of your versatility, and that comes with experience.
Yeah, it's a full year campaign. This is just the start of the Challenger Series road. We have 6 events in this series, concluding in October in Saquarema, Brazil, where we'll have all the final qualifications. Now, some surfers will qualify earlier in the tour, and you'll see some of those spots getting taken up as we crunch the math. Usually about the 4th event, the 5th event, we see some people breaking away, you know. Luana Silva hopes to do that.
Yeah, no, you're right there, and it goes really coming into the last two events. You're probably talking about number 4 and 5s open, and there's a bunch. There's probably about 6 or 7 surfers that could get into that 4 to 5 spot. Obviously, a 10,000 point win vaults you up the leaderboard quite dramatically.
Well, let's hear from Isabella Nichols. She went excellent in the last heat. She's with Stace.
That's right, Kaipo. Indeed, Isabella, you've had a range of conditions to surf this week. What did you make of it this morning?
It's amazing. We rocked up first thing in the morning on dark and it was a little bit broken up, I think maybe because of the north swell coming in a bit. But it's cool because I feel like it makes it almost more like a beach break and there's more opportunities. But yeah, it just kind of started lining up really nicely in that heat, and obviously the low tide maybe helping it out a bit, and you got to be super selective. So yeah, I'm just stoked to make it through that one.
You were selective at the start, but you found a great rhythm.
Yeah, I mean, surf comps are all about rhythm, really. Sometimes you don't have it, sometimes you do. So when you do, you just got to keep running with it. And obviously, after watching Macy's performance yesterday, I knew she could drop massive scores. And her rail work's amazing too. So there's not too many barrels out there today. But yeah, it was really cool to have a heat with her. And she's on fire. So props to her. And hopefully she goes all the way in the next one.
You reckon you can bottle up that rhythm for the next 2 heats?
I'm trying to pace myself today. After yesterday, it kind of took it out of me. Hey, like that was one of the heats where I felt like the rhythm wasn't in my favor and I had to turn it around. And you don't realize how much mental energy you use just trying to like stay composed. And I got out of that heat and I was shaking. I'm like, oh my gosh, that was a lot. I had to like sleep it off in the afternoon. So today I was like, okay, I'm just going to try and not get like too ahead of myself. If I have to surf 3 heats, I want to be the one that has the most energy at the end of the day. So I was stoked to get a quick start then, and even still, like it's never settling, especially having people of Mace's caliber in your heat. So I knew she could drop 2 8s, no worries, and yeah, I just had to play the end of that heat smart.
Doesn't get any easier. Macy Callahan into Erin Brooks. How do you play this next matchup?
As my good mate, I'm actually really excited about this because we've been hanging out a bit, going to time zone, and she's surfing really good at the moment. So it's a win-lose for me, this one, because I mean whoever gets through, one of us will. But yeah, it's hard to verse your friends, you know. So it'll be a good battle, and for us, it's a keeper both ways. So pretty stoked it's not in like one of the earlier rounds.
Indeed. Thanks, Isabella. We look forward to that matchup. Thank you, Kaipo.
Oh, thank you. Time Zone getting a lot of promo. A lot of surfers going over to the arcade over there, which is a good time playing the game. Luana Silva, just to bring up the score, her first wave, a 7.33 for Silva. So early lead to Luana Silva, trying to get back on the championship tour. On the championship tour, Luana Silva, she has her jersey number 16. I think that's when she qualified for the championship tour at 16 years of age. Now, speaking of those jerseys, head on over to the WSL store, WSLstore.com, where you can gear up for the 2024 season with all the collectible championship jerseys and the new Icons collection, where you'll celebrate past world champs with those icon collections, posters, limited edition tees, and exclusive event merchandise, all available. Shop now at WSLstore.com. They got some great stuff, soft fit jerseys. Get your favorite jersey and make it out to an event and have your favorite surfer put a signature on that, then it becomes a collector's item. You can have the 78 world champ sign it as well. That'll make it worth even more. If you can find Rabbit, he moves real fast. Rabbit's hopping around. You gotta, not easy to find.
Very elusive.
Very elusive. Here we go. Luana Silva, 7.33 R8 to her credit. Finds this one on the priority, and nothing gained, nothing lost with that effort.
Of course, there's another huge bonus here of coming away with those 10,000 points after today. We're in finals day. We're in the quarterfinals now. And that is that big cherry that's been spoken about all week next year. Oh. It's a CT. And 10,000 Challenger Series points goes a long way to seeing you back here next year.
Yeah, you want that invite here. It's going to be epic to have Snapper back on the championship tour schedule. Bugs, I mean, I call you the father of the Dream Tour, and I feel like this is one of the stops on that Dream Tour when, you know, you had the vision of creating that epic tour?
Well, look, you know, it had its place back then where, you know, it used to be the first place the surfers would come after the off-season. It's all changed up now. But it's still a fun place for surfers to come. Everyone's enjoyed themselves this week. You can tell by the fact that many surfers arrived here a week early, and you know, the place has been kind of pumping for a few weeks.
It's just a wave machine. Take a look at it. Here we go. Bronte McCauley uses priority, streaking down the line. Aims for the lip. Nice carve off there, keeping it easy for the first turn. A little more explosive with a slide on the second turn. Wave tapering off a little bit, has to cut back and gets caught up in the white water. 4.1 will take her to the lead.
But having said that, I mean, see, back in the day when I kind of first set the dates, you know, we were kind of looking more for that Burley and Kira cyclone swell.
Okay.
And this is pre-sand bypass, pre-snapper.
I gotcha.
You know, there had not been an international event here before 2000. Kaibo. It was never on the never on the radar. And here's a wave by Bronte, and again, it's going to let it down wave choice-wise. Even after that, I don't think there was much. She gets a couple of good turns in here. I don't think it's going to really bother Luana's score too much. Great surfing. She really just about goes over the back of that wave, little tail slide, and regains control. So great control, but this is where the wave kind of lets it down, Kaipo.
Yeah. Yep, that was an unfortunate finish. We'll see if she hits the mark. She just needs under a mid-range score of 4.1 to temporarily take the lead. I say temporarily take the lead because Luana Silva is holding on to a pretty low second wave score, which I'm sure the Brazilian surfer will improve upon, given that we're only halfway through the heat, so plenty of time on the clock here.
Yeah, well, today where it's kind of not a wave machine is that there are distinctly better waves today. There are some waves with better quality. Now, a cutoff wave for Bronte.
Finds this one, and it's a gem. So this wide one comes through, and the pace of the wave and the steepness of it is very attractive, and some sharp surfing. Throw away that finish, but she got some work done before that. No doubt that will be a wave that will take her into the lead.
Yeah, that was a bit of a fortunate situation, and that can happen. I mean, she had another short ride, a half a ride. She got this one, a cut-off wave down the line with a nice wall heading towards Marley Rocks and going to town on this one. This turn here is just a gem. Really wraps it, but keeps it down the line speed. Some beautiful arcing turns and hooks it here. And now she mistimed the last turn, but banked up a few points before that.
Yeah, sure did. Sally Fitz, she's warming up, mentally preparing. She's going to be in quarterfinal number 4 versus Alyssa Spencer. Ski ride back out for Bronte McCauley. Previous wave was enough to take her to first with a 4.9. Looking to do better than that 4.9, and my gut feeling, Bugs, is that she's going to, but we're going to find out what that score is after a Bonsoy brew break. We'll be back after this. Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM as we zoom down from outer space to where Rabbit Bartholomew lives, and this is such a great wave field here, Bugs.
Yeah, well, you can see that it's a change of the coast as you come from the southern coast and it wraps around into this huge bay, which is the southern Gold Coast. And of course, the sand moves south to north in a natural motion, but the Tweed River Bar there sort of held the sand up for many, many years. The pumping station puts the sand underneath the river, comes out of Froggies, the one on the right, and then it just naturally gets shifted again, comes around the corner at Snapper, and then grooms itself in a very orderly fashion, you'd have to say. It just, bit by bit, it builds. It's amazing, really, and we saw that wave of Bronte there. Well, guess what? That's because in that south swell a few days ago, that part of the bank got reinforced with new sand, and Bronte was a beneficiary of that, and she got a 7 point. Is that a 7.87?
Yeah, 7.87. We went to break waiting for that score. Bronte McCauley dropped a giant number. She goes out into the lead over Luana Silva. Silva holding priority. Silva has a 7 to her credit as well. Silva needing a 5.72 to take the lead off of Bronte McCauley. So now it's time for Luana Silva to respond. And Bugs, I think that wave selection is going to be really, really important for Luana Silva. Bronte under priority, however, just able just to hunt.
Yeah, well, Luana would have seen Isabella Nichols' effort in the last one. She had 2 excellent rides, and she's quite selective, and there is definitely some kind of ordinary waves out there, and there are some brilliant waves out there today. And there's going to be judgment, timing, and then high performance.
See a big beach right now. Let's see, it's almost 9. It's 8:56 local time. We've got another couple hours of the tide drawing out right now, Bugs.
Oh yeah, like this tide's still got a fair way to go out, and it'll stay low for the duration of this event.
Right.
We won't see, we'll probably see the finals will probably be a perfect tide, about that 2 hours after low tide. But right now is a good tide. The swell is more east today. Could even be east-northeast, but what's happened is that the around behind the rock hasn't come into play yet. We'll see if it does.
Yeah, we've been fortunate that it's been ultra consistent here. Not huge, but waves pretty much every day. And so it's been, the contest directors have had their pick of the litter when it comes to run days.
And you can see sand in the lineup right there behind the rock. Look at the sand in the lineup. There's still sand. It's relentless.
Yeah.
It just keeps coming.
Are they still pumping right now out at Froggies?
Look, that's a whole nother subject. There is a perception that there's a guy over there with levers, or pedaling a bike and pumping sand, right? But no, it's what comes along the coast, Coco.
Okay.
And there's these cones over on the Fingal side of the Tweed River that just scoop up the sand, and then they get to a certain point. It's like a coffee peak.
Oh, and then it has to let go.
It has to let go.
Here we go with Bronte streaking down the line here. Nice carve off the top. This one's going to go way into the bay. And she's looking to better a 5.17. A lot of distance on that one.
There we see Maddie Cattle. Maddie's up here working with Bronte this week. Of course, Maddie, Goofy Foot Supremo, North Narrabeen Board Riders Club coach, and you see them when they come up here for inter-club events. He drives the bus up.
Oh, he does?
Oh, yeah. It's a big, club surfing, such a big deal in Australia, and they go on away trips, and they're so fun. So Bronte, now she gets going on this one. She's thought down the line. Now she goes into a backhand repertoire, and she's really looking to better that 5.17 now. And this one's another good one for her. Luana chose not to go this one, but this again had a better section down there. There's the Marley Rocks. That's that new sand. And Bronte really getting this one far down the beach. Her backhand is scintillating. And when you slow it down, you really see the technique. She's got such poise and control. And and just does a series of wraps and a bit of variation in the turns, but not to be denied.
So ski assist the entire day. Surfers will have the option of either paddling back out or taking the ski. Of course, if you take the ski, you can take a kind of a wide berth, but then you do get the advantage of getting dropped off way deep, just like Bronte just did. So she's got inside position now.
Now, you know, this place changes every single day. Like even yesterday, you saw the surfers, like where Bronte's been dropped off there, it wouldn't be long before they have to turn around and hold their ground and tack back to hold their ground. Today, there is no current. And a lot of people think there's current here all the time, but it's the swell direction that makes the current. Right on the inside where you see that sand, there's current there, but on the outside, you can sometimes get current on the inside foam situation, and on the outside, a reverse rip.
Yeah.
That is a frequent situation here on an east and an east-northeast swell.
Yeah, I found that, actually, Bugs, feeling this wave out, that inside rip will take you way down, but once you break through that and get out into clear water, then it's kind of easy sailing if you go wide and out, back up to the point, right? And isn't that the secret? Is just like, don't fight it. Like, figure out where the water's going and use the water to your advantage.
You really do, because you get to a certain point and it gets to be a bit like Haleiwa, where you're turning around and you're paddling back and then you've got to crane your neck around to see the sets coming on. I used to call it Haleiwa neck. And you get snapper neck.
Fighting against that rip the whole time. That's right. So Bronte did better her situation last score, a 5.9 for Macaulay. That has upped the ante for Luana Silva. Silva now needing a 6.45. Luana with priority, under 5 minutes on the clock, and now needs a much more meaningful number in that 6.45. And there she is, still a teenager, a prodigious talent, representing Brazil, but calls Sunset Beach on the North Shore of Oahu home.
And now it's a situation, we've seen it many times, where you get a little bit of trouble here with not priority, but just, you know, you need that backup wave. Do you hold your nerve or do you go a wave? Like, she actually needs a 6.5 point ride, so it's not an insignificant score, but it's also not an excellent score required. You can see a bit of movement now. Luana's sort of just paddling down the line to make sure she's got a choice of both the ones that come from deep and then the cut-off ones, the ones that Bronte has picked up that has got her into first place.
Yeah, I mean, Bronte's scores have been really under priority and those wider ones. And for the number right now, Bugs, Luana's certainly going to need a set wave.
Yeah, she's going to need a set wave. Like, we've seen some heats earlier where they've kind of pulled the trigger on a wave that just didn't do it, and then they're in all sorts of problems because they've lost priority. But obviously, it is exasperated in a four-person heat. But even in head-to-head competition, because then the surfer with priority who has the lead can really set themselves on the chess piece, on the chess table, and position themselves to, you know, you are allowed that one block.
Yeah. You are. And now the pressure is mounting for Luana Silva with every tick of a second on the clock. And you can see João Chianca, Chumbinho, her boyfriend, and support squad, he's feeling the pressure.
Well, yeah, because, I mean, she's, you know, Luana came out of the blocks with a 7.33 early in the heat, and was looking in incredible, like, championship form, and now she finds herself kind of behind the 8 ball in a big way. There were 2 minutes 20 seconds remaining. She needs a quality set wave to garner 6.5 to 7 points.
Yeah. And, you know, for your ranking, it's all about the points. You get an equal fifth. That means you lose in this quarterfinal. That's 4,745 points. You get out of this heat, you get into the semifinals, you're into the 6,000 plus range minimum that you're going to get for your ranking. So this is a huge difference.
Yeah, when I talk about it's the final base camp, because it's a steep ascent after this up to the major points. This could be a keeper if you combine it with a first, second or third at a future event. But you know, better to get what they say, a bird in the hand.
Bird in the hand. I mean, the string of semifinals would probably likely on the women's side get you into that top 5 at the end of the year.
And they both so badly would love to surf here in a CT, because both Bronte and Luana, wow, they can surf snapper very well.
Okay, here we go. Set wave coming through here. Silva with priority. She's going to activate. And it's on for the Brazilian surfer. Beautiful opening snap. Hanging through, a nice carve there. Good size wave. It builds down the line. She has to skip this section. Lines up for a big snap. Needs a little more oomph in this one. Low road. Finish. And Mom, as well as her support squad of Shambino, thinks she's got the number.
Yeah.
How do you feel about that, Bugs?
Well, I feel she surfed it like a good point break surfer. You know, she got those first 2 beautiful turns in, then really thought down the line, and let's see what she does here. This first turn's brilliant, slams it back. I like this second turn is money turn, really wraps it back nicely. Now, thinking down the line, this wave is just reeling off. Now she goes to work on it. It's going to be tight, Typo. Not a super dynamic finish, but 2 sections she was able to get quality moves in.
Yeah.
And it's tight. Oh, wow. It's going to be, well, her camp thinks she's done the job, but, you know, what's critical is where do those 5 judges go with this?
Yeah, I mean, you call it, so this is after the horn for Bronte. So that's just a ride in. Still waiting for a score of Luana Silva. 6.45 is what she needs. You said great point break surfing. She got on the gas when she needed to. She got a couple of turns out the back, had to race through that fast section, got a couple turns in the end. 6.45 is what she needs. It's going to come right down to it. A 6.5, barely enough, and she gets it.
Wow, it was right on that, oh gosh, it was on the cusp line. Let's look at it, let's analyse the judges. 3 judges say she's got it absolutely on the button. One for, one against. That's pretty clean. Oh gosh.
Nerves of steel for Luana Silva. We'll see her in semi-final number 2. Bronte McCauley will exit the Gold Coast with an equal 5th finish to start her Challenger Series campaign.
Wow, what a turnaround. That, you know, it's to hold your nerve, to sit that long,
yeah,
and to be able to surf with that fluidity without any nerves coming into the play. One nervous little twitch there. She was not getting the 6.5.
Yep. Nerves of steel. Luana Silva on to semifinals. Who's going to meet Luana in semifinal number 2? We're going to find out when we return with quarterfinal 4 here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM.
The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM, is brought to you by Cooper's Brewery, the official beer of WSL Australia. by BioGlan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By Ultimate Ears, official portable speaker of WSL Australia. And by S&S Group, official partner of the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM.
Quarterfinal number 4 out in the water here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. Alyssa Spencer, the American, up against an Australian legend in the way of Sally Fitzgibbons. Winner goes on to semifinal number 2, Kaipagura, along with Rab Bartholomew calling this heat. And this is a goofy foot youngster coming up against a veteran in the way of Sally Fitzgibbons. Replay, this is the start for Alyssa Spencer, Bugs.
Yeah, good looking wave by Alyssa, the goofy footer. And she gets the better of Sally on the inside positioning, but she gets out of that one. She elects not to finish it off. Sally has been exemplary in her wave selection so far in this tournament. And down the line, bit of a milky, sandy start, but she still carves into it. Incredible body talk there, Kaipo.
Sally Fitz screaming down the line.
A little bit of a grower, this one, wasn't it? It started out pretty ordinary, but a bit of a nervous finish.
So 4.67 for the first wave for Alyssa Spencer, a 5.33 for Sally Fitzgibbons. So Sally taking the lead after that first exchange. Sally Fitzgibbons, of course, called her a legend because she is 33 years old, 14 years on the championship tour, was relegated to the Challenger Series last year. Sal fought back, finishing the year number 2 on the Challenger Series, getting back onto the championship tour. She's going to have to do just that again this year on the Challenger Series. 3-time runner-up for a world title, 2010, 11, and 12, Sally Fitzgibbons.
An illustrious career, an extraordinary run of top 3 finishes. You know, you've got to be thinking it's been an amazing era of women's surfing. I mean, Sally got number 2 to surfers like Stephanie Gilmore,
yeah,
Carissa Moore. I mean, really, it's been such a golden era of champion surfers. Yeah. And the depth of women's surfing is so brilliant.
Yep, and just a great character. Well, we said nerves of steel. Luana Silva winning that last heat. She's with Stace.
Luana Silva, how's the shoulder feeling?
Feeling good. It's in place. I put it back in place.
Getting a wave like that on the buzzer, getting the score, that must give you great feelings going into the rest of this day.
It feels so good to just have another opportunity come and be able to perform that way. I'm proud of myself for just holding myself, and yeah, I'm feeling good.
What do you make of the conditions out there? Probably the most unique swell lines we've had this event. It's pretty broken up this morning.
It is. It's a bit tricky. The rip is going opposite. It's going up the rocks now. But I think it's the waves a bit underneath. Wow, that's a good wave. I don't know, just adapting. No, I'm adapting to the conditions and what we have in store today. I think later on will be a bit better for us.
And the breakdown with coach again? Positive, negative? What's the go?
Coach was positive and then always points to work on. So yeah, I'll take that into the next heat. And yeah.
We look forward to watching that unfold. Let's get ready for a big finals day. Congratulations, Luana.
On to the semifinals for Luana Silva. During that interview, we saw Alyssa Spencer get a wave. And we talked about the tricky conditions. That wave kind of split up on Alyssa. Here's the replay, Bugs.
Yeah, this is such a wave of potential. Alyssa gets a great move. You see that ridge right there? She had to pump over that a lot earlier. She had to pump down and get onto that next section. And it looked like it barreled.
Yeah, had to connect the dots there. Getting word from Alyssa's shaper, Britt Merrick, and about the equipment that Alyssa's on. She's on a 2-point Pro, a new model from Channel Islands. It's a squash tail, 5'3.5". It's a small board, 18.25 and only 2.25. So this is some really small foiled out board, but you know, Alyssa's not a giant person. There's the backup board for Alyssa Spencer right there.
And Kaipo, just that situation there, one thing with the backhand, if you get a wave that really slows down enough for you to just go, bottom to top with a whole bunch of incredible wrapping turns, vertical snaps, driving down the face, fine. You get a wave like that that is broken up, there's a ridge where you've got to be really thinking down the line early, more difficult on your backhand. You've really got to get up, have a good look along the line, sacrifice a turn.
Yeah. It's easier to push on your toes than it is your heels when you're trying to go straight down the line. It's just body mechanics, right? It's just the way we're built as human beings.
And having to look around the corner.
Yeah. Yeah, looking over your shoulder and making those decisions. So 2.83 is the backup for Alyssa. She does go into the lead with that last effort. Priority to Sally Fitzgibbons. Ball's in Sally's court at the moment. She just needs a 2.17 to retake that lead. Alyssa down the line a little bit further, and you were calling them the cutoff waves?
Yeah. Yeah, where it's like virtually showing nothing behind the rock, showing nothing next to the rock, and it just sort of, it just lumps up, then comes in, hits the bank, and then it just reels off from that mid to wider point. And they are cutoff waves that can have a full body as they go through the Marley rocks. They can be really good, very high scoring rides, and they can barrel from the takeoff because it's really pitching right there. It's a wedge.
There's the rocks over there.
Yeah, all that new sand that came a couple of days ago with that south swirl just filled in.
Why Molly?
Oh, hang on. There's so many.
There's all kinds of stories on how I got to be Molly.
Me and the great late great Wayne Dean used to have so many conversations about the little Marley and Marley rocks, and even the spelling of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just local mythology, I'd have to say.
Okay. Yeah, it's great. I mean, some people say Molly and some people say Marley, yeah.
And then
always
you've got
interesting.
In Hawaii, you've got Miley.
Yeah, Miley, yeah. Which goes the other way. That's a left.
I ran a WSL World Base, World Junior, World Pro Junior at Miley.
Sonny Garcia's home break.
Sonny's home break. Andy Irons won that one.
Nice.
I think over Joel Parkinson in the final. Sonny was there, showing everyone how it worked.
Yeah.
And it was so cool.
Yeah, Sonny Garcia used to live straight across the street over there. And he'd have to, as a kid, hitchhike and get rides up the coast to Makaha.
Wow.
Where he would then go out there and dominate.
Jeez.
Yeah, what a great talent. All right, well, 19 minutes, 35 seconds in this heat. It's been a little bit quiet, and Sally Fitz has just been hanging on, holding that priority. No doubt Sal saw last heat Luana Silva doing the same, getting that early lead, and then, being very selective. It's quality, not quantity in this game plan today, I feel, with with a variety of different wave qualities coming through.
Yeah, that's right. So far, Sally, her wave choice has been impeccable to this point. You can see she gets so into the warm-up. She juggles three. She's such a good juggler.
It's crazy.
And her warm-up, it really serves her well. She goes out there, she's so ready to surf. And in this, she's found a real comfort zone here, in that she has struggled in the CT the last few years. She comes back to this level and kind of dominates.
Yeah, round of 16, Sally dropped a 9.33. Of course, this is the first stop of the Challenger Series. So this is the beginning of the road to qualification for the Championship Tour. 6 stops as a whole. From here, we go on to Sydney for the Sydney Surf Pro at Narrabeen. Then South Africa, Bolido Pro, presented by O'Neill. That's going to happen in July. Then to the big crowds, Southside Huntington Pier for the U.S. Open to surfing. Then to the beautiful surf country of Portugal, Ericeira, and the right point there. And then final qualification all happens on the beach at Itaúna in Saquarema, right outside Rio proper at the Corona Saquarema Pro. Season ends October 20th, so it's a long road.
It's a good schedule.
taking a look at exactly how our series works. Top 10 men, top 5 women qualify for the championship tour. Your best 4 results count towards those rankings. Every event, the draw, you start out with 80 men, 48 women. Every round is a loser's round. There's no non-losers round. We start cutting people from the very get-go. And a CT entrance, they always have wild cards, but if they choose not to enter, CT surfers, those spots become wild cards, and that's where we see some local flavor and some up-and-comers in each of these events.
Yeah, which is really great. But here's a big point. 4 out of 6 count, right?
Yep.
That means, particularly for the women's, it really is top 3 results.
Yeah.
When, you know, because you're allowed to drop 2 results, so you're upping the ante all the way. Quality points.
Swinging through that first turn, Sally Fitzgibbons looking loose here. And just beautiful technique. Great timing. And Sal's going to take the lead in this heat with this effort and a nice finish.
Yeah, another strong ride by Sally Fitzgibbon. The wave itself wasn't a totally brilliant wave, but she surfed it. She made every point count. As we see this wave here, just got a nice flow to it. It's a mid-sized wave. Just wraps it back kind of gently, and now she goes into a more stinging turn there. And this wave, as it tapers off, certainly still allows her to do fully frank turns. And that's the beauty about snapper. Like, even a 2-foot section, you can really open up on it.
Yeah, so wait for that score. Now we turn our attention. Alyssa Spencer, just an up and out, good sized wave, but not a lot of wall. So Spencer's going to dash back out and try to reassume priority.
Yeah, well, I mean, Alyssa's first 2 waves were well overhead.
Yeah.
They were quite big waves, and they just didn't quite work out. And Sally, you can see Sally zooming back around.
Yeah.
So she's going to get in kind of pole position way behind the rock. She won't have priority, but coming from back there, there can be some good opportunities.
Zooming by the Bonsoy buoy, Sally Fitzgibbons, and in the Bonsoy athlete zone, we have Stace. Stace, what's going on?
Matt Myers is going to call this wave.
All right, Alyssa Spencer in the pocket. That's a nice first turn. We like that. We want this thing to grow here. Cutting it back, but we need a big inside section here. Started well. She's going to get a lot of speed through this midpoint.
Been a tricky day to pick waves. She's picked a good one here, Matt.
I like it. Release the fins there. This is a key section. Crank it. We don't know what she needs, but oh, she went down. Unfortunate.
You paddling or jet ski from there?
Jet ski. Anytime you hit Rainbow Bay, we're hitting the jet ski.
Why?
Just save your arms. We're not seeing that many wide gems today, so there's few and far between. It's possible, but save the arms right here. Get back out there.
It's good to see some opportunity for Alyssa. She really hasn't ridden a lot of waves this event.
No, she's actually only ridden 5 waves and 2 heats coming into today. I don't know what's been up with our crew here this event, but it's been a bit of lackluster waves. Just been on the off heats a bit. So as long as she gets 2 good ones, that's all that matters.
It's good to see the team down here supporting. You've got an amazing group of surfers, and if I don't speak to you again, best luck for the rest of the year, mate.
Thank you, Stace.
Thanks, guys.
Alyssa Spencer's coach, Matt Myers, with Matt Myers mentoring. Here's the replay of that wave, Bugs.
Yeah, well, Matt called it well there. That first turn, really strong. Second turn sort of sets it up. Wave goes a little bit fat off the shoulder here, and she gets over this little lumpy section, drops down, and now she looks like she should go to town here. First turn sets up beautifully, but something goes wrong here big time.
Yeah, that was tough. Last wave for Sally Fitzgibbons is a 5.4, so Alyssa would need a 6-point ride to retake the lead. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. We'll be back with the conclusion of this heat number 4. Alyssa Spencer, Sally Fitzgibbons. We'll see who goes to the semis.
The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM, is brought to you by Oakberry. Fuel yourself with the official acai of WSL Australia. By WeatherGuard, official portable storage of WSL Australia. By Bond University, not for profit and not to conform. Bond University exists for you. And by Bailey Ladders, official ladder partner of WSL Australia.
Wonderful supporters here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. Women's quarterfinal out in the water. Sally Fitzgibbons currently on top of Alyssa Spencer. Spencer needs a 5.63. Sally Fitzgibbons with the lead and heat control. She's got the lead as well as priority. Kuiper Girl along with 78 world champ Rabbit Bartholomew on the call. Here goes Sally using that priority. Let's see what she has now. Slashing that Glenn Pang in little priority error. She's going to hand it over to Alyssa Spencer, Bugs.
Yeah, and this is a different complexion to this heat. In the last heat, Luana Silva started with that 7.33, then Bronte started getting 7s. This heat is mid-range at best, a 5.4, the high mark. It means Alyssa Spencer well and truly in the frame still, and now she's got priority requiring a 5.63.
Yeah, so Sally did have a lapse of judgment right there, using her priority on a wave that she immediately cut out of just for a 2-point ride. Not going to help her effort, so that's a priority error, but it is an opportunity for Alyssa Spencer now, because Alyssa has plenty of time on the clock, a little bit over a mid-range score. 5.63 is her need, and so things are looking better for Alyssa Spencer than they were just 30 seconds ago.
Yeah.
That's how things can change so quickly.
Well, we saw in that last heat, Luana Silva sat for 20 minutes. Bronte McCauley went to work, got herself a pretty handy lead, and in the closing minute of the heat, Luana got exactly the score required. You know, she won by 0.05 of a point.
Yeah, that's how we do it. I mean, we use decimals these days in surfing, you know? Far are we from the paper and pencil days and just a half a point type of 4 waves counted. Every pencil had an eraser, so you never knew what was going on, Bugs.
Oh,
we got
wow.
Computers right now where when those scores are locked in, those scores are locked in.
Oh, look, it was pretty primitive times, and scores were erased every now and again. And
yeah. you could see the eraser marks back in.
You know, entire sheets of judging is like, no, the files have disappeared.
We don't know where those pieces of paper went. Oh, good stuff. And great calling heats with a legend of surfing, Rabbit Bartholomew. Still out and about, Rabbit, bouncing around everywhere. It's been decades. What are you, 5 decades as a pro surfer now?
Well, I wouldn't call myself a pro surfer now, but I have been
5 decades being around professional surfing. I'll put it that way.
Yeah. Well, I've been, you know, I won my first trophy in 1968, so it does go back a little way.
Good stuff here. Well, under 8 minutes, and still, it's going to be the patient game, the waiting game. Is the lulls have anything to do with the tide continuing to go out right now, Rabbit?
Well, sure.
Or is it just the nature of the swell?
Well, sure. I mean, and I think as Isabella pointed out, that reverse rip starting to come into play. And now a couple of things. It is anticipating the wind might waft around to the east again around lunchtime, but sometimes that cloud coverage can just keep the conditions nice and pristine, you know, a little longer than anticipated.
Right.
But the tide is going out. It's really drawing out quickly now. It's still going to be wave choice.
Sally on the inside one here, under priority. Just staying busy.
Yeah, a bit of a speculator there, where that wave might have had the potential to be a grower. You can take off on waves that are 2 feet, and down the line they're 3 to 4 feet. It's another feature of snapper.
Yeah, it is. It is a wonderful feature here, because I feel in competition, it's a strategy, but in free surfs also, you can get some gems that don't look like they're much, kind of get them from under the pack, and then all of a sudden you go down the line and they go twice as big.
And what happens there, even on a crowded day, Clover, you can jump off the rock or come through the keyhole and just nab one of those little rowers that have just come inside the bank, and bang, you're on it, and down the line, you're on a 4-foot wave going past little Marley going, yahoo!
That's my strategy,
That's
Rabbit.
It. That's it.
Being the inside feeder right there all the time.
Mate, you've got to get one paddling out, or else you're
never going to get one.
You're done.
It is the shock and awe strategy for some of us here at Snapper in the Super Bank.
Not just some of us, all of us. It is the most crowded spot in the world.
It surely is.
Well, it is. It's official.
It is official, yeah.
There's a lot of things we don't want to be number one for, but that's one. And the other one we don't want to be number one for in Queensland is skin cancer.
Oh, yeah.
And we are number one.
Yeah.
It's true. I mean, our sun is brutal. And, you know, stay smart in the sun and get those rashes on. We didn't have the rashes back in the day.
Yeah.
You put a little dab of zinc cream on and off you go for the whole day.
Sun protection. Here we got Chumbinho, Joao Chianca preparing for men's quarterfinal heat number 1. He will be facing off against Josh Burke from Barbados. Here we go. Alyssa, this is an important wave for Spencer. Good size wave here. Hooks it off the top. Nice start. Fades that bottom turn. One more hook off the top. Wave a little bit disjointed here, but stands up on the inside. Gives her a chance for a slash. Needs to ride out of that. Oh my goodness. Very shallow water. A lot of reverb. Not able to complete that ride. 5.63. Were the two turns enough for that score, Bugs? Oh, right behind her.
Don't know about that.
Sally Fitzgibbons. Sal getting loose there. A little foam ball ride and cavitation happening at the end of that ride.
Yeah, we could really break down that Alyssa Spencer ride, though. Wow. Talk about, I'd have to say, missed opportunity there. Instead of thinking down the line, sacrificing it for the big move, then not pulling it off.
Right. Yeah, you talked about the point surfers and having your head on the swivel and planning ahead.
And when we see the replay of that, we'll point out a couple of things, because she hasn't quite put together a wave yet, and yet she's still close. Now, this wave here, look at the wave. Just such a classy looking wave, sets it up beautifully. Look how careful she is to make sure off the bottom that she hits her marks well. She should be now thinking down the line, right now, go.
Right. It was that extra little cutback right there that she did to fade. She just faded kind of at the wrong time.
This is the best looking wave of the heat so far. This should have really been perhaps an excellent ride. Like, that is a classy off the top there. She's looking down the line. See how she's really making sure that everything's safe and solid and taking that time off the bottle, looks up, does everything right here. Turns the shoulders nice and early, cuts back and down the face of the wave, and from here on in, that's where she should have gone down the line. Sally gets a nice quick one here. The second turn, she loses a little bit of control here. Now she completely loses it on this one. I don't know where that's going to go either.
Yeah, so Alyssa's wave did not fulfill the requirement. She needs a 5.63 still. There's the coach, Matt Myers.
Oh, that's a coach killer.
Yeah.
It really is. I mean, Matt would have been at last. She's got a bomb down the line. Not a drop of water out of place. You'd have to say a missed opportunity.
Yep. Here she goes, quick to react under priority, and nothing happening there. And we're nearing the GWM 2-minute warning with Sally Fitzgibbons with heat control, the lead as well as priority.
And so you see Alyssa go wide of Sally. Sally sort of just hovering there and just sort of sticking with her there. With 2 minutes to go, I'd go this. Ooh, you'd have to think about going that one with 1:58 on the clock.
Yeah.
Because now, second priority, you need a two-wave set. It's a big ask. She has had some good-looking waves in this heat, Alyssa. She may rue a couple of judgments. Yeah, that last wave, I can't fathom how it didn't turn into at least a 7-point ride.
Yeah, it was just that one section and that one decision, that split-second decision, to kind of do a little bit of a cutback rather than highlining it down the line to beat that section. And once you're caught behind here, it seems so, especially on your back end, seems so difficult to find open water again.
It's really difficult because, you know, the wave going ahead of you is actually just about penetrating to the sand. It's that shallow. Those situations, you're not trying to get around a foam ball in deep water here. It's nearly impossible.
Okay, look at this line coming through. Maybe opportunity here. Decision time for Sal. She's going to let Alyssa go.
Ooh.
Here we go. Could be a grower. Big snap there for Alyssa Spencer. On her heels just a little bit. A little disjointed there. Got to regain composure. Quick snap there. One more. Coming through here, getting some rhythm on this inside section. Surfing her heart out all the way through here. This is going to be her last go. 5.63 is what she needs. Sal gets one behind Fitzgibbons. Couple of quick snaps. Has to race this one. Sally needs to better 5.33 to up the ante for Alyssa Spencer. And this one will be decided upon the sand.
A great finish, a grand finish. And Alyssa Spencer thought was completely gone, and then Sally let her have that wave, and was that a massive mistake? And then Sally gets another wave, as you said, trying to up the ante. Definitely Alyssa Spencer's best wave in my books.
Take a look at this one.
Yeah, and she is thinking her past mistake. That's a great snap there. Down the line she goes. Ooh, she just got around that section, Kaipo. And now open face. Great manoeuvre there. Really making the most of this wave. Yeah, she goes to work on it. It's going to be tight. I do believe it's her best wave.
Yeah. I mean, I'm calling the heat, and maybe emotions come into it, but it felt like she fulfilled the need. The question is, did Sally improve here?
That's right. It's a kind of similar ride to some of her other ones. It's a bit of a carbon copy where she surfs it well. It's a small wave, but great down the line surfing. I think she's improved on her backup score. Just a great finish. It was super exciting finish to that one.
Well, decided on the sand here. We're waiting for two important scores. One for Alyssa Spencer on camera right there, and one for Sally Fitzgibbons right there. Came down to the final exchange. One more spot left in the semifinals. Who will it be? And we wait for the judges' decisions at this moment.
Wow, it's going to be, they are really deliberating here. And Sally still waiting for scores. A great effort all round. Both competitors having a last shot at advancing to the semi-finals. Critical analysis going down on the judging panel. Comparisons of those rides, comparisons to the 5-4 early one of Sally Fitzgibbons.
Yeah, Judges Tower has replays, so obviously they will be utilizing those replays to truly analyze these two important waves.
It's really the Alyssa Spencer wave, I feel. That's the one that they will be having a very close look at. And Sally is always so accommodating.
Consummate professional, Sally Fitzgibbons.
Around the world, such a popular surfer.
Take another look at this one.
Yeah, and the judges, they would have looked at this several times. Right down the line surfing. She just barely got around that section. Now this sets up well for Alyssa. Snaps it there. And she just continues to just rack up decimal points each turn. Everything counts here. We're feeling it's her best ride. She only had a 5.1 as her best ride previous to this. Only need a 5.63, and then we'll see how this weighs up against Sally's ride. Nervous times, anticipation. Alyssa was on a couple of big bombs earlier on in this heat. Perhaps made a few options less than favourable.
Oh, it comes in under a 5.43 for Alyssa. Not enough. And it will be Sally Fitzgibbons moving on into the semifinals. So still waiting. We got to clear the board right now, so we still have the score coming in for Sally Fitzgibbons. Although the judgment has already been rendered, Sally's going to move out of this heat, winning into the semifinals. So the formality has been fulfilled and the numbers are in. And let's review those numbers. Sally Fitzgibbons at 10.73 up against Alyssa Spencer, a 10.53. Sally onto the semifinals. Speaking of our semifinals, let's take a look at our Bailey Ladders bracket here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM, because the women's semifinals, they're all set. We have them on lock right now, and just 4 surfers remain in the hunt for a title here.
Well, in the early ones, Isabella Nichols certainly showed that she was capable of scoring big points, and Isabella will be up against Erin Brooks. That's 2 best friends. Luana Silver and Sally Fitzgibbons. That's a bit of a heavyweight showdown.
That's great, yeah. I look forward to it. It's gonna all go down today. Our women's semifinals, they are all set. Let's get ready to set our men's semifinals. It starts with the men's quarters, men's quarterfinals right after this break.
All roads lead to the surf. Before surfboard riding became a super popular thing, all families came to all the different beaches, Rainbow Bay, Greenmount, Kirra, all the way up to Burleigh, Surfers Paradise. It's our #1 asset. There is an air of excitement and anticipation every year with the Gold Coast Pro. Seeing the best international surfers coming, taking on the locals, and it brings out the best in everyone surfing.
Welcome back to finals day here at the Gold Coast Pro. Bonsoy behind this one, presented by GWM. And we have amazing semi-finals established for the women, and now we've got to set some up for the men. Moving into the quarterfinals now, Ronnie Blakey with Felicity Parmentier. Flick, this is going to be a lot of fun. On the women's side, heavily dominated by surfers who've already been to the championship tour. On the men's side, we've got some young campaigners breaking through to get a shot at the title here.
Yeah, we definitely do. I mean, this Q1, I mean, how can you go past that? I mean, Josh Burke, he's been in absolute fine form all event, sort of looking like he can pick the eyes out of it, but he's coming up against Zhao, who, in my eyes, when I look at these quarters, I pick two people there. Well, three actually. Zhao, Sammy, and Michael Rodriguez, for me, have all looked like the most informed surfers, but they're all stacked. I mean, Q2, I look there, two sort of younger guys on the Challenger Series. Dakota, his first year, matching up against Mikey, so that's going to be another cracker as well. Yeah, they're shaping up to be really good. Oh my.
Whoa, and getting things started straight away here is Josh Burke from Barbados. He pumps the fist. That's the best barrel rod that we've seen all morning, but that was a very healthy looking Bailey Ladders bracket. We have great matchups to look forward to. You know, on the bottom side of the draw, that's where we've got the highest scoring surfers of the event so far. But on the top side, in these first two quarterfinal heats, we got 4 surfers that could catch fire here on finals day and just really steal the spotlight when it counts. But what a way to kick things off for Josh Burke here.
Wow, he's been doing that sort of all event, and he's been backing himself to sit out behind the rock, find those waves that have been barreling, and if you're going to take it to someone who was finished world #3 last year, I mean, that's the way to do it. Kind of put him on the back foot. Zhao's Zhao's been really good. He's been surfing his way into his heats. He's been finding his feet. He's been looking really good. But if you want to put a stamp on the heat, if you want to have some authority, I mean, he had the inside position for that one, obviously, at the start of the heat. So that's already a win. So we're going to see how Zhao adjusts here. And I'm interested to watch this replay and just see how deep he was on this first exchange.
Well, let's get a look at that first ride, because it was an absolute beauty. And you can see these two competitors have really put themselves deep here. And look at the thing. It just is so wide, so girthy. And Josh Burke positioned himself beautifully there.
Oh, my goodness. And then gets the finish, too, on a hard section. That thing had a lot of warp, lot of wriggles through it. So let's break it down. Drops in, big cabin, and he locks himself in. Can see him just getting, you know what Rich talks about, it just projects you forward, and you can really see that happening here. He just absolutely shoots through this thing. Freight train down the line. You can see all that water exploding out the back. There was just so much water displaced from that thing. Look how thick that lip was.
It doesn't have a back on it.
No.
It is just an absolute ledge. And that is just a snap of rocks behind the rock classic.
Whoa.
And Josh Burke is absolutely loving life. And we heard Zhao Chianca almost cocky yesterday. He said his competitor was lucky that they weren't out there during the low tide session, because he would have definitely capitalised. But Josh Burke has served up what's going to be a monster score in the opening stages here against last year's world #4 on the championship tour. So yeah, Chianca's going to have to really fight back here. Great start for this young campaigner who's already on his way to his best ever finish in a Challenger Series event. 22.5 minutes to go. Chianca with priority. And looks like conditions are really starting to clean up. Sally Fitzgibbons, though, stays surviving a very close heat there in the final stages.
Indeed, she did, Ron. Sal, we'll get to that heat in a minute, but I want your reaction to Josh Burke's wave. You got an incredible tube yesterday. We're seeing it clean up now. What do you make of today?
Oh, that was a dreamy shaped one. Yeah, it's pretty elusive today. There's a lot of movement behind the rock and weighing up where you are in your heat and what options are available. And in that one, going up against Spence, I knew she's so strong on the backside, so she's looking for those nice paced ones. Trying to take those opportunities off her was tricky because we both, had a few missteps in that one. So, the grinding ones is where you got to just, dig deep, trust, just keep fighting, and pretty happy to come away with that one.
Well, the age-old sitting, you sit where your competitor surfs and you take their waves off them is one of the oldest tricks in the book. How do you balance that up, though, when there are clearly opportunities at other parts in the bank, not only here, but other locations around the world? What's that balance like?
Oh, for sure, you're just aware of everything and just hold all the tools lightly and just work the problem, really. That's why we play the game. You're looking at the chessboard and you're just like, okay, if I move there, they might move there. And that's why it's so interesting. It surprises you every time and you're trying to back yourself. And but sometimes it is, go into the casino, you don't know what's going to happen. And you just got to do your best with what you got.
And how was the pulse letting Alyssa go that wave at the end there?
Yeah, it's still pretty high. Had so many heats out here, and I sort of backed my knowledge on what I got on the first two rides and the surfing I got done, and that one did clean up and run a little, but it was on the smaller side of the scale, and it did feel like there was a bigger set coming, so I just used what I had in front of me, and that was my best decision I could make, and I just backed myself, and this time it paid off, but you never know, and that's why in either position you just got to keep fighting.
Absolutely. A shout out home and to the fans here.
Big shout out. Actually, it's Coops' Jodie Cooper, legend of the sport. I think it's her birthday today, maybe 60th. But she's forever young, the Grom at heart. And big love to Jodes, and thanks for doing what you do. Big love back home. Thanks, guys. Choo.
On your Sal, on your Groms. Thanks, Ron.
Thank you, Stace. Sally Fitzgibbons bouncing back the way only Sally knows how. She's into the semi-finals here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM, and like Sal, and I'm sure like you, Jodie Cooper, an icon from the West,
yes,
and an absolute machine in waves of consequence. She worked on the event here as a championship tour event, doing the commentary for a number of years too. Happy birthday, Jodie. Have a fantastic day and enjoy the finals here. Enjoy the scores from Josh Burke. 9 points to kick things off against Zhao Chianca. And he's keeping busy now under that priority. Beautiful first turn.
Wow.
Oh, the Barbadian is on his way to another good score here. Did very well to break through those North American regional ranks and earn him place on the Challenger Series this season.
Wow. Oh.
Been at it the last few years and hasn't got himself up to that pointy end of the Challenger Series ranks. The 27-year-old, but going to start off the year in a fantastic position to chase down his best ever finish on the CS. Could even be in the semi-finals with the way he's surfing at the moment. He's going to back up that 9 with a stronger score now. Chianca's going to be up against it.
Oh, my goodness. I mean, this is a great way to start the heat. And, dropping that 9, let's have a look. Zhao just a little bit too deep on that one. Josh down the line, takes off, says, thank you, I'll go. And you can just see he's clicked into another gear. You can see he looks even more sure-footed than when on his first wave. This happens all the time. Surfers drop a 9. We saw it happen with Sally, actually, in her heat yesterday. Macy as well. But you drop that really good score, and obviously the confidence is just going to go through the roof. He fell here on that last turn, but it's still going to be a great, healthy backup. I mean, these first couple of carving manoeuvres that he did were really well timed. The technique was great. He was really pushing it. You couldn't have gone any higher on the wave face there. Positioning, really great. That bit there, just not as steep, but this is going to be a great backup, and he's going to be having Zhao in a combination situation.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're going to take it to a CT surfer, this is how you do it.
Really nice, smooth style and approach. But Zhao Chianca, he's one of the most energetic competitors I think I've ever seen in a jersey. He just has a whole different level of energy he brings. Hasn't really connected with too many quality waves on his road through to this point in the final. But when he does, look out. He is capable of really unloading. He just gets stitched up by that whitewater there. The fin started to drift and he couldn't get control back. But there was a obviously a bit more fast twitch kind of action in the way Joe attacks those pockets. So don't write him off just yet. 6.83 for Josh Burke, and Gianca's after a two-wave total of 15.83. And the bummer for him, that wave, if he kept at it down the line, he probably would have broken that combination.
Yeah, it definitely looked like that wave did have potential, but I mean, you can just see he definitely has a bit more pizzazz in the pocket, but I also feel like he's just pushing hard. Like, we'll break this down now, but I mean, you can see it. Oh, that was just so aggressive. Once again, maybe a little bit too high for that section there. He got caught, obviously, but that first turn, I mean, he's pushing hard.
Yeah.
He's pushing really hard. He's not leaving, you know, anything to chance. And you can see that. You can see the assertiveness there, but he just gets a little bit caught. He got caught at the top and then came down. He was obviously on that toe side rail, got a little bit caught. But, I mean, one thing's for sure, you know that he isn't going to be holding back when he attacks a wave.
He never does. It's just not in his makeup. He's always in attack mode. Just over 16 minutes to go here. Gianca is making a return to competition.
Oh, wow.
Bad wipeout at the start of the year over in Hawaii on the North Shore. It's taken him a while to get back to his best. On the outside here at the moment, Josh Burke locks in again, super deep. Oh, I think he's been eaten alive by this thing.
That one looked like it had the potential that it was staying open. He was just that bit deep, had that gnarly takeoff. Oh, as that tide gets lower, we're just seeing more and more barrels. It's crazy.
Oh, there's so much potential for a perfect score out there at the moment.
Oh, isn't there ever?
Josh well positioned there. You want to, obviously you want to come out, but you want to almost give the judges and the spectators the feeling that you're locked in and there's no way you're coming through. When you make these ones, that's when you get the 10.
Oh, 100%. If you're making that thing, he was right on the foam ball then. You could see that. He got gobbled up. But, I mean, every now and then miracles happen and you shoot forward and you do make it out of those ones. You can see him just asking for scores and you wonder, is that because he knows he's got that big heat total? The beach announcer obviously brings out those scores. Jow, you need a combination. Is he trying to get in Jow's head? You know, people do it. People do it. I've seen it happen time and time again. Let's just reinforce the fact that I've got a 9-point grind and I've backed it up with a 6.83.
And you are in combination.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I think he was just wondering what Jow put together on that last ride that he fell on. 14 and a half minutes to go. And you are watching the quarterfinals here of the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break, but more action like this coming your way in just a moment.
I'm at the Bailey ladder leaderboard. You don't always need your ladder with you when you're on the ground floor here for the final, but it's easy for me to bring my lightweight P150 fiberglass ladder anywhere I go. But I'm on the ground floor. What are we looking at? The women's final with the potential of an all-Australian final. For that to happen, Isabella Nichols is going to have to beat Erin Brooks in semifinal number 1, and Sally Fitzgibbons will need to overcome Luana Silva in semifinal number 2, which would set up an all-Australian final right here on the ground floor. Again, thank you for keeping us elevated. Thank you for always being my best accessory, Australia's #1 ladder, Bailey Ladders.
Thank you, Kaipo. They're really exciting semis to look forward to for the women. Zhao trying to break combination here. Just amazing work in the pocket of this one already. And a third hit. Really powerful stuff. He's found a wave with a lot of opportunity. Nice steep wall. Has the speed to stay ahead of this one and pushes hard to get a solid finish there on the inside. Can't stick the rotation, but did some real damage there. He's going to break combination here and give himself a good shot against Josh Burke, the surfer from Barbados, who started this heat in stunning form, getting one of the barrels of the event and probably the sweetest looking barrel behind the rock there.
Wow, yeah, the one he didn't make, that 1.5, wow, I mean, if he would have come out of that had 10 potential written all over it. But back to Zhao's wave, I mean, wave height, small. Surfing on the wave, technically amazing. Like, you can't fault this. Look how beautiful. It's just so well surfed, and I feel like you can't factor in wave height here because you've just got to look at how well he's placing his turns. He's surfing with aggression. He's not leaving anything on the table. I mean, he didn't make that last air attempt, but I mean, that was really, really impressive. And obviously he needs to put a number on the board. Hopefully going to break that combo in the moment, which is big, 15.83. Josh has really got him on the ropes at the moment, but you got to be thinking Zhao's so hungry. He isn't going to want to go down without a fight.
For sure. Well, we have the local rugby league team, the Gold Coast Titans, playing this afternoon at 5:30 against the Storm, Melbourne. Zhao looks like a rugby league hooker out there at the moment, wearing that helmet, keeping himself safeguarded against injury. Mentioned that horrific wipeout at the start of the year. That sidelined him for the first half of the championship tour, where you've got news that he's going to receive a wild card into the 2025 CT, which is great news and very deserved. But he wants to get some reps in the jersey because he has a big year. He is Tahiti bound. He'll be representing Brazil at the Olympics at Teopu. And he's going to have a fantastic shot, one of the hardest charging surfers that's qualified for the Olympics this year. And Brazil got a very strong team too. Gabriel Medina winning the ISAs, getting a place himself. And Felipe Toledo as well, the two-time world champ. And here's Zhao just chipping away at one on the inside. Wow, really unloading some power out there at the moment.
Wow.
Flexing his variety big time. He's just hammering away at this wave, but it's connected nicely down the line. Amazing repertoire on display here. He's going to kick out there on the inside. I wonder if that one's even a possibility of going into his top two. I kind of preferred the space and room to move that he had on his previous ride, but he's still going to be chasing a big score.
I think he's still chasing. I think it might be similar to that 5.33. It's still a big ask right now. I mean, Josh has got an absolute stranglehold on this heat. That 9 is really just catapulting him out really far. And let's have a look here. Zhao just rolling the dice again. He's trying to surf his way back into this heat. And the surfing he's doing is great. I mean, so technical, so tight in the pocket. This one just smaller in size, but I mean, starts to grow down the line. It gets a little bit bigger. That wave height increases and he gets some damage done. Big layback hack there. Another little wrap in the pocket. And I mean, yeah, it was great surfing for this, for just the type of wave it was, you know, just so technical.
Just took everything out of it. I mean, just completely juiced that thing. Ate the pulp and the skin. But a 5.83 for Chianca, and it just gets him within reach with a single ride, but he needs a 10. So Zhao Chianca needs to get himself on some better waves here, because the benchmark was set early in this heat, and Josh Burke with one of the rides of the contest. I mean, it was an absolute blessing to find himself on one of the best waves of the event, but to surf it the way he did too.
Well, I feel like he's actually had 2 waves of the event. That last attempt, if he was just that little bit wider, I feel like that had 10 potential. I mean, good news, obviously Zhao needs to, I mean, smart decision right now for Zhao is to do this, to break it down in 2 waves. But, look, good news is there's 10s out there. And with that tide getting lower, there's barrel opportunities. I mean, I've seen Zhao pull into plenty of barrels in the free surfs.
Yeah, if Zhao gets an opportunity on the same kind of wave that Josh turned the 9 in on, he's not going to blow it. So he'll give himself a shot at that score. But 6.5 minutes to go, the likelihood of chipping away at this lead is kind of diminishing with 2 rides.
Yeah, we can kind of see with his positioning right now, even though he doesn't have priority, he is sitting a lot deeper. So I'm thinking, is he thinking he wants to do it in 1 wave maybe? I mean, 10's a big score, and I mean, 10s don't get thrown out that much as well. You have to really, really do something special. So, but it's just interesting with the positioning right now. I mean, where Zhao is compared to Josh. Obviously, Josh sitting down the line, and usually when you do have that priority, that P next to your name, you can kind of determine where the surfers sit. But Zhao thinking, oh no, I'm going to back myself and I'm going to sit deep here. He's obviously going to have to force Josh to pull the trigger to use his priority.
Most definitely. Well, that wave of Josh, that was one of the most beautiful looking waves that we've seen roll through the area. This is such a special zone. The waves are just one thing to visit when you're here on the Gold Coast. The hinterland, incredible. The World Surf League. We definitely want to acknowledge the Gudgeonburra and Minyangabul people of the Bundjalung Nation and pay our respects to elders past, present and emerging. And we extend that acknowledgement to all First Nations people watching on from Snapper Rocks and Rainbow Bay down here on the beach today, and those of you joining us on the broadcast. It's great to have your company. A big shout out again to the Jurakai Surf Culture Mob for again kicking off this event with a stunning opening ceremony, and also a couple of the Slab family members taking part in the trials. It's a seriously talented crew. But yeah, definitely love what they bring to this area, this incredible part of the coast. Real custodians of this zone. It's awesome. 4.5 minutes to go. Zhao Chianca up against it at the moment, and we've got a young campaigner here who's on his way to his best finish already. If he bowed out here, this would be the first time we've seen Josh in the quarters at the Challenger Series level.
Yeah, I mean, this is a great result already for him, but at the moment, it's looking like he's moving through. I mean, a 10 is such a tall ask for Zhao right now. They're out there, but he doesn't have priority.
We saw Josh in a CT event as a wildcard last year over in El Salvador, 2022, excuse me. He had a 17th place finish there, so, you know, has kind of been marked as a rising star. But the Challenger Series, you know, is really where you've got to make some inroads to step up to that next level. He's been around a while, 27 years of age.
Oh, honestly, to me right now, I mean, things are looking good for him. It looks like he's found his flow and he's found his place, and he looks super confident and comfortable right now. And Snapper is suiting his surfing. I mean, I'm sure he's probably always felt like, yeah, my surfing's there, you know, but something's obviously clicked here, and he's found a good relationship with Snapper. And what a great way to start off your Challenger Series campaign in Australia, because, you know, you get a couple of good results here and the pressure is a little bit alleviated for the rest of the year. You don't get a couple of good results here, the pressure is on.
A big turnaround for Josh too. I mean, he had the lowest heat score total of any competitor progressing out of that round of 16. He didn't even make 10 points. He made a lot of mistakes. He was lucky to be in this position. But then to come up against Zhao Chianca, who, you know, we just felt could go into the excellent score range pretty easily, having just sort of had a paced run through this draw. He's done really well.
Kind of the surfer that I saw throughout this event that Zhao was taking off on waves that were B grade, C grade waves and turning them into A grade scores. He can kind of just surf the wave up, and it's a really hard thing to do here. And, you know, I thought this was going to be a really, really hard matchup for Josh. So I'm super impressed with what I've already seen. I mean, coming out of the gates with that 9 and just backing yourself, and to have that, to be that assertive, to be on the inside of a CT surfer of that caliber, and be like, okay, no, I'm gonna sit here, I'm gonna back myself, and when that wave comes, I'm gonna pull in and I'm gonna get a massive tube, get spat out, and then back it up with a crazy turn. I mean, that's confidence.
Sure is. The GWM 2-minute warning is just ringing out in Zhao Chianca's ears now. He's got to get Josh Burke to take a wave, but here's the thing. Josh knows that Zhao needs a 10. So nothing else will do. So it's a really hard sell at the moment. It's not like Josh is worried about Zhao taking off on a wave that's only turns and turning in that number. He almost needs the barrel now, it feels like.
Well, I feel like it's easy for Josh now to know, because he can clearly identify what waves are going to barrel out here. I mean, the proof is in the pudding, you know? So he knows what waves they are. I mean, it's clear as day for me. If it looks like it's going to be a drainer, you go. If it's not, I mean,
well,
okay.
The other thing is that...
You go anyway. There's 55 seconds.
Well, the other thing that Josh can do is better his 6.83 if he sees a wave that he truly likes the look of, that even if he doesn't see 10 points in, he could have a go at it and then put it out of reach for Zhao anyway. So Zhao Chianca having a look at this one, and Josh is going to go. And he's just cruising at the moment, but he might throw something big at us down the line here. Nice top turn. Has the speed to get out in front of it, throws the reverse, drifts the fins. Not going to improve his situation. 20 seconds to go. Is there a big slabbing set out the back for Chianca to potentially chase down the perfect number to get himself into the semis here?
10 seconds. Not sure if there's anything coming, but yeah.
Nah, it's done.
Done. Josh. Major win here.
Yeah, huge upset as well. The world number 4 is going to fall out of the mix. And Josh Burke on his way to a stunning finish here at the first Challenger Series stop. It will be his best result, no matter what unfolds. But look at the number. The 9-point ride, incredible tube ride, a wave that in competition he'll never forget.
Wow. So incredible. I'm just so impressed that he had that self-belief to back himself that much at the beginning of the heat. Not an easy thing to do when you're matched up against the caliber of surfer that is Zhao, and be like, I'm going to do exactly this.
Have a look at this thing. There is more to come after the break. Dakota Walters will take on Mikey Madonna. Well, we know that sport can be such a powerful tool to help create change and do good for our planet. And WSL One Ocean is supporting local communities through an annual grant program that provides critical funds to NGOs around the world working to protect and conserve our one ocean. It also provides hands-on opportunities for surfers, CT surfers and surfers all around the world to learn about grantees through event activations and local impact projects. And you can do your bit and find out more by visiting wsl1ocean.org. Have a look at this start for Mikey Madonna. Locked in there, but it doesn't look like he's going to find his way through. He has his hands full. Coming up against Dakota Walters, surfing in his first Challenger Series event. Dakota already moving through to the quarters here. Great matchup between two buddies.
Wow.
Mikey throwing his hands up there.
He was almost on his way to a similar score. I mean, that one didn't look as thick and as big as what we saw from Josh in that last round, but I mean, it still would have been a great opener. Let's have a look what happened here. Pulls in. Just not as round, that one, not as big, not as thick, and just, yeah, it almost looked like it just caught him there. He was way behind the foam bowl, so...
Oh,
I mean,
missed up.
If he was a little bit wider, I feel like he could have been all right, but yeah, just that bit deep there. The boys obviously positioned super deep there at the beginning of the heat without priority.
Looked like the caught the nose of his board, the lip, as he drove into that first section. Great heat, this one, though. These first two quarterfinals heats, no previous head-to-head matchups on the Challenger Series. So fresh history being created here. Mikey Madonna, 22 years of age, a regional wildcard on the Challenger Series this year. He's from Lennox Head, Point Break bred, and as is Dakota Walters from Angari. Mikey taking insider now without priority, but just making his way down the line here. Had a couple of runs at the Challenger Series now, Mikey. And this is his first time into the quarterfinals, though, much like Josh Burke. He's had a few nights, finished 47th overall in 2022, climbed to 27th last year. But huge opportunities for both these guys. As we see Dakota Walters locked in on the outside, not too deep at the moment, but well behind the curtain now. As he finds his way through, goes to the rail, and this is where this guy is so lethal, so much variety on the forehand, and really starting to add some power to his surfing. And a clean finish here for the 23-year-old, who comes into this one as the second place getter on the Australasian ranks, regional ranks, Oceania, I should say. And yeah, he's had a magic run, had a big win in a QS 5000, and he's off to a flyer here.
Oh, that was just great start for Dakota, and really good read on that barrel. Obviously, it had those two sections right. When he first took off, I was like, oh, he could have been a bit deeper, but he knew what he was doing. He could see that big stretched out wall down the line and that the thing was going to throw again. And he just put his foot on the gas. And let's have a look here. He just, right here, you can see him. He's up. He just shifted his weight to the front of the board. Look, his back foot is completely off the tail there. Comes flying out of that section, lays into a huge hack, followed by jab up into the lip. Another little carving maneuver there, and finishes. Hard finish too, coming down with that explosion. But yeah, he had a good read on this. Great read, and just great foot positioning. You can see his hand actually touches the front of the board there just to shift that weight super far forward. You can see this second section even in front of the screen now, just about to throw. So he creates all that speed. Just flying down the line here. And it's just a sign of good thing. Oh, Mikey just getting a good cop of it.
Oh, getting a face full of it. As we see here, Dakota just out of the barrel there and quick to it. Nice variation. You know, a couple of good rips. And, you know, everyone talks about the edge that a local will have out here at Snapper Rocks behind the rock. But Dakota Walters grew up surfing Angari, and on the outside section, there is a little section of that wave called the ledge, and it's a really tricky little sucky takeoff. So Dakota's, you know, been brought up on a tricky ledging, cupped out little wall. He looks so comfortable then, falling out of the lip there under that curtain, that falling barrel. And he is going to drop an excellent score, much like Josh Burke in that previous heat, 8.6.
Wow, big score for Dakota, and great surfing, so well deserved. And right now, I'm just wondering what that's doing to Mikey Madonna's mindset, knowing that he had a full view of that tube ride and he just copped a face full. So, I mean...
Well, unlike the previous heat, Dakota, you know, made the most of that opportunities. But Mikey had one as well, whereas Zhao Chianca never really got that shot at a barreling wave. So, you know, that mistake might really hurt him. 22 and a half minutes to go. Let's hear from Josh Burke now. He's with Stace.
Thank you, Ron. Josh, walk us through the 9-point ride. That was an incredible wave.
Yeah, that was definitely the wave that I wanted the whole contest, so I'm glad it came to me, you know? But, was that it? Wow.
Watching it for the first time, how's this water angle?
Pretty amazing, you know? That's what you want in a contest for sure. But yeah, that felt good, and yeah, I'm hyped to make the semis, and yeah, now I'm focusing on the semis.
How good is it to be in the semi-finals after doing so much good surfing?
Yeah, it feels good for sure. Like, this is a dream event, you know? I've dreamed of this. I watched this contest on the CT my whole life as a kid and dreamed of this, you know? I was actually on the ski again, taking around looking at it. I was like, oh my God, I've literally like wanted this my whole life, you know? Firing snapper and getting barreled and doing airs. So that, yeah, hopefully the wind stays light all day and we get a really good day, you know? So.
You're stoked either way, clean, windy, you're good to go.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm gonna probably head back home and try and cool down a little bit, get rid of all the anxiety, and yeah, get ready for the semi-finals.
One last question before I let you go. We are whittling the draw down now. You are into the semi-finals. Do you hang around and watch a few heats and profile your competitors, or are you just staying in your own lane?
Nah, it doesn't really matter who's in my heat, to be honest. Like, I know what I can do, and once I put myself on the waves, I know I can get the scores to beat whoever's in my heat. So yeah, I'm not really looking at anyone, and I'm just probably gonna walk back home and chill on the couch. I watch the comp on the couch for an hour and then come back down, you know?
Did you want to sing out to some friends and family at home?
Yeah, thank you to all my friends and families and supporters at home and basketball community. And thank you to all my sponsors, for sure. Thank you to Brent Power and Cash. Cash is the real coach. And yeah, thanks to everyone that supports me.
Well done, Berkey. We're loving your surfing so far, mate.
Thank you, Stace. Yeah, he's on one for sure. Really has done some great surfing through the rounds. It hasn't just been those magic rides that have been highlights for him where the wave is the hero. He's really making it happen. Just over 20 minutes to go here at the moment. Dakota Walters backing up the 8.6 with a 4.17 on edge. Almost fell through that first carve. We'll see a replay of it in a moment.
Yeah, similar sort of story to the heat previous, you know. Here we go. Let's break down that 4.17. So, wow, hanging on by his toes, and then because of that second turn was just a little bit softer. Couldn't go too hard. Got another jab up in the lip, but just backing up the 8.6. Very similar story though to that last heat. You know, obviously Josh running away with it, putting Zhao in combo. Similar situation right now. Dakota's put Mikey in a combination situation, meaning Mikey needs the two waves. And you know, I like what you said before, Ron, where it's not like Mikey didn't have that opportunity. He did have that one opportunity at the start of the heat. He was a bit deep though. It was before priority had been established, so the boys were sitting pretty deep behind the rock. But
at this level though, you expect Mikey Madonna to make that wave.
It's true.
And I think 9 times out of 10 he does. Unfortunately for him, he slipped up in when it counts the most. But, it's a different kind of pressure these competitors are feeling. You know, so close to getting themselves into a final and challenging for, you know, potentially the lead on the Challenger Series. But these two are, like I said earlier, both Point Break bred and both grew up in lineups with so many great surfers around them. Mikey Madonna has James Woods, a former ISA World Champion, in his corner, coaching him through this one. And, well, Dakota Walters had so much support. His dad was a campaigner on the qualifying series for a number of years. But as a Grom, growing up in that lineup down there at Angari, you know, there was just so many elders that were encouraging him. Navrat Fox, the Ross brothers, Ben and Dan. But even before them, Batty Treloar, the late great Batty Treloar, who passed in 2019. Just an absolute icon of that era and that area. And just, probably most famous for his appearance in Morning of the Earth, to that simple bend soundtrack, shaping his own boards, and then surfing out at Angari and just taking the place apart. And he was a huge instrumental part in the development of all the talent in that area. He just mentored all the Groms in that area so beautifully, including Dakota. So it's fantastic to see Dakota here, and I'm sure if Batty was around, I know for sure he'd be standing on the beach with tears in his eyes right now, because this is Dakota's first real run at it, and he's had an amazing junior career, won the Aussie junior title, and then fell out of love with competition at different stages. But now with his sights set on this Challenger Series, he looks so deadly. He just mowed his way through the qualifying series. Didn't even need to surf in the last event.
Yeah, it just seems, and I can relate to that, and falling out of love with competing and needing to take a step back and sort of reevaluate and get a bit of perspective, and then realise, hang on a second, it's actually not too bad. It's a pretty good job.
Oh,
Surfboard riding's a very good job to have. But yeah, he's absolutely killing it right now. And here we go, Mikey trying to answer back.
Mikey Madonna, he's got a good looking wave here. It's bulging, and he's going to find his way out of it. And now goes to the rail. What a turn. This is the fight you want to see between two rising stars. This is going to be a good score. That wave, it was just flaring open. And Mikey read it beautifully, but it was the turn that he added once he came out of the pit that's going to help push this one up toward that excellent range.
Yeah, that was a great answer back, and really good, really well done under pressure. One thing I was just noticing on that wave, he had a few turns over his shoulder. So even though he was threading this tube, he threaded it really well. It was difficult, it was fast. He had to make a couple of adjustments in this barrel, weave down the line, read really well, and then this turn here straight up into the lip. That was explosive. That was really well done. Probably the single best turn if we're looking at just single best turns in this heat so far. I loved that. That was really good. But yeah, on this wave, you could just see he was just a little bit preoccupied. He had a couple of turns over his shoulder, just making sure, hang on, is Dakota doing something here?
Yeah, just stay engaged. You're on your way to a good score. You're definitely going to get out a combination.
I know. It's just a funny thing, you're on your way to a really good score, but you're still looking over your shoulder thinking, what's Dakota doing? He did it twice on this wave. Keep your head in the game, but stay present here. You've still got a wave to finish.
Yeah, it's a really good point. I think everyone suffers from a little bit of FOMO when they take a ride here. You can't help but look out the back and wonder what your opponent's doing. But that turn was super explosive, a lot of power unloaded. But he didn't get particularly deep in that barrel, which is going to hold that score back.
No, I have to agree for sure. But that one single turn was really well done.
Well, the number's in. It's a 6 for Mikey, but Dakota on the outside's up again, but he's not going to find his way through this one.
Almost looked like he was a sure bet to come out of that. Looked like it was staying so... Wow. You can just see how much sand is being churned up too. We had that Gold Coast flight cam before, and you could see that drone vision just of that big plume of sand out the back from where the boys were sitting. There's a lot of sand being churned up there today.
Had so much of that southerly flow in that swell direction over the past couple of days. And even the lay day, prior to getting competition underway, it just kept pushing that sand around. So it's built up nicely through the Little Marley section. But on that lower tide, in a smaller wave, you can't put yourself too deep because the bottom of the barrel starts to drop out. And Dakota just got lost in that one. So it won't factor into the heat. Mikey Madonna, he's back in it. He needs a 6.78 to get himself in the lead, but Dakota's not going to waste any time here. He's got some big airs he can go to, but this time he's going to grind through a big carve. Thought he was loading up for a huge air out of the pocket there, but wasn't the section. But he will go for it if he gets the opportunity. Mikey on the outside gets barrel once again, but we saw feet. And a couple of times now he's failed to find the exit.
Just got a bit clipped in the head, it looked like. Oh, my goodness. Wow. I mean, Dakota's not safe here.
No way.
Mikey right now only needs a 6.78. So achievable in today's conditions and with the surfing we've seen from him. I mean, he's already dropped that 6. Dakota really needs to work on replacing that 4.17. I mean, he's not out in the lead by a lot right now.
No.
It's so achievable for Mikey. So Dakota needs to be a bit careful here. And with that last wave, I mean, we both were looking at it like, wow, he's about to go to the air. I think he was in 2 minds. You could see his front foot kind of shift a little bit further forward. And, yeah, he was just in 2 minds there. He's got to be really careful because he needs to improve on that 4.17.
Definitely got a shot, Mikey Madonna here. He's got priority on the outside. We'll see how this one shakes down in the final stages. Right now, though, time for a Bonsoy brew break.
All roads lead to the surf. Before surfboard riding became a super popular thing, all families came to all the different beaches, Rainbow Bay, Greenmount, Kirra, all the way up to Burleigh, Surfers Paradise. It's our #1 asset. There is an air of excitement and anticipation every year with the Gold Coast Pro, seeing the best international surfers coming, taking on the locals, and it brings out the best in everyone surfing.
Welcome back to the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM Finals Day. The crowd's starting to fill in now. It was a grey morning, a little bit of rain, but that's cleared for the moment. And everyone is starting to line the shoreline here at Snapper Rocks as we get into quarterfinal number 2. And Dakota Walters, 8.6, 4.17. That backup not quite strong enough at the moment. Mikey Madonna has got himself back in the heat with a 6, but he needs a 6.78 to move into the lead here.
Yeah, Dakota, even though he's got that excellent score, he needs to get moving. He really needs to be smart here, and he needs to improve on that 4.17. He's not really convincingly leading this heat because Mikey only needs that 6.78. We've seen with the quality of waves that are coming through this morning. Just think back to that, that last heat with Josh Burke, the numbers he was getting, the waves we were seeing, the barrel opportunities. I'm not feeling, Dakota should not be feeling safe whatsoever.
No, and guaranteed that he doesn't. But yeah, it's. I don't think people are feeling safe unless they've got their opponent comboed at the moment, because you just never know when that set wave's going to roll in. There's potential for 10-point rides out there today, for sure.
I mean, even in the last heat, Josh was sitting out there, and yeah, sure, Jow needed a 10 to get through, but even with Jow needing a 10, I mean, that's still scary because, yeah, exactly like you said, Ron, they're out there.
It was fun listening to Josh Burke as he had a look at his wave from the water angle for the first time. I think he was blown away by what he was seeing. Of course, the Gold Coast, one of the only places that you can tap in world-class waves, dip into the hinterland, go for a hike through beautiful rainforests, flick, sit by the pool, sip cocktails.
There's so many good things to do in Queensland and the Gold Coast. I mean, beautiful place. You've got the national parks, you've got waterfalls, you've got rock pools. It's beautiful. And on the lay days, you know, you can go, you know, sauna, ice. There's lots of different places to check out. It's just spa day for the girls. It's great.
Amazing restaurants as well.
Yes.
I grew up just south of here, and most of the time birthdays were like grab a couple of friends, and as a young kid it was hit the theme parks. You know,
Thought you were gonna
Dream
say
World,
Broad Beach.
Movie World, Wet and Wild. That was like what it was all about. And then when I got into surfing, it was like grab your friends. We're going to go surfing. Kira was where we surfed. Didn't matter if it was average. It was just getting out there at that iconic break, and then usually an all-you-could-eat feed at Pizza Hut and a movie at the Gold Coast cinemas. But here we go, Mikey Madonna chasing a 6.78, and he's going to get the exit this time. Make sure of it, no mistakes. Grinds through a nice carve now. Draws out that second turn. This wave split in two already, but Mikey, nice work on the outside. Did he get enough out of those two turns to turn in the score he needs to get himself the lead here? Well, he's not going to give up on this ride. He milks every point out of it. 6.78 the requirement. We'll be thinking back to the 6-point ride he had at the start of that ride and putting himself a bit deeper behind the curtain there.
Yeah, things are getting really tight now with this last score. I wouldn't even be surprised if it comes very close to the requirement.
It's going to be interesting because on his previous wave he didn't get a super deep tube but did a great turn when he came out. This one he gets deeper in the barrel but the turns aren't as good.
This is true, but I mean, if I think back to the last heat and I think back, you know, big scores coming for Josh for just that big, I mean, this is a different barrel compared to Josh's, right? So it's a completely different heat, obviously, but yeah, this thing was long, it was stretched out. You know, if you look at the technicality of this barrel, there's a lot going on. He's having to change his line multiple times. He's trying to thread his way through this. He's gotten through this little ribbit, that little warp there. He was so deep in that.
Yeah, he was really paying attention to the tricky ribs coming through that final section because he's blown a couple of tubes in this heat.
Yeah, that's true. I think in terms of how technical it was really technical barrel to ride. He had to change his line multiple times. I mean, that wasn't a bad turn.
No.
It was out in the face, it was drawn out, but layback he does get a little bit hung there, a little bit caught up, goes up into this second section.
This looks, you know, clean in slow motion, but it looked like it was done in slow motion in real time. And after his previous ride, you know, I think you're right. I think it's going to be right there, but a 6.78 is, I don't know. I'm still comparing it to his previous ride, and we'll see whether the judges go with it. You know, I think he was on his way, but the wave kind of didn't stand up and allow him to go vert when he came out.
If he would have had a finish, like a proper exclamation mark with a closeout section, I think that would have helped his cause.
It's probably going to be right there. It could be enough. Yeah. The thing is, and you really made it clear earlier on, is Dakota Walters is struggling to back up his 8.6, and that means that Mikey's got a shot here.
Yeah.
Scores coming through are looking good. They like the barrel ride. The extended time behind the curtain, it looks like he's going to get there easy. Numbers coming through for Mikey Madonna, and he is going to get the number he needs to take the lead here. 7.77. And now Dakota Walters after a 5.17.
I've just got to go back to those couple of moments with Dakota earlier in the heat, and he should have been backing up that 4.17 a lot earlier, a lot quicker.
Yeah, I think the judges probably went back and had a look at Dakota's 8.6.
Yeah, for sure. I just think they're really valuing the barrel today. And even though it wasn't as big, or, you know, if I think about Josh's in that previous heat, it was a really technical barrel to ride, and he was really deep in the barrel. Most of the scores coming from there. And, you know, even if I think back to yesterday and throughout the event, the judges have been loving it.
Yeah.
If you're getting barrel behind the rock, they're frothing.
Yeah, well, they must have been loving it because the turns there for Mikey, for him, was super pedestrian.
Yeah.
Like that, there was not a lot in it. This guy is a point break surfer. He can combo up super powerful turns. So a lot of credit for the barrel here. And Dakota, you know, he'd be feeling some pressure just because he he knows that there's been heats already today where a surfer hasn't gotten that opportunity at a quality wave. So even though he only needs a 5.17, he still needs a wave to do it, and there's only 3 minutes to go.
Yeah, you got to be thinking when you get such a good start like that, you kind of got to continue with that momentum, and you got to be backing it up. A 4 just isn't going to do it right now, obviously. But good thing is priority, good place to be. He's just, and there's big opportunities out there. There's a lot of waves coming through with a lot of opportunities. So the pressure's on for young Dakota right now, and we're just going to have to watch this play out and see how he handles it.
He loves these moments, though. You know, I mentioned before, he deviated. He went away from competition. He went chasing clips and free surfing, something that he's still very passionate about doing. I think he wants to take on that same approach to both avenues as Taj Burrow did through his career. Always worked on video parts and movie projects in addition to competing. I think that's something Dakota's passionate about, but he is clutch and he's super competitive as well. And he'll be relishing this opportunity to turn this around. Mikey Madonna getting the job done on his last ride to get himself out in front here. And Dakota after a 5.17.
It's just crazy, right? He just needs that 1 point more than his current backup.
Yep.
And I think the 4.17, that was the one where it was a bit funky, right? So it's kind of, you got to be thinking if he'd read that a little bit better, maybe it could have been that extra point. I mean, it's so, hindsight's the perfect science, right? You go back and you think of, coulda, shoulda, woulda.
For sure.
Right now, I mean, he still has an opportunity. Let's hope that there's one more wave that comes through. Mikey's hoping there's not, but, you know, from our perspective and making it exciting, we hope he gets another opportunity.
Less than a minute to go here. Dakota Walters just begging for a shot at it. Needs a 5.17. Mikey Madonna. Now, if a set comes in, he might be a shot at getting in on the mix as well and improving his situation. So Dakota, if he gets that opportunity, he's going to have to surf hard. Something standing up here. 30 seconds to go. Dakota's having a look at this one. It's cupping out on the inside. He swings, and he's going to drive up into the bowl. Needs to make these first couple of turns count. Doesn't need a whole lot. It's a tricky one, and he tucks into the tube, but he's not able to fight his way through, and that'll do it for Mikey Madonna, and he is going to jump into the semi-finals for the first time in a Challenger Series event here.
I can hear the cheers for Mikey as soon as Dakota fell there. I feel for Dakota, I really do. Tough loss for him, but great comeback for Mikey.
You're never going to get it done with one wave out here at Snapper, and especially on finals day. You need 2 good scores. He got half the job done, but Mikey Madonna, you know, he didn't need to achieve excellence. He just needed to finish a couple off, and he's done that here. And he is moving through to the semi-finals. We're going to take a quick break. We got Sammy Pupo taking on Ian Gavea in quarterfinal number 3. That's just around the corner. The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM is brought to you by Bonsoy, the official milk of the World Surf League. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. By Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of WSL Australia. And by Experience Gold Coast, strategic partner of the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM.
Men's quarterfinals out in the water. Quarterfinal number 3, another matchup and a battle into the semifinals. It's finals day here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM Kuiper Guerrero with the Radical, Rick Love, Richie Lovett, and the Bugs, Bugwan, 78 world champ, Rabbit Bartholomew. Gosh, guys, I'm going to start with you, Rabbit. We're seeing some excellent scores going down.
Yeah, we've got a perfect offshore wind here going now, that tide running out, and it's been a tube fest. I mean, you know, Josh Burke won on a barrel. Mikey McDonough got 2 barrels. Dakota Walters got that 8.6. Need to back up.
Yeah. Coming up in this quarterfinal, Rich, we got the defending champ, Samuel Pupo, coming up against Ian Govea. The Goofy Fit's been in pretty good form, but Samuel Pupo has been putting in giant performances here.
Yeah, massive. He's definitely the man to beat. He's just been in scintillating form through the entire event, convincingly winning all of his heats, and you know, defending champion. So he's got that that good mojo, that good feeling from last year. But Ian Govea, he's been showing us some pretty special surfing on the backhand, so I love the contrast of styles here. You know, we've got the natural footer, we've got the goofy footer, and as Bug said, it is turned on. Snapper Rocks is producing just a perfect playing field for both of these surfers to go at it.
Yeah, Sammy Pupo, who has been relegated to the Challenger Series after that mid-season cut on the CT, but wants to claw back into it. Yesterday, Bugs, he had the highest heat total of the event so far, 18.7 out of a possible 20-point heat.
Yeah, yesterday was a kind of a historic day. We had Macy Callahan getting the first 10 ever in women's surfing in a Challenger Series, and then Samuel Pupo. What a defense of the title, Rich. I mean, you know, 18.7 yesterday. Today, the surf stepped it up.
Yeah, absolutely, and you know, you know this as well as anyone, Bugs. To back up victories is a really hard thing to do. Look at what happened with Macy today. You know, she had that glory day yesterday. You know, the waves of her life, and then today just couldn't even buy a wave. So it just shows you the nature of professional surfing. We're dealing with an ever-changing ocean that's somewhat unpredictable.
Yeah, and sprinting right now to the finish of his life so far, of his young life, is Mikey McDonough. Mikey's into the semifinals, Stace.
That's right, Kaipo. Mikey McDonough into the semi-finals. You must be fired up.
Yeah, super fired up. Dakota started so well, and I honestly thought I was about to have another melt, and I just had to pull myself together, and yeah, I just had to get back in rhythm, and yeah, I managed to find a couple waves. It's pretty pumping out there. I just kind of, once I had priority with like 8 minutes to go, however long there was, I just kind of knew I had to just wait for something substantial, and yeah, the wave came to me, and yeah, put some venom into it, and yeah, just so stoked, man. Holy shit.
You're the first surfer today to pull that rhythm back. Don't worry about that, mate. Did you watch the broadcast yesterday? You'll be fine.
Yeah, I started pretty bad, so I just kept positive talk up in my head, and just kind of looked at the beach and just, all right, let's go. Like, I can turn this around. Dakota got a big score, but it kind of motivated me to go, like, let's do this. A channel in like Mick 2007.
What a year it was. We could see a repeat of that this afternoon. I know you love your history. You study Mick a lot. It's obvious in your surfing. What's it like having you know, people like that to look up to, and then obviously try and emulate that?
Yeah, just like this event sort of really like was what made me want to become a pro surfer so bad. So being here today, it's pretty easy to get motivated and channel that energy. But yeah, like still got a job to do. I want to go all the way. I want to take it all, and yeah.
I'm sure the boys behind the screen here would love that too. Thanks for your time, Mikey. We'll see you in the semi-finals. Thanks, Kipes.
Wow. Yeah, Mikey into the semi-finals, and it looks like the Swellians, Rick, have arrived to the beach today.
Yeah, we're going to get all sorts down here on finals day. It's Saturday, it's not a work day, and it's you know, fun and friendly and good vibes down here, and it's only going to get more and more crowded. You can see a bunch of spectators down there, front row seat for behind the rock barrels. And, wow, just the sand here, Bugs. It is just in perfect form.
Yeah, it's a great bank. It's pretty much as good as it gets. You can get an even hollower bank, believe it or not, but right now it's that great blend between the barrel behind the rock and super high performance down the line. And then extra sand down by Little Marley. You never know, there could be a little barrel section bonus down there.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about Samuel Pupo, our defending champ. Let's talk about Ian Govea out in the blue jersey. Second generation professional surfer, goofy foot. Of course, Bugs, you know his dad, Fabio Govea, actually bringing one of the first big surfing tournament titles to Brazil way back in 1991, winning at Sunset.
Yeah, well, Fabio Govea and Flavio Padrach really put Brazil on the map.
Yeah.
There were some great surfers before that, you know, Daniel Friedman, Ricardo Bacau, and I mean, there's been always good surfers in Brazil, but Fabio Govea, the big win in Hawaii, stamped Brazil as a force.
Yep, and there's his son, Ian Govea, following in Dad's footsteps. Not exactly in his footsteps, because Fabio regular foot, Ian's a goofy foot.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, I always admired Fabio's style, just incredibly smooth. Very sort of similar makeup and build, that compact style. But, you know, Fabio just had shades of Tom Curran, a very smooth, flowing style. He was great in Hawaii. And just a lovely fella as well. And great to see his son. He'd be watching on, no doubt. And big shout out to Fabio.
Yeah. Ian, 2 years on the championship tour, 2017 and 2018 for Ian Govea. His best finish in a championship tour event was his rookie year, where he made it all the way to the semifinals at Pipeline before going down to John Florence that year. So Ian's had a taste of the big stage, and I'm sure he wants to get back on there, Bugs.
Yeah, he surfed Pipeline really well that year. And Ian, you know, Ian's kind of come through the draw here kind of slowly under the radar.
Yeah.
Dangerous customer, though, because he's got a lethal backhand.
Yeah, he sure does. And to that point, Ian quietly getting through round after round after round, while Sammy Pupo, Rick's been noisy, really noisy in every heat that he's coming through, really stamping his name here at Snapper.
Absolutely, you know, multiple excellent scoring rides. You know, I think back to that magical heat he had yesterday, just was in perfect flow, in perfect sync, and just laid down some of the best turns. He was all over the highlight reel in the post show yesterday, but you know, it's a different day, it's a different heat. You got to shake that etchy sketch. It's just clear, and it's a new playing platform, and you have to adapt to what's in front of you right now.
And they know the challenge is on, because it just how the cards fell, according to the seeding, this bottom half of the draw has been where the biggest individual and collective points have been made so far, because you look at the next quarterfinal, and that's just how the seeding fell in this event. But this bottom half of the draw, they know, all four surfers, the challenge is on to get to that final.
Well, we just had 10 minutes with no waves being ridden, so now we get a fresh start. That was the restart right there. Bugs, you can explain to us what happened.
Well, what happened was that they've been sitting out there. There have been waves, but because of the last two heats and there's been barrel waves, these smaller waves coming through, just the judges actually make the call on whether they've been kind of contestable. Now, the bar has been so raised in these last couple of heats that the judges have raised the bar as well.
Yep, so the judges giving the competitors a fresh clock, so we're now back at 29 minutes. Interesting, Rick, to see the goofy foot sitting deeper than the regular foot right now.
Yeah, you would think it would be the other way around, and obviously Ian, you know, wanting to get off to the quicker start and really, you know, govern who is going to take off on the very first wave of this heat.
Yeah, it's quite a bullish approach.
It's almost a little pre-match before the actual surfing gets underway, and definitely some mind games there. But you know, I think Sammy Pupo, he'll be feeling so confident with his performances so far.
That's what I feel, Rick. I mean, I think that you know, he's backing himself.
Yeah.
He's just so confident, particularly when he posted yesterday and he just salivating about what today is on offer.
Well, it was interesting yesterday when Sammy had that outstanding heat. One of the guys up in the Bonsoy athlete area that was cheering the loudest was Ian Govea. And then I'm sure at some point Ian went, wait a minute,
Did the math. Hang on.
We're going to be surfing against each other in the next round.
I wouldn't mind the other bloke getting through.
Yeah. So that was, you know, of course, the chemistry of the Brazilian surfers as a whole has been something that we've talked about as the Brazilian storm. It's been talked about so much, but it really is true in that these surfers come out and really support each other at every event and at every level of the World Surf League as well, Rick.
Yeah, and you know, we've seen all the different nations sort of lean into it. Definitely the Americans have banded together over the last couple of years. The Brazilian storm, well, we've been talking about that for several years now. But you know, the Aussies, when I was back on tour, we had a really good thing going collectively, and you know, you feel that energy off each other, and you're sort of propping each other up rather than just going, oh, you know, that guy got a win and being dirty about it. You're sort of celebrating each other.
And it's noticeable that this year, the young Australian crew coming through seem to have banded together again.
Yeah. I've seen that chemistry as well, Bugs, with new kind of alliances. And I don't know if that's a result of, you know, the Olympics and having that as a platform now where you're really representing your country is even a bigger deal than it ever was before.
Well, that is a big deal. But this is also a crop. I mean, I've seen these kids coming through through the you know, the BL blast-off days and all the Grom events. We've got hundreds of them in Australia. You know, Mikey and Dakota and I mean, you know, Oscar. They've all come through those junior ranks together. There is that camaraderie that goes with that.
Yeah, you wanting your friends to succeed along with you because the tour was a lot more fun. I'm sure I can speak to you, Rich, in that it's a lot more fun when you have your friends traveling with you as well.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, the tour, as magical and amazing as it is, it can be a lonely place at times if you don't have allies and people you can sort of lean into. You know, those times when you may be feeling a little bit down. You know, the coach's role is somewhat different to a friendship role, you know. Yeah. So, you know, having that camaraderie on tour, and it looks like we may get things underway.
Ian Gouveia goes straight into the pig dog, straight into the barrel, negotiates that section. Now he's going to turn to turns, skipped out there. So first barrels, this wave's going to split a little bit, but Ian taking a look back there, hoping for this inside low road to give him a line. So far, just the barrel to score on. And a little busy work on the inside before he kicks out in the jet ski pickup area.
I don't know about you guys, but I see shades, and I always do this, I'm the resemblinator. I see shades of Victor Ribas in there. Just in the stance and some of the hand positioning. Victor Ribas, an incredible surfer coming out of Brazil as well. But let's see what happens here.
Yeah, well, it's all barrel, Rick. I mean, he comes out of this one and the wave goes a bit weird. Loses his footing there. And you see that little wave in front of the wave? That's going to take all the energy away, but this barrel's pretty sick.
Yeah, not a bad dart. Positioning there in the pig dog stance. Just grabs that rail for stability. Just locks in. You can see him shuffling back down the board now. Getting into that sweet spot. Drives hard off the bottom here. And he gets this backhand re-entry done. You can see just as he pushed a little hard, the back foot comes off the tail pad. He shoves it back down. But yeah, just a little slopey towards the end of that section and not much else on offer.
Well, guys, let's go down to Stace for an update. What do you got for us, Stace?
Thanks, Kibes. I'm here with the Bond University Athlete Health Check and just checking in on young Sammy Pupo and his team. Older brother Miguel letting me know that those stitches are well and truly still in Sammy's foot after his dance across the bricks at Margaret River. Certainly not holding him back, though. He's got some of the biggest scores of the event, and he's been looking like the one to beat so far. So, booty or not, Sammy's on fire, and it's not stopping him at all, Kibes.
Oh, you are right, and here he goes. Back foot booty there, and just a quick up and down for Sammy Pupo. If you did not see it, you can always go to worldsurfleague.com and hit the replay for the Western Australia Margaret River Pro, where you see Sammy wanting a score so badly that he surfed all the way to the bricks to dry reef, then proceeded to run out on the dry reef, and that's where he cut his foot there.
Yeah, it's it seems like quite a while to have stitches in his foot, but obviously trying to keep them in there because he's putting so much pressure. You know, when you're surfing like that, you know, he's obviously thinking, I'll keep the wound together. You know, don't risk breaking it open again.
In Queensland, we keep those stitches in.
All right, so the score, a 4-point ride for Ian Gouveia. So you know, there was a nice barrel there, but the judges want a lot more, maybe because there wasn't a combination of maneuvers after that.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely. You know, the barrel's one thing. There's only, you know, unless it wasn't a lot of travel time, it wasn't one of those big throaty cannonball style barrels we see behind the rock. He was sort of sitting on it, on his backhand, you know, that pig dog style for a goofy footer out here. They can sort of lean in. You're actually kind of using your hip and your bum to actually slow yourself down sometimes. But the judges want to see you driving through the tube, not slowing down in it.
Would have put a bit of a spring in Sammy Pupo's step, though, to be looking at that barrel and see that and go, uh-oh,
Yeah.
and then hear a 4-point ride.
That's, I mean, actually it's reverse psychology, right? I feel for Sammy Pupo with priorities, well, that's your best of 4. Like, so Sammy's actually probably feeling pretty confident right now, you know, because he knows the numbers that he's been able to put up, even with, you know, going not even full speed, Rich.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, the first hit out from Ian Gouveia, just that 4. So Sammy's thinking now, right, if I can drop a big number here, the pressure is instantly going to go onto Ian Gouveia's shoulders. So a great opportunity here. Still plenty of time, 22 minutes on the clock.
I think there's a big influence happening here on what happened in that last feed. It was decided by the barrel.
Yeah.
Well, that's what we've been looking for, and we've been graced with some beautiful barrels for both the men and the women throughout this entire event. Finals day, still swell, hanging in there. Crowds are starting to make their way to the beach. Like you said, I lost track of days, but it's Saturday, so everyone's got off. And not only that, there's an out to lunch concert later on this afternoon and early evening. We saw Paul Fisher surf yesterday. We're going to see him on the 1s and 2s tonight. Ian Gouveia throws that away.
You know, when the sand's like this, it's like you might say, well, it's still breaking. It's Saturday, it's still breaking. We say it's May and it's still breaking.
Ah, there you go. Okay, 21 minutes and still waiting for Samuel Pupo to use that priority. He's being ultra selective, down to a 21-minute heat at the moment. He's asking for the time, actually, to get the update from our beach announcers onto the time that he has remaining.
Well, he hasn't made any mistakes at this point. You know, he did have a look at one little wave and went, no, nothing down the line. So he's just holding priority. I think he's doing the right thing at the moment in terms of heat structure and management.
I mean, on that shot, you could talk about a head on a swivel. He asked for the information. He got the information, and Sammy looking all over the place and maybe looking at the beach for some lineups, as he looks like he's going to be moving a little bit wider on the bank. What do you think about that choice, Bugs?
Well, it's a time choice. You know, he's sort of going, hey, the guy didn't post like a 7.5. I'll back myself just to get a wide wall, go to work on it. Maybe not the barrel. You know, maybe post a 6.5. That'll put him in good rhythm.
Yeah, it's a bit of a percentage play at the moment, I think, how he's come down the line here. Doesn't want to miss one of those wallier ones that come down into the bay and potentially let Ian get under him and build a score.
Well, looking at the time right now, we're at 11 o'clock local, and I feel this is the bottom of the tide right now that we're experiencing.
Yeah, it's a thing, isn't it? It is a definite thing. The ocean does do weird things, but have a look at this thing.
So what Sammy was waiting for, he's going to activate. Good looking wall down the line for Pupo. Big snap off the top. Little air coming under him, re-entering into the wave. He's going to have a couple of cutbacks here through a lazy section. A couple of ribs in the face for him to deal with. Slashes there on the JS. Bottom drops out from underneath him. Finds a little pocket ride. Gets over that rib into a whole nother section here, speeding down the line. And 1, 2 for the finish right there. Pretty much on dry sand, Rich.
Yeah, it wasn't a straightforward wave by any means, but Sammy, well, he connected the dots and in a good way. I feel like he got some good work done there. You know, in his other heats, there were so many, you know, grunting moments, emotional moments for us in the booth. We were hollering and you know, hooting That wave didn't have that. So the score, just by nature of our emotive reaction, is going to stay relatively moderate. But he got some good work done, Rab.
He sure did. He starts out really well. As we thought, goes to the wider, picks up a wave. It's not a barrel. It just goes into this series of tight turns here. When he sets up this little barrel, it's an interesting thing happens here. He gets this little snap in. When he sets up this barrel, it's kind of a nothing barrel. There's nothing, but he sets himself beautifully for this next little bubble, Rick.
Yeah, puts him behind this section here. Now he tags it, getting this momentum and speed down the line. A tricky little part of the wave there with a number of little ribs through it. And that's just the water reverberate, like coming off, drawing off the bank. But this opening turn here, you can see very committed. Puts all that pressure on the back foot. These waves just drop out from under you sometimes. Very unpredictable. It's another little clean release on that snap. There's that moment there, Bugs, where it sort of forced him into this position.
Exactly. It was an accidental barrel section, but from this, he accelerates out of this. If he was doing manoeuvres, he may not have seen this next section.
Yeah, puts him right behind here in that energy part. Comes from behind this section, hits that really cuppy, that critical part of the wave. So some good solid surfing there from Sammy Pupo, and you'd have to say on first blow for each competitor, Sammy's going to get the edge.
Yeah. Improvisation by Sammy Pupo, just surfing exactly what's in front of him. The wave was not an easy one to ride, had multiple different sections in it, and he was able to stitch it all together. So we're feeling that he will be going to the lead right now. We're still waiting for that number to come through for wave number 2 of Samuel Pupo.
And I feel he had the luxury of being able to go down there because his opponent hadn't posted a score.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, and we talked about his positioning. It was perfect. He made that move right at the right time. And when you look at surfers and you see them through their careers, you know, Kelly was one, Tom Curran another. They just move instinctually around the lineup, and you'd be going, what are they doing? And then all of a sudden a wave pops up for them. That's when you're in that flow state. You sort of you're acting on the subconscious and things are just happening for you.
Yeah, I kind of felt that he had not only an innate sense to do it, but I thought he sort of looked in and got some signal.
Yeah.
And they said, you know what, time, go down, go wider, and it was a brilliant move.
Well, a 5.83 did check in for that wave for Samuel, so he does go to the lead. Now priority sitting with Ian Govea. Neither surfer with a backup score, so it's really up in the air halfway through this heat.
Yeah, it's up for grabs, and we're sure the ocean will, you know, it'll awaken from its little mini slunder, little cat nap that it's taking, and we'll have plenty more action.
Well, we're going to take a break, a Bonsoy brew break. During this lull, we'll be back with the conclusion of quarterfinal heat 3. Right now, Sammy Pupo's ahead.
The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM is brought to you by Cooper's Brewery, the official beer of WSL Australia. By BioGlan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By Ultimate Ears, official portable speaker of WSL Australia. And by SNS Group, official partner of the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM.
Quarterfinal number 3 out in the water. Kaipo, Rich, and Rabbit talking you through the action. Samuel Pupo right now on top in his challenge up against Ian Govea. Govea just took off on a wave. It was nothing wave during the commercial break, so all that changed in the situation was handing priority over to Sammy Pupo. Pupo with heat control and eyes on the water from big brother Miguel, along with David Silva. So I think, was it you, Rabbit, that were saying that maybe a signal from the beach in that last wave that Sammy caught?
I felt there was, but...
And that would have been Big Brother right there in the corner of the athletes area.
Yeah, got to listen.
I reckon there was a game plan. At the start of the heat, it was start up high, have a look for one of those barrels. If it doesn't happen, let's do the percentage play, come down the point. His rail work, his manoeuvres have been impeccable through all the rounds. So, you know, he would be thinking, okay, if I can find a wave, if I'm in the form I'm in, I'm probably going to win this heat.
As a former competitor, Rich, what's harder, a grindy heat like this or a heat that's going off with tons of potential like the last heat that Sammy surfed in?
The grindy ones are the hard ones, in my opinion, anyway. You know, you've really got to work for it, and it's not straightforward. I mean, ultimately, you know, as a competitor, you paddle out and you just go, I hope we both get, you know, a ton of waves and we both put our best surfing on display. But these grindy ones where you've, you know, really got to work and find those waves and take the most of those opportunities. Looks like we got Ian up and riding.
Slashes off the top, a little bit of release off the first turn for Ian Govea. That's all he's going to get, 2.34. We'll put him into a momentary lead, not a safe lead at all. You can see Sammy Pupo on the paddle there. And Samuel Samuka finds this one, paddles for that, but Ian not out of the lineup, so Sammy's going to sprint and convince the priority judge to give him priority back. After taking a look at that one, I think that should be an easy decision. And he does get priority back.
Yeah, Ian just wasn't quite down the point enough. It's not going to matter because Sammy will take this one.
Here we go. Pupo. A couple of slashes to start. Just riding the foam down the point. Bit of a funky wave. You see him almost seems disinterested. Look in his third turn, looked out the back.
He was halfway through that cutback, huh? And he had to look over his shoulder, a little look back, and was like, okay, I'm out of here. But in the scheme of things, you know, I don't know, perhaps you've already trying to build some score line, and we know that Ian doesn't have a great score, so.
Gosh, you know, we talk grindy heats, and this is a definition of one. Surfers have yet to break the 6-point mark in this heat. We already saw a restart in this heat, so they've been on the water already for 30 minutes. They still got a little under 10 minutes on the clock right now, Bugs. This is really when the competitors come to play.
Yeah, and that's right. And of course, the surfers in the next heat are going, great, you know, get this one done. It'll be pumping for us.
Oh, this one might come alive. There's a couple of swell lines starting to march around the corner here, and this could be a chance for Ian Govea to start building a comeback here.
Well, Ian with an opportunity to flip this heat. Some warbles down the face for him to deal with. Airs out a float there, gets caught on his heels, and the disadvantage in these section-y conditions is certainly to a goofy foot.
At low tide, as soon as you get caught behind that little section, it's almost impossible, isn't it, Bugs?
But here's a situation. The last wave for Pupo actually had the foam ball going off the bank. That wave there nearly had a northeast section to it. And as soon as you're caught behind the white water, no chance.
I feel like northeast may not be a good direction for here.
Actually,
what is it, Bugs?
One thing about the northeast is that you've got these big looping barrels that you are backdooring, but it doesn't connect all the way down the line. I love it.
Okay,
because you know the crowd, you know, it's easy to drop.
Splits up the crowd.
Yeah.
Here we go, swinging through a couple of backhand turns on the comeback now. Ian Govea getting rhythm on this one. And talk about surfing to the beat. Ian Govea looks like he's going to get the job done right now. We still need a score for Sami Pupo to see how that affects the situation in the water, but I feel that score for Ian is going to be the best of the heat so far. Last for Pupo, a 3.2. Pupo goes to the lead. Govea just needs a 5.04 on this one to take the lead.
Yeah, stabs that first turn. The second one was a bit more progressive. He had the tail slide and release there. And that fourth one, so it was a real contrast. With Sami Pupo's wave was much longer. This one was 4 quick turns in succession, Bugs.
Yeah, a compressed ride here by Govea, but he's been getting these all tournament and making them pay. So he gets 4 manoeuvres and a bit of variety out of the lip, Rick.
Yeah, that one, nice tail release. You could actually see him sliding, and then he re-engages the tail of the board, gets those fins connected, and he sees this final section looming up, hits it almost like 12, it was 11:45, it was almost 12 o'clock, and brings it down cleanly. So I like the combination, the speed between the manoeuvres, it was all there, the flow. It didn't have the length of ride, but all those turns, they had impact.
So we're waiting for the score. Just mid-range is what he needs as he's riding back out. Under 7 minutes remaining, and a lot of excitement around this guy. George Patah from North Stain Manly, making a name for himself here at Snapper. He's going to be coming against a lightning-fast Brazilian in the way of Michael Rodriguez. Two of the fastest surfers we've seen so far in this event coming up against each other, Rich.
Yeah, this is going to be a great matchup and a real test for George. You know, he's just had, you know, 6 weeks just of incredible experiences and results, getting the 2 call-ups in the Championship Tour events. But this is where it counts for him. He needs points.
He needs points, but George is the hottest Australian outside the top 5.
Yeah, I agree.
And Michael Rodriguez looks like he owns Snapper. He is surfing outrageously. I mean, he just is so lightning fast. His board looks incredible under his feet.
Yeah, he was Michael Rodriguez and Samuel Pupo have been the informed sort of surfers out of Brazil, you know, and I feel like Michael Rodriguez has sort of been going under the radar a little bit as well. But, you know, he has been lightning fast, and if he's going to win an event, this one's tailor-made for him. But George Patah, he's on a crazy roll at the moment, and as you said, Bugs, he's electrifying.
Yeah, Ian Govea turns the heat there with a 5.93. Sami Pupo needs to respond, just needs a 4.11. Sami Pupo fighting to get his spot back on the Championship Tour. Ian Govea had his spot on the Championship Tour. Both of those surfers have had CT jerseys with their designated numbers on it. And speaking of CT jerseys with a designated number, you can get yours over at the WSL store. Get gear for the 2024 season with the official merchandise. All the athlete jerseys are available there, and the new Icons collection, celebrating some of the icons of professional surfing. Find it all at WSLstore.com. Buy it for a friend, buy it for yourself. It's never too early to do Christmas shopping, so you're not wasting time in December. You're getting barreled instead of getting presents for everyone. Shop now.
Yeah, nice one. Get one and come down here and get some autographs.
All right, well, 4.5 minutes, Bugs, and time for Sami Pupo to reply.
Well, this is a really interesting situation. It's basically a 5.93 versus a 5.83 with the clock. You got 2 things. Pupo's got priority, but Govea's got the lead. Now, Pupo, considering what he's done throughout the tournament, he's been in a vacuum. The ocean just has not cooperated with him, and he's struggled in this, but he's still well and truly in the mix. You can see he goes, just give me a wave.
Yeah, there's an internal wrestle going on though too. He's going, do I look for a fall or do I wait? Do I wait for something that's going to be a 6 or a 7, you know, assuming that there might be a 2-wave set, and Ian will be able to fight back at some point. So, you know, real crunch time in terms of decision-making and, you know, stressful period here.
Looks down the lines, disinterested in that one, just as the clock continues to tick down for Samuel Pupo. Applying a little pressure right now. Oh, here we go, the career heat winning percentage for Samuel Pupo. He wins over half the heats that he surfs in.
Yeah, well, the thing about Samuel, the decision, because Ian Gouveia is a wily competitor. You know, would he leave him out there with, you know, in a set rotation? Not much happening right now, though.
Other than the wind backing down, looks nice and smooth from up there.
Yeah, great shots here. Looking back down the coast, a little bit of weather out on the horizon there. Hopefully that'll just keep tracking seaward. Looks like Sammy Pupo, he's going to pull the trigger.
Samuka.
Oh.
Big first turn. Oh, he's already on the way to the score right here to turn the heat. And he's done it. No problem. You don't have to be a professional judge to know that he turned the heat just right there.
I'm not sure he could have done anything more with that wave. No. Every single turn was right on the edge, pushing it right in the perfect spot onto the wave, and just so connected and clean. You know, precision surfing. This guy is on.
And he went a fair way down the line, Rick.
He sure did. So let's have a look at this. The opening snap, just clean, really crisp, and then the second one, tighter in the pocket. Now he gets some tail drift. Comes out of that one and then gets a beautiful little closeout section just to bookend the ride so well.
Yeah, these first couple of turns, there's a turn here that is quite a degree of difficulty because it's about an inch of water under him. It's not this one, it's the next one, the third turn, but that's beautiful. It gets a bit of tail side. But this turn here, it might have been that last turn, but you know, there was nothing underneath the wave and it could have easily pearled.
Yeah, it really dropped out under in that second turn as well. You saw just his back foot come off the tail pad ever so slightly, and just he was able to reconnect, shove the tail of the board back down.
He's been calling it his lucky booty on his back foot. It's been working for him so far. Still waiting for that number for Samuel Pupo. There's the booty. Under the GWM 2-minute warning right now, and Samuel Pupo about to turn the heat. How much by? That is the question. We got 2 more judges to answer that question to lock in their scores.
Yeah, well, we know he's going to get the number here. It'll all come down to how far ahead. You feel like Ian Gouveia will need something in the 6 range now.
Yep, Ian now needing a 6.31. So Ian with priority, and is going to have to pull out his best performance of this heat so far.
30 seconds on the clock. It'll come down to Mother Nature whether he gets a gift. And we always like to see an exciting finish. We want to see it.
Wow. There's a lot of sand in the lineup too right now. There's another little flurry came around.
You just get the feeling there's not quite enough energy in the swell lines. Sammy Pupo will get one last, perhaps a victory lap here.
Yeah, there's a ride into the beach and a ride to the semifinals for Samuka, Samuel Pupo. Pops a quick air. No problem. Time to prepare for semifinals. Equal 5th finish for Ian Gouveia, exiting the Gold Coast. And now Ian will be preparing for stop number 2 in Narrabeen.
A solid result. When you think about the 80 competitors, he's come 5th.
There's the numbers for you. And half of semifinal number 2 has been decided. The other half of semifinal 2 yet to be decided. We're going to decide that because on the way after this break, quarterfinal number 4 will be in the water. George Patar, Michael Rodriguez when we return.
The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM, is brought to you by Oakberry. Fuel yourself with the official acai of WSL Australia. By WeatherGuard, official portable storage of WSL Australia. By Bond University, not for profit and not to conform. Bond University exists for you. And by Bailey Ladders, official ladder partner of WSL Australia.
We are back at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. We've just seen defending champ Samuel Pupo earn his way into the semifinals today. Today is finals day. We're going to be crowning champs for both men and women. One more spot left in the men's semifinals, and these two will be doing battle for that final spot. George Patar, the 21-year-old out of Manly Beach, Australia, coming up against Florianopolis's Emrod Michael Rodriguez, 29 years old. Rodriguez, 3 years on the championship tour. Kuiper Guerrero, Richie Lovett, Rabbit Bartholomew on the call. Bugs.
Yeah, well, we see one competitor, I believe it's George Pitar, right around the back of the rock, so far, so deep, looking for you-know-what.
Yeah.
George Pitar, if we're just catching up with his story, making it to the quarterfinals here with some great surfing. A wild card position at Margaret River, and George marched through that event. Around the 32, he took down Cole Hauschman. Hauschman coming fresh off of Bell's victory. Then round of 16, George Pitar took down Liam O'Brien, finally taking out Griffin Colpin to win the quarterfinals. He's in the barrel, like what he was looking for. Pitar behind the rock, finds the barrel. Just going to get a cutback or two after that. But you notice his positioning right at the start, Rabbit, and it looked like it paid off.
Yeah, it paid off. It was one of those ones that was just all barrel.
Beautiful little pit. Not too much happening down the line there, but you know, that's a good feeling to get this heat underway. He will certainly win the opening exchange, and it looks like he's found something down the line.
Maybe a bonus here on a wide one. Study the angles of George's surfing. They're so acute, they're so quick. It's a refreshing style, you know, from what we've seen from other surfers. It's unique, and I feel like, Rich, that's part of his success, is bringing something new angle-wise.
Yeah, absolutely. He's we'll take a look at the barrel first. Just beautifully slotted in there. Big wrapping cutback. And Kipes, you know, so he stands about 6'1". He's got this height and leverage, and he just ropes these big carving turns. But to complement that, he's got this quick snap, this quick trigger snap that he can do, that he does off the top, and he flares it out.
But he seems to have perfected that or taken that to a next level, because the George of 2 or 3 years ago, solid surfer.
Yeah.
But now I think he's gone to another level.
Yeah, he's done a lot of work, Bugs, and you know, I've obviously been watching this kid grow up. You know, coming from a local beach at North Stain there down at Manly, and you know, his surfing has evolved. And I think back to 12 months ago, he was getting his first shot at a Challenger Series event here last year. He was a bundle of nerves, and he was not the surfer that he was today.
Emrod answering back, has to fight out of a barrel, so just has to manufacture an exit there. Couldn't find any turns after that. And that puts George Pitar starts sprinting for heat control, and you can see George saw the cue right there. Now he's going to get back out. George will have the lead, and he will secure priority.
Yeah, I was going to also mention, Bugs, that George has recently moved up here. He's been spending a lot of time on the Gold Coast over the last sort of 6 to 12 months. Wanted to get around the competitive nature of the Gold Coast, get more on these down-the-line open face waves, and really work on that carve, because 12 months ago, everything was a bit short and sharp. You know, these longer, drawn-out carves, they were cut short, and it was a bit flicky, and now he's smoothed it all out.
I think what we do now is do a head count of who doesn't live here.
Here we go, Michael Rodriguez. He's been fast too on rail. Lightning fast, Emrod. Oh, vicious attack here. Just unleashing on every turn on that Mayhem surfboard. So did that under priority, trying to get back into the game.
You might have to start issuing visas, Bugs, up here.
Well,
So we'll wait for the score for Michael Rodriguez. George Pitar opened up with a 4.67, followed up with a 3.67. Rodriguez on the paddle back out. Got some information here about George and the board that George Pitar is on right now. It's a CI, Channel Islands 2-point pro, 6 foot, 18 3/4, 2 3/8. So thanks to Britt Merritt for some of the board information. Always an interesting talking point on what the surfers are riding. And Channel Islands, I feel, this year has been putting in some extra effort to outfit their CS and CT surfers.
Yeah, absolutely. Michael Rodriguez just blasting off the top there. George actually rode a 6-1 out there this morning. He didn't ride the one that he's on now, and just wanted to see whether that slightly longer board, the longer rail line, was going to give him an edge. But I feel like dropping down an inch with the way the conditions are and the low tide and how cuppy these faces are, fitting that board in is going to be a real trick.
you know, that's a very interesting situation there, because the increments, you know, and degrees of change that's required, and the surfers note it, and they make that adjustment. Michael Rodriguez has surfed exactly the same board in every single condition, and it has not failed him.
I had, you know, growing up, I had master shaper Ben Ipa, and I said one time to Ben, an inch, it's just an inch on the nose. Like, what does that? That doesn't matter to the board, an inch on the nose. And Ben said, think about an inch in the middle of the board, not in the nose of the board. Now, if you think about an inch in the middle of the board, that greatly changes the personality of the surfboard, Rich.
Absolutely. You know, it affects every single part of the board. The rocker line, everything, the rail line, the foil, all of it.
Emrod finds this one on the end. Previous score was a 4.93. And this one just tapered, so that one's not giving him any, you know, real scoring opportunity.
Yeah, so Emrod obviously been working with Matt Biolis, Mayhem, and you know, his boards have been just looking scintillating under his feet, so connected. Looks like he could just put it wherever he wants it.
Yeah.
And, you know, like you said, Bugs, it really is that marriage between surfer and surfboard. And if it's a rocky marriage, you know, that's when things start going wrong. But if it's a marriage made in heaven, that's when you see a surfer just really, you know, clicking into gear.
Well, having a pretty sweet, dreamy run right now is Samuel Pupo. He's on to the semifinals, Stace.
Thank you, Kaipo. Samuel Pupo chasing a 4-1-1 on that last wave. Walk us through that third turn. Bit of air in the fins there.
Yeah, that was a sketchy one. It's I was going to the heat, and my brother told me it was going to be right on the low tide time, like lowest as it can get. So I knew it was going to be a tricky one, and it was so hard to pick a wave out there and so hard to position yourself too. But that wave came, and I was just happy to surf the way I did, and I almost slipped on the third turn. It got too much slide a little bit, but I'm glad I made it.
You're into the semi-finals now. How hard is it to just keep your eyes on the prize?
Not hard at all, to be honest. It's just still a lot of surfing to do to get there, and hopefully I can do it again, just in a different way than last year, and just really be in the moment, and I'm happy to be in the semifinals already.
With the injury aside, how does this year feel different to last year?
It feels, someone did something good. It feels so different, to be honest. I feel like this last 3 years I've been getting better and better, which is a really positive thing for me. And I feel like this year I'm better than last year, and as I said, you know, every year is different. I'm just trying to adapt to what's happening now and forget what I did in the past to win and try to do it again.
You're certainly looking good so far, mate. Did you want to say g'day to everyone back in Brazil?
Obrigado pela torcida. Mais uma bateria aqui em Snapper. Feliz de estar na semifinal e tamo junto.
Thank you, Sammy. Thank you, Kipes. It's all happening.
Tamo junto. Yeah, we're together. Hey, wow, during that interview, we saw a barrel right here. George Pitar finishing off this wave. And then we saw Emrod, Michael Rodriguez, with some boots scooting boogie on that mayhem. We'll get to these replays. That was some unique turns by Michael Rodriguez. We cue that back up.
Yes, a great exchange there. Two totally different waves. Can't wait to see where the judges go with this one. You know, George got the crazy barrel, but let's focus on Michael Rodriguez first, streaking down the line. Now he's right about to square up here, blows the tail completely out, rides fakie for a while, brings it back around. Quick snap to recompose himself. Now he starts to wind up again, and like such a tight pockety section, Bugs, and he's just ripping this board all the way around.
I'm not sure anyone else could do that. That's a 2-foot wave now.
Just the amount of pivot he gets off the top, it's extraordinary. But look at this first turn, complete blow tail, rides backwards, up in the lip here. Unpredictable, not knowing what's going to happen at this point. But he successfully brings it back around, shoves it under his feet, and continues down the line. But George's wave, the barrel into the big rapids, a different style of surfing, maybe a little bit more deeper into the wave face, the rail cutting a deeper line.
It's going to be so interesting where the judges go with this. Before this exchange, nobody had cracked the 5 mark.
Well, we know they've been loving the barrel. And George had a fair bit of travel time in that one. Wasn't just a quick head dip. Let's see what happens. Drops down. Travel time, almost disappears. Gets straight to work here. Beautiful rapid carve down. Backs it up with another really aggressive carve, and then the wave starts to lay down. So a barrel to a couple of great turn combinations here.
Yeah, I like the way he kind of held himself back on that very first loop, and that gave him that extra time behind the curtain.
Michael Rodriguez right behind the rock, straight into this one. Tube time and an answer back by Michael Rodriguez. Just the tube. Now judges always 2 scores for Michael Rodriguez, 1 scores for George Petard. This heat is heating up.
Yeah, you owe us, judges. Let's see it.
Yeah.
Well, of course, take your time though. You know, this is a really important stage of the competition. You know, a semi-finals, you're going, it's a keeper, and right about then as a competitor, you might start to afford yourself the luxury of going, I'm getting really close. I'm 4 waves away from making the final and winning this event.
Here goes George again. This one he's going to have to overcome a foam ball in front of him. The foam ball grabs the fins, takes him out. Previous score for Michael Rodriguez, a 6.67 for that slide, nose pick, boot scooting boogie turn. Now we're waiting for the barrel for Michael Rodriguez. There's the unabridged version of the score there. All the judges' numbers, Rich.
It was very high risk, committed. The judges love it when, you know, the opening maneuver or the, opening 2 maneuvers, you show that progression and commitment to the progressive nature of the maneuver, and that's what Michael Rodriguez did. So I think the score was well and truly warranted.
Priority with Rodriguez. Important score coming through for George Petard. Petard takes the lead with a 7.67. 1 more score owed to us by the judges, though, for Michael Rodriguez. There's all the numbers. A couple excellent ones from the judges, Bugs.
Yeah, well, he got that extra bit of time behind the barrel, and the nose of the board was completely gone. That's what he kept it deep. I thought he played it super smart. He just, to my thinking, held himself back in that first looping section, Rick.
Yeah.
And then when he saw the second loop go, then he let himself go.
Totally, absolutely. Yeah, it was almost a little quick stall, just ever so quickly, just to put him right in the little honeypot there.
Waiting for an important score for Michael Rodriguez. But while we wait for that score, we're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. We'll come back with that score and more. Quarterfinal number 4 in the water. We'll be back after this break.
Welcome back to the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. I'm here with an Oakberry surf conditions update, and as expected is absolutely firing. This was one of the best heats of the round on paper, and it's living up to the hype now. The conditions have fared up similar to yesterday with the low tide just coming up now at 11:30. We're off the back of it. The tide will be coming in all afternoon, and we're expecting to see a lot more action behind the rock as we get into semi-final action for the women's. But before we get there, this heat's really starting to take some shape now. George Pitar and Michael Rodriguez going blow for blow here at Snapper Rocks.
Yep, Pitar in the lead right now over Michael Rodriguez, who went to that break waiting for a score for Rodriguez. The score did come in at a 4.93. It was short of the requirement that Emrod needs of a 5.68 to take the lead off of George Pitar. So right now it is all George with the lead, with priority, and 11 minutes on the clock. Kuiper Girl, Brad Bartholomew, and a proud Rich Lovett so far.
Yeah.
Home Beach is surfing well out there.
Yeah, he's George is doing well, and he's really found his groove competitively. You know, the surfing has evolved, obviously, but also, you know, that time in the jersey, it counts for something. Live action here, Emrod.
Emrod chasing a little bit above a mid-range score. Is going to need something big, a lot of downtime just to get down the line, and there it is. Loads up, puts it down. You can hear the clamor on the beach as well. 5.68, but George Pitar right behind him with that fast, angular surfing and that quick approach. Fades bottom turns, projects up in the lip, gets vertical, stomps on the tail, little foam ball ride there. Going to continue on, looking for a little bit extra down the line, sticking with this one. More opportunity for George. Legs got to be burning by now. Stands up on this inside section, and you can see him kick out exhausted.
Well, we only caught up with that wave about halfway through, so who knows what happened out the back. But you can see George, the lactic acid was starting to build in the thighs, and he started to get a bit straight-legged there towards the end. Yeah. But Emrod, what about the savage slices, man, he was doing off the top. Unbelievable. Let's have a look what happened with George. He tucks in the barrel, tube time again, backdoors his section and comes out. So we know that he got some amazing turns done down the line, and he's started it all with a crazy barrel out behind the rock.
And that's about where we picked it up. And the barrel was the best of the heat so far. This is a very high-scoring ride by George Pitar.
Wow. Well, most of the damage done on this wave, but this is going to be, it feels excellent to me.
Oh, yeah.
Rab, it feels excellent for sure, but let's not just take our focus off what Emrod did on that wave as well. That was amazing surfing, but just not enough sections down the line, I don't think, and it didn't have the barrel.
It didn't have the barrel, but Michael Rodriguez knew that he got a 667 on a very similar looking wave, but that barrel.
Yeah, love the variety here from George as well. So he's just really just cutting into these big swooping turns. I love that release in that final quarter of the turn there that he can do. Watch this one, gets a bit more vertical, tags the lip, brings it down again. But this was savage as well.
Savage, that's the word. The speed he gets comes around this turn here, Rick, it's unbelievable.
Oh, so much speed, lightning fast, drifts off the coping. Then a little roping cut back into tail slide. Just staying right with the energy. So that four-turn combination in isolation was just incredible. But, you know, it's just, we're just talking a fact here. George's wave had so much more on offer.
Yep, yeah. So Michael Rodriguez just got a 6.63, does go to the lead. Pitar just needs a 5.63, and we know already that Pitar will flip this heat, take the lead back. Just by how much, I guess, is the question, rather.
I would like to see that barrel section in slow motion, because there's two parts to it.
Yeah.
I mean, he is deep for a while.
Yeah, he totally backdoored that second section. So really smart positioning from the takeoff. And right at the edge there. What do you reckon, Bugs?
Yeah, okay. He pulls in here, and you go, that first section there, you go, okay, nice. That second part, the loop, look, it's already gone. This is a classic barrel.
Just hit the accelerator. He was sort of working the gears at the start of it, and then he really started to open up.
And then he just punches it down the line, back in the barrel. George Patel once again emerges from the barrel, skips that section, quick to the lip, and just punches out. The numbers in for Patar on the previous wave, and as we suspected, George goes excellent, a 9.33. Let's take a look at all the judges' numbers.
Wow, so 9s all the way up to 9.5 across the board. It was convincing, and we knew it was going to go there. You know, it was just it just had excellent written all over it, and I can almost hear the North Stain boys from up here on the other side of the border. They're going mad.
Well, I looked at George's 7.67, and I went, this was a solid 2 points better.
It was for sure. Live action.
Emrod finds his own barrel, answering back, punches the lip there. Back foot pressure, extreme pressure for Michael Rodriguez on the answer back here. Little check turn there, working the wave down the line. And the wave slows up. Michael Rodriguez hails the ski. He's back in the game. Needs to break the combination that he's currently in, because he's in a two-wave combo for 17 points.
Well, 17 points. It's a 10 and a 7, or you start going with the averages there. So we know he needs at least a 7 or an 8, but what a great comeback wave.
He's out of combo.
Yeah. Let's go down to Stace.
Thanks, Kaipo. Tim McDonald, George Pittar's coach. Tim, great exchange.
Yeah, that was a good one. Emerod's back in the heat now for sure, but it's good to see him get a couple sets, trade off out the bat.
George's form through the Australian League has been sensational. How do you put that into this event where it obviously matters so he can be there full time?
Yeah, it was a tough start to the week, like just managing his expectations. He's built this event up so much coming into it. So, yeah, definitely a bit of a change up for him, but it's exciting.
And you obviously owe him a lot for getting you off the tools this week.
Yeah, and thanks to George for giving me the week off. It's nice.
Those pipes will be fixed next week, anyone who's waiting. Thank you, Kaipo.
So I take it that George's coach is also an auto mechanic? Is that what I'm getting from that?
He's on the tools is what he is normally, but yeah.
Oh, he's a plumber?
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, those guys are always in demand. They could put you on the wait list forever, and you're still going to want them. Here we go. Some replays. Emrod.
Yeah, Emrod tucks into the barrel here, comes out like a bullet, and just hammers that opening section, and again tags it with a little more intent. Cut back here, and then comes around this section again. Little check turn, but you know, that barrel to two-turn combination was unbelievable. So this wave feels excellent as well, or almost. Let's have a bird's eye view of it here, Bugs.
Yeah, it's a beautiful, quick barrel, but these two turns here, Rick, as you said, full throat, blast out of the lip, and that's where he did all the work.
Well, you called it, mate. You said the heat before was a little slow. This one was going to be fireworks, and it has delivered. Let's check the slow-mo. Right up, tight as you can get in the pocket. Gets onto that toe side rail, drives hard off the bottom. Look at the upper arms, it's throwing up there, keeping the momentum of the turn. Expressive in the upper body, and then Emrod calling for it as he gets on the ski. He's all fired up, he knows that's great surfing.
George Patel, a little foam ball ride inside section here. Has to curl up in that small barrel. Goes to work on the rails of the CI 2 Pro. Wow, this clash has been thoroughly entertaining. We saw it in the draw, Bugs, and it is fulfilling all those expectations.
It has lived up to expectations. George is doing his own brand of plumbing.
Yeah. Well, whoever gets through this heat, it's going to be done with excellent surfing. It's going to be, this is a great battle. This is what we love to see. And we got a score in here for Emrod, an 8.5.
So right back in the hunt, Michael Rodriguez, he needs 8.51 right now. So he needs another excellent effort because George Patar.
Well, he just has to do that again.
Yeah.
I don't know why, I can't work out whether he thought he was a little undercooked on it, but let's have a look at George's last wave. Drops down, pockety little nugget, carves down.
into the honeypot, and then just gets a little vision, travel time down the line. Interesting part where that barrel was offered up, Bugs, sort of halfway down the point.
It was. It wasn't behind the rock at all. What a gorgeous looking section, though.
Oh my God! This is one of those ones that you draw on your exercise book at school. It's just turning inside out. George riding on the foam ball there. Now it starts to stretch out in front of him. Excuse me. Great vision there. And for a tall guy, he does stay quite composed. There's flair in it, but it's not untidy, is it?
Yeah, it's his own brand. I mean, I think that point of difference is what draws me so much to this young surfer's approach, and why I've been so impressed. And you know, the end of the year on the Challengers last year, and then especially what he was able to do as a wild card through this Australian leg on the championship tour, and now what he's bringing here to Snapper as well, which really is, this is his real mission.
Yeah,
you know, the wild
totally.
card guest appearances, those are all cool and everything, you know, but those are just a part-time appearance. He wants to be full-time.
I was a little concerned with how he would sort of come off that hype and that fairy tale that was going on with the championship tour wildcard positions, which he took and did so well with. But this is really the nuts and bolts of you know, the work he needs to get done, and a great start to the Challenger Series so far. This is not over yet. Michael Rodriguez in priority, 30 seconds to go. He needs a wave.
Oh, wow. Well, look at the numbers for these guys. An 8.5, a 9.33, a 7.67 backup, a 6.67 backup, 15 points versus 17 points. Bugs. This is entertainment. This is what this wave brings to us.
It does. You know, you've got head-to-head surfing. You've got it all happening here. You've got jet ski assist, best two. It's all happening. This is the showcase of what the format's all about.
And George, he's just going to throw a 7.33 away in the trash, because that was his last wave score, not even part of his top two. George Pitar on to the semifinals, and Michael Rodriguez really has to come to the beach and feel proud of his performance here at Snapper, because Emrod has been absolutely ripping, and it's good signs for him for the rest of the tour.
Yeah, that was an incredible heat total for Michael Rodriguez, 15.17. That's nothing to be disappointed about. Obviously, the loss is going to sting, but that man there, you know, he was on some kind of heater in that heat, just perfect sync. You know, really showing us that he's matured and he's competitive. He's matured in his performances, and he's a real genuine threat on the Challenger Series now.
George had to rise to the challenge. Michael Rodriguez has been the form surfer, him and Semi Pupo, but Michael Rodriguez has had something special. This barrel here, extraordinary. What a great ride.
And then the punch right here after the barrel. George Pitar on to the semifinals, where we check out our Bailey Ladders bracket. 4 remaining in contention for a title here. Josh Burke is going to be coming up against Mikey McDonough, but it really is, Rich, the bottom half of the bracket to really look at. Defending champ Sami Pupo is going to come up against the informed George Pitar.
Yeah, absolutely, and the lone ex-championship tour surfer left in the draw. It's going to be exciting semi-finals for the men's, but we're not there yet.
Speaking of semi-finals, women's semi-final number 1 in the water. When we return, it's going to be Erin Brooks up against Isabella Nichols right after this.
It's semi-final time for the women, and Erin Brooks, she's taken off, locks in, still routing through this one, and she's going to get spat out of the barrel, the 16-year-old. Laying it down to Isabella Nichols in the first semi-final here. And she's not done yet. This wave standing up again. And Erin smashes it. Where will the judges go with this one? What a start to the semi-finals here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. That was amazing.
Oh my goodness.
What's going on?
That was, men or women, best barrel of the event so far.
That was incredible. We know that there's been a 10-point ride out there today. We hadn't seen it drop just yet. Yesterday, Macy Callahan dropped the first 10-point ride of the Women's Challenger Series, and we're now waiting for the score to drop for this one, and you get the feeling that it's going to go there. That was a perfect ride. The barrel, just how deep she was on the takeoff. Amazing.
Men or women, best barrel of the event so far in my books. That was absolutely incredible. Hands down, just the barrel alone has to be a 10.
Let's have a look at the Bailey Ladders bracket. We know that we've got mates meeting in this first heat. The Grom, Erin Brooks, up against Isabella Nichols, desperate to get herself a big start on the Challenger Series and get back onto the championship tour. She's been bumped off a couple of times now. She's had a gutful of it, but she is going to be right up against it with Erin Brooks. Likely locking in a perfect score with that first wave. Can't wait to see it again on the bottom side of the draw. And we're going to have a regular-footed battle royale.
Oh, great matchup for that second semi-final too. 2 CT surfers as well, but oh my goodness, let's break this down. Look how deep she is, the technique. She pulls straight up under. It was such a long barrel. She comes out with the spin.
Oh my goodness.
Visually stunning.
Oh man, and the funny thing about Erin is yesterday she got an opportunity in pumping conditions early on. She was up against Yolanda Hopkins, and Yolanda was searching for the barrels, and it didn't feel like Erin wanted it, but we knew that it might have been a tactical decision from her. She does want it, she does charge, and she has just dropped an unbelievable number here. The score rolling through. How buzzed is she? I mean, that's as good as it gets with the jersey on. And Erin Brooks is going to get a 10-point ride. Unanimous across the board. It's a perfect 10. What a start for the Grom, the Phenom, the Whiz Kid.
Oh, my goodness. Just 10s across the board. You can see it here. She just can't wipe that smile off your face. You wouldn't, would you? I mean, what a wave. Incredible stuff by Erin.
What a buzz. I mean, that's definitely the best wave that she's had here at Snapper Rocks. Just a remarkable start to this heat, you know, and the way things had been rolling for Isabella Nichols, you just thought that she was a real favourite in this heat, but this is a rare talent.
Yeah, I mean, Erin has been a phenom for years. We've seen her coming up through the ranks. We've known she's capable of moments like this. We've seen it, but throughout this event, yeah, we've just seen her go to her reliable backhand attack, which has fetched her good scores all event. She's been, you know, progressing through this heat draw, but that was the kind of stuff that we've been used to seeing on her socials for years, you know, the big backhand barrels, the forehand barrels. I mean, that was it right there, and she just did it in competition.
She's still just beaming at the moment. What a start. A 10-point ride for Erin Brooks. The waves are pumping out here at the moment. The surfing has gone to another level. Erin, she was going to be up against it in this heat. Also up against it in that last quarterfinal clash was George Pittar. Michael Rodriguez has been dropping such good scores, but George is on a magic run, Stace.
He is indeed. Fantastic heat, George. Before we get to that, your reaction to Erin Brooks' last wave. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I couldn't believe it. I was on the beach. I was like, turn around. I was like, that's a bomb. And then she just shot out of it. I was like, are you kidding me? It was sick. I was stoked for it. I was mad.
And that heat on paper for us, we knew it was going to, you know, hope to be fireworks. How good is it when you get to perform like that against someone like Michael, who's obviously looked solid every time he competes at Snapper?
Yeah, I knew it was going to be a pretty big mountain to climb coming up against Emrod. Like, just watching his heats, the way he surfs this wave is just tapped. He's such an amazing surfer, and I knew I was going to have a lot on my plate, but I guess I just stuck to my guns and like thought I'd sit a little deeper and try to get a keg and then into it, and it's off his head out there. It's pumping. So I was just enjoying it. I was like, far out, I'm out here with me and one other dude out just getting barreled. Like, we can't really ask for much more, so I'm bothered.
Both of you absolute rail technicians.
I don't know about that, but it's just honestly the wave's just doing all the work. Like, you come out with all this speed and it's just bowling up at you. Oh, it's just like, can't believe we got another heat out there, and I know coming up against Sammy, so that's even more hectic because for me, Sammy's like almost like the guy I idolise to surf, like the speed and power and everything he surfs with. So to have a heat out there with Snapper, with Sammy in a semi is like something I dreamed of. So profit, been loving these last couple of weeks.
It's been an amazing run for you, mate. We're looking forward to keeping it going. We'll let you enjoy this moment. Thanks, George. Thank you.
Good on you, Stace. George Pittar on a special kind of roll, as is Erin Brooks, who just took an insider, really aware that she'll want to back up that 10-point ride, and she did beautifully. Medium-sized wave. You know, Erin's had an interesting run through this contest. Don't think she'd really shown her best surfing up until finals day, but she's come to life at the perfect time. Have a look at this series of just unbelievable crisp backhand hits.
Yeah, I'd have to completely agree with you. I was literally about to say that. Took the words out of my mouth. I think, you know, there's been other standout surfers in the draw that we've been talking about. Luana Silva, Bronte McCauley, you know, Vahine. It's just Isabella Nichols, Macy. Erin's been chipping away at it, and she's been doing well. I mean, backing it up beautifully now, that 10-point ride, 6.83, great score. But yeah, she's been chipping away, but hasn't been, you know, in those crazy moments in our post shows. But right now, I mean, she has clicked into gear at just about the right time. Semi-finals right now. Obviously, there's still time in this heat. There's still 20 minutes and still one more heat to go. But I mean, if you're ever looking at when to peak, I mean, finals day is it.
Oh, just look at her. She's just having such a good time here. And she is looking to go for back-to-back victories on the Challenger Series with a win last year over at the last event. Sakurema, she made the jump all the way to 9th position. That was in her rookie campaign on the Challenger Series. But this is, you know, the perfect start, and certainly the perfect start to a 10 points. Let's cue it up and watch it again. It's not going to get old. We're going to be watching this highlight moment for Erin Brooks for probably the rest of her career.
So good, so good. And to have 2 10s back-to-back both days, like one yesterday and one today, I mean, Snapper has just absolutely turned it on.
So this was in the opening stages of the heat. So well positioned, technique flawless.
I love it so much. And it's just the perfect barrel too. It stayed completely open, and that visually, when you come out with that spit at that same time. Oh, here we go, the moment Georgie gets to watch on.
Oh, yes, cannonball. She just came flying out of that thing. Gaping pit. George was blown away. And the thing that I think is most impressive about Erin is, you know, there's no part of surfing, no area that she hasn't put a lot of dedication into refining. She's great at the airs, but she charges it in big waves. It's been reflected in free surfing clips, but also in event results. I mentioned that performance at the Padang Cup in 2022, the only female in the draw. She was 14 years of age at the time. She made the final. And, you know, that was up against the likes of Clay Marzo and Rizal, and just an amazing field of incredible tube riders. Mason Ho was also in the mix. She's up again. She's having so much fun out here at the moment. Sideswiped by a grinding hunk of whitewater there, but in a great position.
Oh, on the other hand right now, I mean, let's talk about Isabella Nichols and how she would be feeling. I mean, this is tough. This is a really tough moment for her. I mean, semi-final, you know, first Challenger Series of the year. It's a good result, but she's going to want to win. And, you know, we heard Erin talk about it in Erin's post-heat interview. You know, Isabella Nichols is my favourite friend on the Challenger Series. I'm looking forward to this matchup with her, but Isabella's going to want to beat her more than anything too. So, yeah, I mean, it's hard work right now, but the good thing is 17 minutes on the clock, and there's plenty of good opportunities out there.
But the 16-year-old wanted it. She wanted the inside. That set wave came. Isabella didn't challenge her for it. So, you know, the bravado was rewarded in a big way, and also a commitment to take that first ride. Isabella should have been on that wave.
Yeah.
26 years of age, a lot of experience. I think Isabella underestimated her opponent there.
I was just about to say that. I feel like Isabella maybe thought Erin was going to go to the same sort of strategy that we've seen her go all event, which is turns, and rely on that. But she proved Isabella wrong there. I think, so was Isabella actually deeper than her?
Let's have a look at what unfolded here.
I feel like Isabella's deeper, but she chooses not to go.
She doesn't want it.
Nah.
She doesn't want it, and she got punished for it big time.
Wow. And Erin goes, thank you very much. What a gift. And I will go and hedge my bets. And there we go. I mean, that's a major mistake for Bella. I thought she was on the inside. She was. She didn't even have a look at it. On your forehand, too, you're facing the wave. You've got to be thinking that's a sure bet. That's a sure wave you're going to be going.
It's a head scratcher, that's for sure. I think, too, you know, what the best surfers are looking for in the barrels that they're swinging on out here is one that is stretched out and, you know, almost looks like it might shut down. It surges across this sandbar so quickly.
Wow.
And now Isabella's got a massive task ahead of her. Certainly up to the challenge, but there is, you know, an argument that score, even though it's impossible, could have gone higher just based on what we've seen in this event so far. You compare that ride to what Macy did for her 10, and Erin Brooks just found a whole nother level with hers. So that's going to be the benchmark. All other scores are going to be compared to that in this heat.
I agree with you. The barrel alone for me was a 10. She could have pulled off out of that and up 10, or it could have closed out after that. In my books, 10. The fact that she got all that extra work done down the line, I mean, you know, it's a different day, but yeah, exactly what you said. You just compare it to Macy's yesterday, and she got that one big wrapping carve, and it was a 10. It was just, the barrel was just so impressive.
I like it, though, that they scored it yesterday, because that invited surfers to push deeper on their sandbar, and it pushed it. It pushed Erin into that position where she could chase down that score. Just over 14 minutes to go. Erin Brooks leads Isabella Nichols. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. Enjoy this view. It'll be half as much enjoyed by the crowd as it was by Erin Brooks, that's for sure. WSL One Ocean continue their global sustainability efforts. And recently supporting local communities through annual grant programs, providing critical funds to NGOs around the world, working to protect and conserve our one ocean, and giving surfers the hands-on opportunity to learn about grantees through event activations and local impact projects. There's been some fantastic movements that all the Championship Tour surfers have gotten involved in throughout the Australian League in particular, and all over the schedule. And you can find out more by going to wsl1ocean.org. And don't forget to tag us on what you're doing to help our one ocean. But right now out in the lineup, we are lapping up a special performance here. Erin Brooks showing real hard out there and dropping a 10 on Isabella Nichols in the opening stages. Backed it up quickly with a 6.83. Isabella, she's got 11 and a half minutes to turn this hectic situation around.
Oof, for me right now, things are looking pretty hard. It's a hard job. It's a big total to break. However, there is a lot of good waves out there. There is a lot of opportunities. In the previous, we've seen barrel after barrel after barrel. And good thing is like, and I like your point before, Ron, is that judges are pushing people to the barrel. They're really rewarding that. So if Bella can identify one, she's got to go though. And in that first exchange, I mean, we saw her just kind of not even look at that wave.
No.
So I'm concerned, but I mean, now she's going to be kicking herself that she'll be able to register that mistake. There's no doubt about it. And she has to go. If there's another opportunity, looks like there could be one right now.
Yeah, this thing looks square. It's got a couple of lines in it. She's not particularly deep, and she's not going to get into it, and she's going to use up her priority too. And that one seemed to stretch out a little bit, so not really a missed opportunity there, but lost priority. That's going to work against her now. Erin Brooks will be in the driver's seat with 10 minutes to go. Stace is out and about, and he's found a special guest for us.
I have found a special guest, Rondog, Mr. Jack Robinson. How you been, mate?
Good, mate. What are you guys up to?
Absolutely living the dream here at the Boost Mobile activation. You're having a busy time. We're having a busy time out there. How did you say no to this event, bruv?
Well, after Margs, I was pretty tired, and I've got a lot of events coming up this year, and yeah, I don't know, I got a bit run down before Bells, and I didn't want to let it happen again before the next event, so yeah, just focused on Tahiti, and but yeah, the waves look so fun. I kind of wish I was out there now.
I bet you do. Giving any tips to young Teeth and Hair Jarvis Earl down here, or what?
Oh, all the people are here to see him, so I'm just following along. Yeah. But yeah, it's a good event. Really exciting to have this event back on tour next year, so I'm looking forward to that.
You hit the golf simulator?
Not yet. I'll beat Kelly's score though.
Well, I just did 214. Come and get it, Uncle. Thank you, Ronnie.
Good on you, Stace. Oh, Stace is up on top of the leaderboard.
Stop it.
Not the first time he's outdriven Kelly on a simulator. Haven't seen him out on the real thing, though. But 9 minutes to go here. Great to have Jack involved, part of that Boost team, down there doing a signing. At the moment, if you're in the area, get along, but also get along and watch these amazing finals heats play out. Erin Brooks, you know, we spoke about today, we were looking at that Bailey Ladders bracket coming into the quarterfinals on the women's side. We had so much CT experience in quarterfinal 2, 3 and 4. And Nadia Aristabe and Erin Brooks in that first quarter. Now, they're the campaigners that haven't reached that championship tour level. And, you know, there's a changing of the guard happening. And you know, Isabella's getting a reminder not to take this next generation lightly, because they're so well-rounded and they're hungry, and they're coming at a young age.
Oh, that was the biggest reminder of them all, I think. Like, I think Isabella kind of disregarded the fact that she just didn't even look at it. She just was like, you know what, Erin's been going to turns all week. There's no way she's going this. I'm too deep here. And Erin just absolutely, I love the word you said, heart just went.
Yeah.
You know, let's just roll the dice here.
But Richie Lovett made a great point earlier on too. You know, you want to size up your opponent, but you don't want to get invested into what they might do. You have to focus on what you can do to get the numbers. And, well, you know, if she thought that Erin Brooks was going to stick to turns, or maybe she was too deep, then she lost sight of what the goal is, and that is get 2 big numbers.
Isabella should have gone. I think that's the first mistake.
Here she is trying to make up for it. She has been in sensational form with her turns, but she's got to rip in big time here. This is a medium-sized wave. She does need a 7 really to break combination. That's the reason she's forcing that final turn and pushing so hard. And it's not convincing. Again, she's trying to you know, put the spotlight on herself, where it's just so firmly fixed on the grom at the moment.
Look, I like the intention. She knew she had to go big on that last turn to even entertain breaking this combination right now, but she's made a couple of mistakes. That first one, I just can't get past it. That was just, wow. And then obviously she paddled for that second one. She lost the priority. Let's break down this one. I mean, it's beautiful rail surfing. It's what we've seen all event from Bella. It's great. And so far, so good. It is a smaller wave, but she's surfing it really well. But here she knows, okay, I need to do something massive. And she's gone and pushed it really hard. She's fallen. It was a really sucky section, maybe not really the right turn for that section. But yeah, I mean, things are looking very difficult right now. Erin's obviously got priority. And I've been really impressed with Erin, because even though we haven't been talking about her in every post show and stuff, she's had hard heats. She's still put together good scores, but she's made great decisions under pressure. She's held priority when she needed to. She's closed out heats. She's just been really smart. So right now, I mean, she's not going to do any different.
I think always with someone who's, you know, got so much potential that you've seen so much of, you know, you can't help but have an expectation of what the performance should look like. But, you know, we touched on it in her quarterfinal heat this morning. She made fantastic decisions against Nadia Aristabe, and she started to really push hard. She took some falls early in that quarterfinal heat, but she cleaned it up, and it just allowed her to tap into more on-edge surfing. And Isabella's last ride, that came through at a 5.33, didn't break combination. So she's right up against it now. But how proud would her dad be? Erin Brooks's dad, Jeff, who is here with her. I saw them this morning getting set for this heat.
Yeah, he's just going to be smiling from ear to ear right now. I have to say, it's just an amazing performance from her. And I think what you said is true, Ron, that, you know, you get this idea of how someone should perform, because I mean, social media, obviously, you're only going to put out your best clips, and Erin's had a stack of them, and you get this idea of how someone should be showing up all the time. And yeah, it's just sort of a little bit of an illusion as we go. It was not an illusion, they are surfing that good, but we'll get back to that.
Here goes Erin, and just vicious out of the top again. So quick through those turns. This wave not doing a whole lot down the line, but she sticks with it. Does reconnect to the bank, but with that white water, that side wash, it makes it hard to really draw off the bottom and get a tight turn in the pocket there. Just under 4 minutes to go.
I guess what I'm trying to say is it's not perfect all the time in contests, you know, so you're not going to have the perfect mental eye wave. You're not going to have that, so it's not going to look exactly the same to what you're used to seeing and what we've been bombarded with for years. You know, we've seen her coming from a long while away, but yeah, she's just absolutely, she's looking so good. I mean, great form. She just looks so flexible too. She's just turning so tight in the pocket. It's nimble. She just looks great. And yeah, obviously using that priority there, keeping Bella off that one. Left Bella out the back. She's got priority, but she needs 2 waves, and with 3 minutes on the clock, it's a bit of it's a hard ask.
Yeah, it feels done. I think just the disappointment of that, missing that opening ride for Bella, it would be weighing heavy on her. She also fell on an attempt at a barrel ride herself early on.
You know, even if she did go that initial wave just to keep Erin off of it and didn't make the barrel or whatever, you know, fell on the takeoff, at least Erin wouldn't have a 10 now, you know? And it would be maybe a very different story. It's just, I just can't get past that first initial wave.
There's Erin's dad.
Still looking pretty cool, calm and collected.
Oh, yeah, who knows what expressions on his face under all that hair. But this has been a stunning performance. Even the backup, you've got to remember that that was a pretty small wave that she surfed up into a 6.83.
Yeah. No, she's on fire. Hard thing to do out here too, surf a wave up. Is when it's so perfect, you know.
Conditions just optimal at the moment. It really has cleaned up from this morning. You can tell there's a much better line to this swell. It was broken up at different stages. Still got a funky crease in it at times, which requires a special kind of read from these surfers as we get to this GWM 2-minute warning. This clock is going to roll out, and it's kind of getting to the point now where Isabella's just looking for a barrel of her own, probably just to make herself feel a bit better about this situation. Still a strong start to her Challenger Series campaign, especially considering that she's had to rally after getting bumped off the Championship Tour. And on the women's side of the draw, 3 surfers have been able to do that.
It's true. This is very, very true. Great. It is a great start, and we've been saying it all week, but a third is a key for the women.
Definitely.
And it's a great result, and she'll pick herself up from here. She's going down to Narrabeen, which she won last year. Good, fond memories. And, yeah, it's not a bad start. She's obviously going to be mulling over that decision at the beginning of this heat for a while. She'll know that. She's so experienced. She's had so much time on tour, so...
Yeah, she won't even have to listen back and see where we identified the mistakes. She'd know already. And, you know, that probably the funny thing is, you know, remaining really positive about this incredible start and the semi-final finish, because a mistake like that, or a missed opportunity to capture that highlight moment for yourself, that might beat you up a little bit more mentally than missing out on the final.
Oh, I have to agree.
Here goes Isabella now. It's another beautiful carving turn to get started. Really nice combination. And bashes through the pocket of this one again. This wave starting to connect with that sandbar down the line, but it feels like it might run out of energy. And Isabella's going to roll on through to the inside. Swings a 360 on the final section. Incomplete, though. But the true story about this first semi-final at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM, is the amazing performance of 16-year-old Erin Brooks. A 10-point ride on her first wave. Backs it up with a 6.83. And she is on her way to the final.
Oh, my goodness. So impressed.
Yeah, it's going to be a memorable moment in her career. Isabella Nichols, though, she'll be sitting third on the rankings on this very difficult Challenger Series when she arrives at a venue that she was victorious at last year. Congratulations, Erin. Geez, that was impressive. That was in the opening minute of her semi-final clash against a formidable CT campaigner.
Wow, so impressive. And to do your best surfing in a jersey is hard work. And the wave showed up, and Erin just took that opportunity and ran with it.
Who will Erin face in the final? We'll find out after the break. Luana Silva is going to take on Sally Fitzgibbons. Erin Brooks on fire.
all roads lead to the surf. Before surfboard riding became a super popular thing, all families came to all the different beaches, Rainbow Bay, Greenmount, Kirra, all the way up to Burleigh, Surfers Paradise. It's our #1 asset. The world's best surfers absolutely love coming here. It's a friendly place. It's a place of high performance waves. And there are these real life experiences you can have that it's nearly like an open air theme park.
Hall of Famer Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew talking about his home. The 78 world champ. We've been enjoying leaning into his expert knowledge of this location. And we'll look forward to chatting with him again. But right now we're getting set for another big semi-final clash. Let's hope we see more stunning rides from these two. Luana Silva up against Sally Fitzgibbons. Luana disposing of Bronte McCauley in that last quarterfinal round, and really knocking out one of the favourites for the title here. Sally Fitzgibbons, always a threat anytime she pulls that jersey on. And these two have both had a number of memorable rides in this contest. Flick, it's going to be a fun one to call.
Yeah, these two have been standouts. They've had 9-point rides, the both of them. Luana obviously got the win over Bronte. For me, Bronte was a pick from very early on. She was just putting together really big heats. So great win there for Luana in that quarterfinal. But I mean, coming up against Sally just looks like someone who, you know, she doesn't look as getting on the Challenger Series as a step back. She is so inspired by being on here. You can really hear it in all of her post-heat interviews. She's fired up. She's more inspired than ever. And I mean, if that last heat is anything to go by, it's seriously going to be super exciting. I just feel like the waves are absolutely on the cook right now. And yeah, I would just want to see more surfing. I want to see more barrels.
Yeah, no. So I think all the competitors that got bumped off that championship tour, they're, you know, a little bit of it's propaganda, it's self-propaganda. You've got to get yourself ready for this Challenger Series. You've got to find a positive mindset. It's not a positive, it's a negative. You're going backwards, but, you know, it's difficult to maintain a position at there's only 10 spots after those first 5 events. And you look at the caliber of surfers that survived that cut, and you can tell that, you know, it's not easy staying there. These are two of the best surfers on the Challenger Series. Luana Silva's up at the moment, and she's going to smash this wave down the line. Man, she's had some strong starts to her heat so far, and it looks like that's going to be the story here once again. A throwaway to kick things off, but just a real refined approach on that front side. Always great variety in her turns. And Luana is, for me, she's one of my favourite surfers that didn't survive that cut. I just see so much potential in her approach, and I think she'll give Sal a good fight here.
Oh, she's definitely going to give Sal a good fight, and her wave selection has been on point all event. Whether it be a bigger set wave or even a smaller wave, just being able to identify the ones that are going to really peel off down the bank. And great first critical turn there, backs it up with a second one, gets a bit of fin release. But just the read is so good. You know, there's a lot of times out here where surfers are either surfing a bit too far out in front of the wave, they're a bit caught behind. But Luana she's just had such a good read on this, and off to a great start again. You can see she already had that. She obviously took like a little wave in the beginning, handed priority over to Sally. She put a bit of distance between herself and Sally. She sat down the line and managed to pick this one up under Sally's priority. So good conversion. You know, she obviously lost it and then converted on it.
Yeah, Sally Fitzgibbons is going to have tunnel vision out there. She's going to be really focused on getting herself barreled. She did it beautifully yesterday. We've seen her do it and fetch excellent numbers down at Sydney when car park rights came to life during the Sydney Surf Pro last year. Sal loves a tube. Luana Silva, though, setting the pace here. An excellent number, and you just can't deny the critical nature of those hits that she laid down. Excellent surfing.
Excellent surfing, and I just love her ability to identify ones that are just going to really stand up and hit the bank properly. You know, it wasn't necessarily the biggest wave, but judges really appreciating just how well she surfed it. It was critical, the right turns for the right sections. I'm worried because there's a lot of other good waves out there and better quality. Like, wow, I mean...
You feel like the scale's set a little higher?
Oh, I don't know, possibly. Because I just feel like there's so many good waves out there. Yeah, I do.
Yeah. I feel like it's dangerous too to reduce the scale. When you say excellent surfing, you should stamp it with that number. You've got to work within that small space, as in you've only kind of got the 2 extra points you can tack on a ride if someone was to get super barreled. But I see what you're saying.
There's no doubt about it. That was great surfing. Really, really well done. But I just think in the context of today and how good the waves are, think back to that last heat, Erin's 10. I feel like the barrel alone was just a 10. And then obviously she got a few turns done after that. I feel that there's room for better surfing, and these women are bringing it, and they're so capable. Like the skill level right now, the bars being raised, that youth movement, Erin coming up through the ranks is really taking it to that older generation. I feel like there needs to be more in the tank that left.
Well, that's a similar story here, isn't it? You've got 19-year-old Luana Silva representing Brazil, but grew up on the North Shore, Oahu, Hawaii, and really did refine an incredible forehand in thumping conditions, Haleiwa and Sunset. And she's up against the 33-year-old Sally Fitzgibbons, one of the most winning surfers ever on the championship tour. And, Sal's had success all over the championship tour schedule, all over the qualifying series schedule, old and new. And so she definitely has had a lot of reps out here at Snapper Rock. She knows that an 8-point ride at this end of the competition doesn't mean you're out of the race. And she'll back herself to turn in some excellent scores too. I've loved a couple of Sal's performances in the past 2 events, Margaret River and here, just where she's thrown something that we didn't see coming. We've seen her on the championship tour for a decade, and now we've seen her in the Challenger Series as well. And for a while there, we really kind of knew what we were going to get. Yes, it was consistent. Yes, it was solid. But it was never kind of like getting into the edge of your seat, and she's really worked hard to bring some of that unpredictability these past 2 events.
Yeah, we've seen it.
Oh, Sally, late drop. I mean, that wave, I don't think it was makeable from that position anyway, but I mean, you don't want to eat it on the first section.
Yeah, definitely don't. Gives you a good indication of what she's going for, though. Barrel, tunnel, vision.
Yeah,
playing charades.
That's almost like a dangerous trap to fall into sometimes. Silvana, without getting barrel, got herself an 8-point ride. Sally's certainly got the moves that can match what Luana threw down on her first wave, but she did seem obsessed with the tube on that occasion. That wave never really looked makeable.
No, it didn't. It stretched out completely on the bank, but it kind of gives you an indication of what she's looking for. She's obviously seen that one that Erin got as well. But Sally, with so much knowledge and experience, she's going to be able to adjust here. As she's not going to... I feel like... hopefully she doesn't get stuck in that mode. I feel like she won't, just because she's got so many years of competitive experience. You've got to be thinking that she's going to be able to adapt, she's going to be able to adjust and be like, hang on a second, I'm registering that this might not be working for me right now, or maybe we're having a period, a break in those ones that are coming through and hitting the bank that are really drawing out and really barreling, like, let's change the game plan a bit here. It's still early days though, so you know what, tube hunt for a bit longer, Sal. I'm here for it.
Sally, despite the fact she's been relegated, she's always collecting highlight moments, competing every year, whether it's on the Challenger Series. She went away to the ISAs and got herself a gold medal, her 4th gold medal World Championship there. So she's a winner and always finds a way to connect to that feeling. No wonder she's still got a very positive mindset. She tackles the Challenger Series once again here. A bit of positioning going on the outside here, but no takers as these surfers get themselves positioned for the next set. Let's hear from Erin Brooks. An incredible ride to kick off the semi-finals for her. She's going to be contending for the final stakes.
Absolutely, Ron. A career-defining moment, not only for you, Erin, but for women's surfing. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. That was so fun.
Incredibly, you might have had a few better ones than that, but surely in Arashi, that's got to be up there.
Yeah, that's definitely the best. Besides the Padang Cup, that's the best barrel. Oh, wow.
Here we have watching it for the first time on the big screen. What do you make of it?
That is a lot bigger than I expected it to be. Whoa. I saw that wave coming in and I knew it was a good one, but I thought I was a little bit too deep. And we were both like in the spot, and I knew whoever got that wave was probably gonna win the heat. But I'm glad that I did. Thank you, Lord.
How good's getting clips?
Yeah, that's just a clip. I'm glad I got in the contest.
And in a Rashi too, that is unbelievable. You get Isabella a unicorn, she gives you a 10. That's a pretty good trade.
Yeah, that's great. It was definitely hard competing against her because she's one of my best friends. It was really bittersweet, and in the first little bit when we were like jockeying for the first wave, I was like, I hate this so much because I felt so bad. But I'm glad with the outcome, but also pretty bummed. But we both had a good start to our year, so that's good.
That is really good indeed. I want to know a little more about the courage you need to paddle into a wave like that at Snapper. We saw you kicking and scratching. You have plenty of heart to take that drop.
Yeah, like I said, I didn't expect the wave to be that big. It didn't really feel that big. Other waves that I've seen before were kind of like dropping out a little more, so it was just perfect for me because I'm not the best like air drop backside person. So I'm really glad, and thank you, Lord, for that wave.
That was an amazing wave, an amazing performance. We'll let you get ready for a massive afternoon ahead. Well done, Erin.
Thank you, Stace. Yeah, Erin, the love and life. She got the unicorn wave, and it was, you know, really an impossible wave to match in that heat. 16.5 minutes to go. Luana Silva, a really positive start, but this wave, no, this heat, I should say, hasn't really kind of come to life yet because Sally hasn't put a number up. She swing on the outside here. Makes the drop this time, parks it, finds a bit of cover. Sally emerges and now goes to the rail. Nice roundhouse cutback, keeps it tight to the bowl here. Will want to get some more work done to give herself a shot at the lead. Not as big a wave, so unlikely that Sal's going to get a number that matches what Luana threw down here. A lot of funky creases in it, but the veteran does really well to finish it off. And now the heat is on. 16 minutes to go in this second semi-final.
Yeah, she needs to put a score on the board, obviously. It's going to be interesting breaking this one down. I feel like a little bit of it, we'll see here, kind of got a little bit off balance there, but she did well to recover. It's a little bit of tube time. The board wasn't fully covered, so she wasn't obviously that deep, but wave tapering off here as well, just to stay with it. Gets it through to this inside section. Got a lot of warps, a lot of rivets in it.
Oh.
But that was a pretty solid turn for how little that section was.
That was such a hard finish to that ride. She did so well with it.
I'm just interested to see where this goes. I feel like a couple of moments where there was also a bit of a wobbly boot on and things didn't look very, if I'm being hypercritical, you know, but just in control. And if I compare it to Luana's 8, I mean, that was a wave that wasn't disjointed, it was clean.
Yeah.
It was smooth, it was critical.
Yeah, I think that the wave was more wobbly than Sal.
Yeah.
She kind of put it together pretty well on a difficult ride.
For what she had, for sure.
But I think your opinion will probably be reflected in the score here. 5 for Sally Fitzgibbons. Wouldn't call it a keeper score, but it does just give her the opportunity to get herself in a bit of rhythm here. I mean, on a very average looking wave, the surfing looked pretty good. So she gets herself on a bomb here, and you just don't know what she might be able to turn in. She's swinging again on the outside. Fitzgibbons has a steep section to work with. Nice rail work. Oh, swings the tail, gets back out in front. Just ducks under the pocket of this wave for a moment. Lines up the inside. Clean finish. Love that second turn.
Yeah,
That's some of that unpredictability she's starting to throw in.
That was better. That was way stronger, in my opinion. I love that. You can see just how hard she's pushing. She actually almost lost it on that second turn, almost brought it around a little bit too much, but Sally, there's no doubt about it, she is in good form. I mean, we just look back to yesterday, dropping 9-point rides for barrels, but this one took off down the line, clean face, But this turn here, this is the one we got excited about. Really drifted the fins there. Tiny little shampoo as she gets around that section. And gets a little lip line finish there with ease. But this turn here, you can just see the intent. Just, I need to push really hard here. This is a shorter wave. It hasn't got so much opportunity. Let's try to squeeze all the points out of it that we can. So she did really well. And brings it through to the inside. So this one, this is going to be higher than her 5. So
you can see just the effort that she's putting into each of those moves. And as you said, on edge. And as a result, you know, releasing that tail. And she gets herself a 5.83, gets herself into the lead here. Luana Silva, though, doesn't need a whole lot to get back in front after a 2.83. As Sally makes her way back to the takeoff zone, we're going to take a Bonsoy brew break.
Nothing wrong with being cynical.
All roads lead to the surf. Before surfboard riding became a super popular thing, all families came to all the different beaches, Rainbow Bay, Greenmount, Kirra, all the way up to Burleigh, Surfers Paradise. It's our #1 asset. There is an air of excitement and anticipation every year with the Gold Coast Pro, seeing the best international surfers coming, taking on the locals, and it brings out the best in everyone surfing.
Welcome back to the show. We're looking to set up the women's final. Erin Brooks waiting to see who she'll take on here. Sally Fitzgibbons leading this one at the moment as we take a trip on the Gold Coast flight cam, expecting this crowd to fill in big time as we move closer to crowning our champions. But this is a very minor requirement Luana Silva's after here to get herself back in front.
Yeah.
Sally Fitzgibbons isn't safe at the moment.
Sally is not safe. It's a bit of false sense of security here. It might appear that way that she's in the lead, but Lulu only needs a 2.83. It's super minimal. But, I mean, we saw Dakota earlier this morning go down with an excellent score. I think he had an 8.6, and we saw Mikey, who's coming up in that next heat. He took him down with a 7 and I think a mid-range score as well. So not out of the question for Sally. She's definitely going to want to improve on that 5, that backup. Sally needs to be dropping a 7 or an 8. I mean, or higher, obviously. But, I mean, Luana right now basically has to stand up and do a turn, and she's back up in the lead.
It looks like she's going to let this one go. Sally just trying to build under priority. Does work on the air reverses quite a bit. Has busted them out in competition before, but not able to stick it on that occasion. So straight out of the women's semis into the men's semi-finals. We will have Josh Burke taking on Mikey Madonna in semi-1, semi-2, semi-Pupo up against George Pitar. And that is going to be a lot of fun to watch.
Well, I mean, some amazing semis coming up. I mean, for me, I just can't go past the second one. Sammy Pupo, George Pitar. I mean, and it was really cool listening to George talked to Stace just about how much he emulates and looks up to Sammy, and you know, his rail work's on point, and both of them absolute, you know, their rail work for George and Sammy is incredible. And yeah, cool to hear Sammy say, you know, I dream of moments like this and getting to surf against him, and I've looked up to him, so that's going to be really cool. And one thing to note, like, not easy for George to continue off all the hype and the momentum that he had from, you know, the first two CTs in Australia. Bells, Margaret River finished with a semi-final. He obviously had that big heat against Griff, took down the world #1. There's just so much hype around him. So yeah, it's going to be really exciting.
Sal just continues to try and add to her scoreline here under the priority of Luana Silva. It feels like she's setting traps and just trying to get Luana out of priority here with 7 minutes to go. She wants to force that rotation.
Yeah.
Get Luana to take her away. It doesn't help her generate a big number, so Sally's not after a huge score to close it down and maintain this position to qualify for the final.
Yeah, we also heard Sal talk about this. You know, sometimes it's all about playing that game of chess and how much she enjoys it, and right now we're seeing it. We're just seeing her make those moves, and you know, it's so funny, use the analogy of something, you know, it's like going to the casino. Sometimes you make that move and you think that's the right one, but it doesn't always win. So it's just interesting watching this play out now and just seeing so much knowledge and experience and years on the CT, seeing how she's trying to force Lulu right now. Obviously Luana not with as much experience, she's been on the CT, but Sally with just so much, and she's in the lead, but not by that much.
No. Sally Fitzgibbons too, from the New South Wales South Coast, but does get up here quite a bit. Often heads up to the Surfing Australia High Performance Centre. She's competed here as a Championship Tour competitor, so really comfortable in this lineup. Knows, as you said, after surfing so many heats out there, how to get it done when you don't have the rhythm on your side. So she's grinding her way through this one at the moment to maintain that #1 position. But it feels like there'll be a couple more waves ridden to determine the result here.
It definitely feels that way. I think it's going to come down right to the wire. There's going to be an exchange. I mean, I don't have a crystal ball, but I'm sensing some scores to be dropped, and we're going to be waiting even though the heat's said and done.
Yeah. Luana really wants to try and eclipse and max out the 5.83 that Sal's lodged already. If she can do that, she can leave a really solid requirement for the veteran.
Yeah, that's the goal for sure. But, you know, sometimes you wonder, do you get stuck in that mindset of looking for a wave that, you know, she only needs a 2.83, but sometimes, which is basically one turn. If it's a great turn, it's one turn. I mean, we saw Erin this morning get a 6 for one turn. So things are looking quite quiet right now. But look at that cloud band out to sea, looking very ominous.
It sure is. Luana's making a move here to back up the 8-point ride. Already laid down a couple of turns. This wave actually reels off through the inside, standing up nicely. And the teenager gets on the attack a couple of times now. So she is going to get the score that she needs to get back into that #1 position. She'll hurl all that pressure straight back onto the shoulders of Sally Fitzgibbons here. This crowd's starting to build, and all the big-name surfers in the area are down here to watch what unfolds here on finals day, taking a keen interest in this next wave of talent, trying to get to the Championship Tour, as we see the replay here of Luana Silva.
Oh, I mean, she only needs a 2.83. She's done it here already with these first 2 turns. But she gets this bonus section down the line, and she says, thank you. This little wave just keeps on giving straight up into the lip there. Just great timing. Almost looks like she could have got a little shampoo. But she's well and truly done that. She's going to make this job hard for Sal. She's got the score. She's asking the questions of Sally now.
A couple of years ago, surfing even in Championship Tour events with Sally Fitzgibbons, there's no doubt that Luana Silva would have been in awe, but a real belief now that she's worthy of a place on this CT and, you know, ready to really take the fight to as I said earlier, one of the most winning surfers that we've ever seen on the championship tour. So there is a movement coming, a shift in the mindset of these new campaigners.
Oh, yeah, Luana's not scared at all. I mean, yes, Sally's a big name, but I feel like this new generation and this new breed of younger surfers, as we look at Sal, she's having a little look there, but this new generation, they're just not scared. They have so much self-belief. They believe in their skill level, and they've been doing, as we look at this replay.
Oh, nice little pit. Nice little cave there for Sally, and then just throws everything into that turn, knowing that she was on a smaller wave. She was trying to better a 5.83. Priorities already with Sally Fitzgibbons. 2.5 minutes to go. The question is, how high will they go with Luana's wave there? Won't be as big as her 8.
No, definitely won't be near the 8. You can maybe I don't know, I'm not a judge, but 6'5", maybe somewhere around that number. Could even go higher, I'm not sure. I mean, they've really been appreciating her type of surfing, and even though it was a smaller wave, well, there we go, numbers coming through.
Well, a couple of judges agreed with you, Flick. A couple of 6'5s thrown out there, but it was a 6'17", the average. And Luana's back in front. The requirement for Sally's now a big one. 8.34 is what she needs. And she has found a gem here on the inside. Great wave selection. Might need some more work, though, and the wave gets ugly down the line and doesn't really give her a nice, steep, oncoming closeout section to truly lay into, but great tube riding.
Fantastic tube riding from Sal.
Oh, the Swellian army is down in force. Making plenty of noise for these competitors, right behind everyone.
How good.
Luana not taking any chances. Would have heard the crowd's reaction to Sal exiting that pit. And she's just going to try and surf as best she can on this wave, trying to better a 6.17 to increase her heat score. Won't do it with that one. 1 minute remaining. And we're waiting on numbers to come through for Sally.
Wow. Oh, man. I mean, this was a great little nugget, great little gift, great barrel riding. You can see how far she shifted up the front of her board. She has to readjust her stance here, but the rest of the wave just unfortunately letting her down. I mean, she was completely covered there. Just only see the nose of her board coming out there. Great read. See, she shifts her weight back on the board here to get through this tricky little section. I mean, she was chasing an 8.34, right? I feel like, yeah, obviously she's, you know, it's not near that, but to come out of that barrel, if it would have given her more let down the line, just with the form that we've seen her in all week, possible.
Yeah, the wave, you know, definitely gave her a moment. A great moment to start off, but she needed more down the line. It's come through to 6.07. She's taken a little bit off the requirement, but with only 5 seconds remaining, it's not going to matter. Luana Silva is going to finish this one off in style and really let go of some great turns. So we will have Erin Brooks going up against Luana Silva in the final of the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. A couple of teenagers will battle it out for the #1 position on the Challenger Series ranks.
Battle of the Groms in the final. How good. And I mean, Luana, what a good job she's been an informed surfer all the event, and sometimes the informed surfers don't make it all the way through to the finals, so props to her for getting the job done, and up against a really informed Sally Fitzgibbons. Sal has been on fire this whole event. I mean, yesterday that 9.33 she had was incredible. So good start to the year for Sal, a third, but Luana, wow.
Yeah. Keeper results for Isabella Nichols and Sally Fitzgibbons, but results coming for Luana Silva and Erin Brooks that could see them both onto the championship tour for sure. Wins, runner-up finishes, they will certainly help your cause. As we have a look at the Bailey Ladders bracket here, as we mentioned, a couple of the youngsters, teenagers fighting it out for the win here.
Oh, and you know what? Really hard job for Erin, who was Erin and Nadia originally at the beginning of the day, the only sort of two surfers that haven't cracked the CT yet. Erin to make it all the way through, take down Isabella Nichols, CT surfer. She's now in the final. She's coming up against another CT surfer, Luana Silva. I'm just interested to see, is she going to be able to keep a lid or not from that last semi-final where she did get that 10. So How's she going to regroup after that?
Probably just fine. It's going to be a fantastic final here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. The men's semi-finals are coming up next. And we have a great matchup between Josh Burke from Barbados, Mikey Madonna, who's from just down the road at Lennox Head. They'll be fighting it out for that first spot in the final. And to call the action, we're going to bring in Stace, Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew, and an extremely special guest. Don't miss it. The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM is brought to you by Bonsoy, the official milk of the World Surf League. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. By Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of WSL Australia. And by Experience Gold Coast, strategic partner of the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM.
Welcome back to the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. It has been non-stop action all day for finals day here at Snapper Rocks. Coming off a low tide at 11:30 and it's high tide in the booth and it's 6 foot and offshore in here. My name's Stace Galbraith and gladly joined by Jack Robinson and Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. Gee boys, what a lineup.
Thank you for having us. Stoked to be here. These waves are pumping.
Oh, the waves are pumping and Jack, you're coming off a huge win. A huge win.
Thank you, Rabbit. Yeah, special week back home. Good to be back in the West. And now we're back here and enjoying the action.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to have all you guys out from the West. Obviously, yourself, you're spending a lot of time on the Gold Coast now, but Felicity Palmetier kindly called Snapper contestable this week, which I thought was very, very kind of her. But yeah, love having all you West Aussies over here.
We love it, yeah. It's this is the country, you know. We love it. We love both sides, the West, the East. Love it all.
Hey, I think if there's barrels, you're going to be not too far away from them. But
you burrowed back behind the rock right now if I was in the comp. Jeez.
Oh, yeah.
You'd be round at Froggies, bruv.
Yeah, I'd be lost. They're pumping all the sand, so you wouldn't find me.
Yeah, well, we wait for this heat to get underway. We're going to take a look at the Bailey ladder bracket. And there's been some sensational performances to get us to this point. You know, for me, Josh Burke's been a standout. We'll see him in this semi-final taking on Mikey Madonna. And then, as you can see, the winners earlier there in the day. It was a close heat there for Sammy Pupo against Ian Gouveia. He won on the buzzer. And then George Pitar v Michael Rodriguez. That was just absolute fireworks. So that's going to set up our semi-finals. First one's in the water now. And Jack, how have you been? You've been able to tune into this one? I know you're a busy man, young family, but you've always got one eye on the surf.
For sure. I've always got the TV going in the background when I'm playing with my baby, and got the surfing going, so I've been keeping a close eye on it. And I came down the hill and I saw Aaron Brooks lock into that 10, so that was pretty exciting. And yeah, you know, when there's an event at Snapper, I always have my eye on it, especially when the waves are good. So yeah,
definitely.
Well, in the first quarterfinal, Josh Burke got an unbelievable wave to start with, and
wow,
it looks like he's he's already had a quick ride. So no, he hasn't. He's got the inside. He's got the inside of Mikey.
Not one surfer this event yet, Jack, has challenged him for the inside, and I think we're going to see it here from Mikey Madonna. How does Josh play it out?
I reckon Mikey will challenge him for sure. Bemmy, I just saw Bemmy when I came down the hill, and he told me that Joao didn't challenge him for the inside. So, and he got a 9 straight up. So we'll see what happens.
They have to be careful here, though, Bugs, isn't there? It's literally a game of feet, and you can be one paddle too deep. We saw that with Erin Brooks and Isabella Nichols in the last heat. Isabella with the inside, just slightly too far in and under to go the wave. So it's not always about necessarily being on the inside, is it?
No, and you can certainly out-hassle yourself and get both of you out of position, and a set goes through, and then it's a game changer, really. Because then you might have to go wide to get a first wave under your belt. You can sit there the whole heat sometimes. The tide has just turned. It's just on the way in. We're coming to that really good part of the tide, Jack, that you love so well.
Oh,
an hour after low tide.
Yeah, I'd be all over it. I know you would be too.
Yeah. It's just barrel city.
Yeah, it's so good. It can turn into a hassling competition though, especially with you're just on a right-hand point break. You paddle each other so deep, I feel like.
Interestingly enough, to start this heat, the boys did come around from Froggies, and they spent the good part of 90 seconds getting themselves into position.
For sure.
It's no surprise to see these two young men. They want it more than anything. They know coming out of the gates here, very much like when you're trying to win a world title. If you're winning here at Snapper, your chances of winning the title would increase dramatically, and it's the same here at qualifying. You get a big win on the board early, it obviously is going to set up your whole year. And another surfer who's looking to do that at the moment is with Felicity Palmatier. Flick, take us away.
I've got Lulu here, the winner of that last heat. 8-point ride again. You seem to be finding all the excellent scores out there.
I think I'm just having fun and just enjoying my time out there with no one out. All I wanted to keep doing throughout the contest was surf more heats, just to surf with no one out. So I'm enjoying my time and taking it heat by heat.
And what do you make of the final? It's Battle of the Groms, Battle of the Teenagers. Yeah, thoughts on that?
I think it should be a really exciting final against Erin. She's been ripping. Her 10 was insane. So hopefully we'll get some more waves like that in our final. And yeah, I'm ready to bring it on.
All right, well, I won't keep you too long. I'll let you get ready for that final. Good luck.
Thanks, Felicity. Congratulations, Luana. That's an amazing way to kick off the Challenger Series campaign for both Erin and Luana, getting into the final here at Snapper Rocks. We just saw Josh Burke start, and Jack, I don't know if you've been paying super close attention to his heats, but unfortunately for Josh, this will be his slowest start when this score comes in. He's been starting with a bang every time.
Yeah, interesting. Hopefully there's a 2-wave set on the next one, because I feel like if you're just patient and wait for a good wave, this is like, yeah, it's quite a small wave. So, yeah, the waves that I've seen out there that are out there, I feel like you've got to be a bit patient today.
That's something that you've perfected in your game.
Yeah.
How did you work on that? Because it's obviously, you're on the QS, a lot of these young men are rhythm surfers. They want to surf into their heats.
For sure. It's different than QS. I feel like you just want to get a rhythm. You want to surf as much as you can. But, yeah, it's different when you go into the CT. I mean, Bugs would know.
Well, you know what? We were only 2 minutes away from a restart there too, so this could be a different situation. Josh has got the heat going. We're basically down to a 20-minute heat now. Mikey looking at that wave, and he looks like he's going to go.
Should be a grower, huh?
Oh, as you can see, the backwash kicking into play there, and he opts to kick out and regain his priority over Josh. A smart play, as now they get themselves in a bit more of a just outside of behind the rock takeoff position there. Josh has been really clever at this throughout this event. He's been, once he gets going, he really doesn't stop. So kind of his strategy this week has been...
How's that little mini barrel? It's just so fun.
Pretty clear, and that was, you can tell why Kelly modelled the pool off this wave. That was absolutely insane. And a good wave for fun, but on the scoreboard, I highly doubt either of Josh's waves to start this heat will be keepers.
I would have waited for the restart. I'd spend more time out at Snapper.
It's not a bad call. You want a full clock when the waves are this good.
Oh, it's so fun.
It's a hard one though. We had a lot of restarts at Margaret River, Jack.
We did.
How do you recenter after that? I mean, we've had a couple here this morning as well.
Yeah, I mean, you just got to be ready for anything, ready for all. Like especially on the tour, you have 11-day waiting period, and they might have a swell and they might not, and then you just never know. I feel like you always got to be ready, especially on tour. Which is a lot of energy sometimes, and just being ready to go, but you get used to it.
And Jack, the rest of the year, you must be pretty stoked with how you're going right now, and you moved up nicely on the rankings after that win.
For sure, yeah, I'm happy to get right back in there, and especially after Bells, and there's a couple of events there that were a bit up and down, but that's a part of it. And yeah, just a lot of new things this year, managing the family, managing the contest, So,
yeah.
Mike and Madonna on the outside here, gents. He just gets a bit of shampoo. And just trying to feel things out here. He'll cleverly just kick out ahead of Josh, not noting that wave was going to increase in scoring potential down the line.
Stace, I think that will be actually the best ride, I think. It was just a little nugget, and he got out. So he snuck it in, got the best ride, and then regained priority. Super low scoring heat.
It has been a low scoring point to this stage so far, but we are expecting fireworks. Both of these young gents have been tapering nicely as we get an aerial shot replay here, Jack.
Yeah, I think that'll be the best score of the heat behind the rock. And smart to kick out. I thought Josh would have fully gone for priority right there. But hopefully there's some more waves in this heat and we can see him have a battle.
We've seen a lot of Josh Burke's variety so far in this event, Jack. I'd say that Mike and Madonna's just starting to creep up incrementally every heat. That's something you've done beautifully through your career, peaking in the finals. Again, I'd love to know how you elevate yourself in those, heavy moments.
You tell me the secret sauce. You're the coach here, Stace.
No, brother.
Come on,
that comes from you. I
just watch what you do, bro.
I'm going to sit around.
Watch what you tell you guys.
I'm going to let you sit on that one while we throw down to Uncle Kaipo. Kaipo's out and about.
Hey, out in the water. I actually have a question for Jack.
Okay.
Jack?
Give it to me.
What about dad power? Because I feel like when you have offspring, like an animal, you are even fiercer in the wild.
For sure. The samurai didn't, it was when he came home to his family, he'd be present with his family, and when he goes to battle, he'd be fully in the battle. So that's what it's like, bro.
Exactly. That's what I thought was going on right there, Jack.
And John's going to have a baby soon too, so he's going to have dad power.
Yeah. Hey, what about
Kelly?
We got a lot of dads
Kelly
going
needs some tips to let you know. Oh, dad's ranked.
What about Tahiti? It's next, Jack. What do you got plans?
I'm excited. I get over there in a week, and yeah, there's a lot of events coming up. I really wanted to do this, but I felt my body was just getting a bit run down, so just focus on the rest of the year, and hopefully we get some really good waves and have a really good show towards the end of the year.
Look forward to it, Jack. Thanks.
Thanks, Kibes.
On your Kibes. Dad power. It's a beautiful thing.
That's it. You got 2, right?
2.
Yeah.
So, Jack, I wanted to ask you, like last year, you were injured, you didn't surf marks, you didn't surf the event. The year before, you had the classic final with John. Was that your first breakthrough win against him?
Yeah, well, we haven't versed each other that much. I think no, that might have been the first one.
I think it was.
Yeah.
So going into this one this time, Jack, John is such a master at main break.
For sure.
But it is your home break as well. You must have been pretty pumped.
Yeah, I was really inspired by it actually, like a lot of people can be daunted, but I feel inspired by really good surfing, and especially leading up to that final, he was putting on a clinic, and, it just inspired me, and that's the way I take it. And I missed the last year before, so it was, it felt like just the following year. I didn't even feel like I missed the year, but I went out there feeling like, I was going to have a good final, so I was just really excited.
Well, that was a feeling for everybody too, because really you were defending against the same finalists from the previous year, so everyone felt it was a title defence, and John trying to add to his illustrious record over there.
For sure, no, he surfs the place amazing, and it felt so familiar, just that whole event, and he was on the other side of the draw, so it was pretty cool how it all came together.
Yeah, well, you must be excited about the next one. In a week time, you're heading over there.
Yeah, you guys coming over?
Oh, well.
Hey, boys, while this one takes a little lull in the action, we're going to jump in for a Bonsoy brew break and hopefully catch back up the second half of this heat with a bit more action. Stay tuned.
Welcome back to the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. And I am frothing. Get the froth meters at a 10. I'm a 10.5 right now. And things are pretty frothy as we see. Pulling it to the barrel, Mikey Madonna on his way. We got a heat here. It's finals day. We got perfect 10s. We got incredible performances. That's what you froth about.
We got Kipes back in the water, absolutely nailing it, bring us to the action live from the shoulder at Snapper Rocks. And we have his right, we've seen some amazing rides today, and it was a sleepy start to this heat. But Mikey Madonna, as we'll catch you up on this wave, looks to get things started here in a real manner. We're coming down to 12 minutes on the clock. If you've just joined us, Stace Galbraith alongside Jack Robinson, world number 2, 78 world champ, Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. Gee, boys, we were waiting for this one.
What did he do on that wave? I heard the crowd go wild. Like,
I reckon we were due for a replay. Here it is, Jack.
Here we go.
Walk us through it.
Yeah, takes off behind the... Is he behind the rock? Oh, he gets drained. Probably the best... Sounds like the best wave of this heat. Race along, get some work done here. Yeah, this is the best wave we've seen so far, hey?
Yeah, it's good to see him get some clean water bugs.
Yeah, sure is.
Yep.
Well, Josh Burke has already had a wave before this as well, so we'll see that. But here's Mikey's best wave. And yeah, the first half of this semi, with a little bit of a dud, and then the second half has opened up, as Kaipo said. We know it's going to get exciting. They only need 2 great rides, Jack.
That's it. You just got to get through. It doesn't even matter how you do it, as long as you get through. It's a big result already for him. He's going to be feeling good about that, I feel like.
Huge result.
Yeah.
This is Josh Burke, 6'5". Robbo, what did you think of it?
Yeah, I want to see what he did down the line here. See if the wave kind of shouldered off a little bit.
Yes,
that was bringing the carving 3 back.
Please, make it a regular occurrence.
It's kind of going to be just a battle for this next exchange, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah. They've kind of, yeah.
Oh, Andy Irons, thank you. Obviously, Kelly had a couple of handy ones as well, but Andy used to get that extra little kick, didn't he?
Andy used to do some of those.
Wow, that was insane.
Yeah,
we got this heat. We've got a heat on our hands here, boys. Josh Burke, a 6'5". We're waiting for a score for Mikey Madonna. I think it'll probably fall somewhere around that range as well.
Oh, Josh got priority though. I think there's going to be a good exchange right here. If he waits for a good one, we're going to see it come down the wire.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one, Jack.
Yeah.
I think this next exchange is really going to be the one.
Yep.
Let's hope. I mean, it was a bit of a slow start. There wasn't many sets. Let's hope that the last 10 minutes it fires up a bit.
Yeah, I need the ocean to bring some waves.
Coming down the final 10 minutes here, the boys have got themselves exactly in the spot they want to be. We're just coming off the low tide at 11:30. We're expecting the tide to fill in all afternoon, which, you know, won't be a problem, will it, Bugs? There's so much sand on this bank that it's really been pumping on all tides.
Yeah, it'll handle the higher tide, but we're not going to get anywhere near it for the finals. So it's going to be a pretty good tide. You know, the wind's been holding off, but it's a little funky right now, but not too bad. Mikey is trying to get a bit of a break here.
Get it back up on the priority.
So as expected, Mikey Madonna's ride comes in really close to Josh Burke's. It was a 6.33 as Mikey will kick out of that wave there, not noting anything worthwhile, pursuing down the line. Jack, we've had some incredible barrels so far at this event. Multiple 10s, plenty of 9s. You know, can you compare Snapper to any wave around the world that you spend a lot of time at? The behind the rock section in particular.
I mean, probably Barradella Cruise. It's probably similar behind the rock, you know. Right.
So, you know what that over there reminds me of? It reminds me of Burley. I mean, Snapper behind the rock.
Yep.
Then Burley, then Kira.
Right.
The whole 3 of them in the one wave. That's how. I used to say, God, man, I had to travel 12,000 kilometres to surf Kira.
Well, you've seen them all the best that they can get, so I wouldn't. I'd just love to hear.
But Jack, the news this week that next year Snapper returns as a CT. I mean, how did you feel about that?
Oh, I'm excited. I got 2 stops right on my doorstep.
And the other thing is, I was wondering if you've actually surfed a CT. I think you have as a wild card or not?
No, I've never surfed a CT out here.
Okay.
I've surfed the Challenger, and yeah, I've never done the tour event.
Mikey Madonna just behind the wedge there, getting a little bit of vision. This wave looks like it will have some more energy down the line as he's streaking around the corner with plenty of speed. He'll look to start adding some majors here as he just slipped out of range there, and another uncharacteristic fall from Josh Burke. I think both of these boys might be feeling the moment here, Jack. They're one good wave away from putting themselves in the final.
It's a battle of the backups. Come on, boys, give us a good show. Let's see it. This last little moment.
It's it's a battle of either both ends. They could look to back up the 6.5s, or I think one punchy score could really sew it up. And I think there's still waves out on offer for either or. And I think both of these gentlemen at the moment, they look like they're kind of in two minds on those waves.
Yeah, they just haven't really got going this heat. I feel like this has just been a slow one.
I mean, the other thing, that, they predicted that little easterly, just a little waft of the easterly. And what that does, I mean, particularly in Mikey's wave, is that first wave of the set carries all that bump and lumps on the wave. And that's what he got caught in a little, just when those little bumps coincide with the lip, you can easily do that. Just slide out,
for sure,
go over the back of the wave.
For sure. It's some little details here, eh? You see the ribs in the wave, Bugs, that come through the face. It's actually quite hard to set a rail. You really have to be careful, I feel like, and place your turns correctly. Yeah?
That really illustrated that. And whereas Josh's wave, actually, it was looking like it was drawing off the bank nicely.
And Bugs, a decision there for Mikey to paddle. You like that with the tide coming in?
Yeah, I mean, we still don't have, outside it's nearly a neutral rip. It's not too bad. You can see a lot of rip working around in the whitewater section, but it's not too bad. We had that reverse rip happening earlier. So I think the paddling is okay right now.
Yeah, it doesn't look too bad.
Mikey's really good at improvising and picking these little wide cut-off ones,
There could be one right here, actually.
There we go.
Okay, Mikey Madonna here. He's found himself a good-looking wave off the edge of the keyhole. This wave got plenty of energy down the line. Beautiful blue barrel there. Bit of a head dip as he comes around the corner. Greases that layback. That was the turn he fell on earlier. It's a nice combo. And this is the wave that he was looking for, as we hear the Swellian Army absolutely going nuts for the boy from Lennox. And Josh Burke just an in and out there at the back. Bugsy, you called it. He's paddled himself to the perfect spot there.
Yeah, that was one of those little cut-off ones, and it actually didn't carry too much chopping on the face. That one hit the bank beautifully.
Kaipo, how'd it look from your angle?
Oh my! The barrel, the combination, and the rhythm. The rhythm that Mikey was able to get in. Let's see how Josh fires back right now.
Josh Burke, beautiful opening first carve there. As we mentioned earlier in the call, he's had amazing starts to his heat. He's just taken a little bit more time to get in rhythm in this heat. A beautiful frontside snap there. He's looking electric here this afternoon. It's just this wave will not give him any more down the line. Nevertheless, a couple of nice turns before that wave.
Yeah, he's going to motor back out. He needs a wave that's going to connect down to Marley Rocks. He hasn't had one so far in this heat. Kind of got that one where he did the carving 3-0. Here we see Mikey. They're both paddling back out, electing not to use the jet ski. I thought Mikey might have that time.
What'd you make of this wave, Robbo?
I like this little wave. It was good, and it's fully just stood up down the line. It was a full in and under sneaky one. Josh didn't even know about it, and then, he just tagged it. And good backup score, I feel like. But Josh does have priority now, so I feel like I'd be kind of worried about him with priority, if there's last exchange. Still not out of danger.
No, not at all, especially with the quality of surfer that he is and then the form that he's in. But it is for sure the advantage to Mikey Madonna at the minute as we wait for that score to come in. And this is a replay of Josh's ride, Jack.
Yeah, his wave kind of didn't really stand up, and it was pretty short, and that's all he kind of got right there. So get back out the back, get another one, and hopefully get barreled behind the rock, which I think he's thinking.
Jack, I'd like to know from your perspective, with the conditions changing a little bit for this afternoon, a little bit of rib on the face and a bit more texture to it. Do you stay on the same board, or do you mix it up when there's a bit more wind at play?
I mean, this far into the contest, depends. You can change it. I feel like, I feel like I would ride the same board the whole way through, because it can change so quickly out of the conditions too. You might. Yeah, you need an all-round board, I feel like.
Yeah,
I'm sticking to that. That's what I feel like on the CT. I don't really change too much, once I get this deep into an event.
You make it work.
Yeah, you make it work. You make anything. It doesn't matter about the board. It matters about you.
And Jack, did you catch any of the heat between Michael Rodriguez and George Pittar?
I only saw a tiny bit of George Pittar's waves at the end, but yeah, how was that heat? Was
insane.
Yeah.
And they both surfed so well, and George just went to the next level. But Michael Rodriguez throughout the event, I mean, talking about, you know, feeling good about your board. Wow.
Yeah, he looks good on his boards, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, both of those guys really suited to this wave. It was a shame to lose them so early in the draw, but it is going to set up a tantalising semi-final matchup. Samuel Pupo will take on George Pittar in the next heat. But in the meantime, this heat has 2.5 minutes on the clock, and it's advantage to the youngster from Lennox Head. He just paired a 6.33 to match his first one. It's leaving Josh Burke out the back with priority, chasing a 6.16. And boy, oh boy, this heat is set up for a spectacular finish.
It's going to be an absolute banging finish. I feel like there's going to be a little flurry right here, eh? I just got a feeling there's going to be a set.
Yeah. It's kind of due, isn't it?
Yeah, this whole heat hasn't really produced.
Yeah.
6, that's not really big. That's not a big score.
Robbo, if you're Mikey, do you hold where you are there, or do you get up in Josh's grill and make him make a decision?
Get up there and sit next to him. What would you do, Stace?
I'll sit on this side of the fence, which is where I, try to perfect my craft as a coach. You're the pro surfer, but what I'd love to see any athlete do is put a bit of pressure on.
You love a bit of pressure.
I love a bit of pressure. I love to see it. I love the gamesmanship.
But look, he might get another wave under priority right here. That's the thing. See this little thing? It could be good.
He's done well here to pick off this wave, Mikey Madonna.
This wave's going to be clean too.
You know he's got more to give. Beautiful first opening carve. He's got 2 6.3s. He's looking to better throw away one of those, and this wave looks to do it. Another searing carve through the inside. Wowee, Mikey Madonna. He can see the final. He's got one hand. Yes. As we see the boys and girls from Lennox going absolutely bonkers, and rightly so. A minute to go, son. There's one more wave in this heat.
There's going to be one more, maybe. There's got to be one more.
Hey, lucky you didn't listen to us.
I know, right? I was listening to you. You're the coach. You said go sit on him.
You just lost the semi there. No incentive for the coach in that one.
Let's see what happens. What do we got? 40 seconds.
Oh, Mikey's got to be feeling good about that wave.
Oh, watch out.
Okay.
All righty. I imagine he's going to need an excellent number here. Without knowing Mikey's score, Josh would have heard the crowd. It's certainly not over for Josh. There's always a couple of waves in those little sets, so as long as he can get back off the bank, reposition himself, 20 seconds is probably enough time for 2 waves and a little east swell here. But the clock is certainly ticking down.
We got 10 seconds.
He's got to go.
He has to go this wave. As we said, we are waiting for a score for Mikey Madonna. We think it'll be healthy. Josh would have to think that after hearing the crowd go wild. He's taken to the air on the first turn. However, that wave not offering up Josh what he was looking for. And without the score coming in, it is not going to be needed. Irrespective, though, that's a great confidence builder for Mikey Madonna as he gets into the final for the first time in his career on the Challenger Series. An 8.33 for the young fella from Lennox Head. He will be over the moon.
That's really cool.
Jack, walk us through that feeling. One on the buzzer. You know it well.
I think he's in form. He's probably going to take it out. I don't know. I got a feeling he might take it out now, seeing he do that on the buzzer.
Yeah, when you put a special performance like that together, it was gritty at the start, and then he brought it home really polished. And I think that a performance like that at that moment in the event is going to bode well for his chances in the final.
But epic result for both. For Josh too. That's a really good start to the year. So.
Yeah, Josh is one of the form surfers of the event. He'll be sad to go out there in the semi-finals. Jack, I want to thank you for your time, mate. Thanks for walking down the hill, spending some time with us.
Thanks for having us, and see you guys at the next event.
Mate, we'll see you soon. You going to hang around and watch the final or what?
I'll hang.
You'll hang.
For sure.
Yeah. Let's go get an acai bowl.
For sure. I'm going to go check it out in the VIP zone. Have a look.
All right, good luck for the rest of the year.
Thanks,
Unreal. Good to see you, mate.
Stoked to see you.
On you, Robbo.
Thanks.
Have a good
Thanks,
day.
Stace.
Thanks for coming in. Don't go anywhere. Semi-final 2 coming right up here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM.
The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM is brought to you by Cooper's Brewery, the official beer of WSL Australia. By BioGlan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By Ultimate Ears, official portable speaker of WSL Australia. And by SNS Group, official partner of the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM.
Welcome back to the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. It was an exciting finish to semi-final number 1 here in the men's side of the draw. It was Mikey Madonna getting one up over Josh Burke, and that'll be Mikey Madonna's first final on the Challenger Series. He had an exciting year last year, but he hasn't broken through for a result like that. But in the meantime, George Pitar in semi number 2 taking on Samuel Pupo. He got off to a flyer, and there's no one happier than Mr. Richie Lovett to see that start. Rick, take us away, mate.
Yeah, go George. The young man from North Stain in Manly, and he's just picked up where he left off. And in his quarter-final, that was a tough matchup. And this one, it's going to be even tougher because Sammy Pupo has been on an absolute tear. But a good way to kick the heat off. Started with that barrel to turn combo.
Oh, there we go. Samuel Pupo not waiting around to join the party. George Pitar made reference that Sammy was one of his favourite surfers, and why not get a look at this variety and surfing. The booty boy is on fire. And these are the waves that Jack Robbo was calling that went missing in the last heat. That heat was due. Kaipo, walk us through that.
What an exchange, what an opening exchange to this heat. And that's what we've been expecting, right? Two most informed surfers, in my opinion, that we've been seeing at the bottom half of the draw really was the battle's going to be. George, incredible start, quick start. You would think he would have the advantage, but Sammy striking right back. And that wave for Sammy was nice and thick and had a thick lip, and he attacked it the whole way.
Hey, Wayne, I'm going to get you to take us through this one. I can see tears streaming down Rich's face.
Oh, man, this wave is unbelievable. You know, just searing turns with speed, full commitment. Every turn is world class, just slamming the lip there, and he's not finished yet. Foam climbs and the 1-2 punch at the end. Nothing could have been done more than that wave. That's got to go into the excellent range.
Has to. Have a look at the water angle here, and watch the angle of the surfboard. Lays it on rail, dragging it all around. Not even dragging, accelerating. Top speed, every single one of these opening turns. Position perfect. Well, he sharpened up the blade between the quarters and the semis, and he fillets this thing. Oh, just absolutely sizzling. And Sammy Pupo, he is going to be a real tough competitor in this semi-final. It's going to be a huge number. As you said, Bugs, not too much more he could have done on that one. Goes for the big layback carve through the inside. Blows the tail out here, gets the release. So a little bit of everything in that one.
One of the best wave-faced surfed exhibitions this contest. That was absolutely insane. The score will reflect that, a 9.73. No tube in sight, just straight rail work. One judge gave it a 10, and I do not blame him. I don't think you'll see a better wave surfed on the face this event.
What's unbelievable is that the last heat they wanted just one of those waves to come through, and this starts in the first couple of minutes with two brilliant rides.
George Pitar, a 6.5, not to be sneezed at in any other heat. However, right now, Sammy Pupo has just come out absolutely swinging. I can hear the boys at the JS factory absolutely losing it from here. Oh, no, wait a minute, it's Saturday. Nobody's working. They're probably down the beach.
Well, this is a big one for George. You know, this has put him in a position where he is 3 points behind in the opening exchange. And he's going to have to rally here. And we know he's got it in him. I mean,
for sure, he's got it in him.
Quarterfinal, he got some of the... I actually sat down, had lunch with him just before this heat, and he was just buzzing. He was so stoked. He was just in a good mood, going, yep, I'm feeling good. The board's feeling amazing, and he's just rolling with it. You know, there's no pressure. And you can see, by the way, he's surfing. You know, he's surfing pressure-free. So is Sammy, obviously. But Sammy just having a look down the line here.
Sammy Pupo picking up where Mikey Madonna found some scores in the last heat, a little further down the line under priority. Lovely first connection there, gets a speed snap for the second. We haven't really seen Sammy go to the air much this week. We know he's got it in him, and you know to get a score under priority, he's going to be lethal. He doesn't need to on that occasion. It's a beautifully surfed wave. But I think, gentlemen, with this wind coming in, we could see fireworks, Bugs.
Well, this is such a different heat to Semi Pupo's quarterfinal.
Yeah.
You know, Ian Gavea and him were scratching for a wave. Semi got one right at the end.
George Pitar has found a double up down the line. Incredible opening snap there. Drifts the tail for an eternity across that section. Comes off deep off the bottom, and even his connection work is just so pleasing on the eye as he comes through now through the middle part of this wave. I think all three board builders that are left in this event, the two boys in this semi and then Mikey Madonna already in the final, should be giving themselves a pat on the back. All their equipment looking fantastic. George coming unstuck there, and I know you mentioned he's 3 points behind Rick on the start, but he's almost 9 points behind.
Yeah.
You're not going to be, I don't think at this stage, looking at Sammy's even second wave, he's just looking next level.
Yeah, no, absolutely. He's just, well, we've been talking about it. In every post show we've had, we've been talking about Samuel Pupo. He's been the man to beat. He's the defending champ. And this is excellent surfing. A great way to back up that excellent first ride. Tags that first section, drives around quick snap. But he keeps this moving down the line. Nice floater, another quick snapper with the closeout re-entry combo. So again, giving us the variety, keeping us entertained. George outside, driving down the line, looking for some open face. Gets that big layback connect off the top. And George needs to be careful that he doesn't push too hard here. He's got to stick with the game plan. Now, this is two of the most informed surfers of this event. And, you know, I am stoked to see George doing well, but at this caliber, mate, we appreciate just mind-boggling surfing, and that's what's on the menu right now, and may the best man win.
Absolutely, it is, and you want to see these guys, they all sitting there warming up, and the women as well, they just want to perform. You know, there's less gamesmanship at this point in the draw when you've got so many waves coming through. It really is just about what work can you get done, and we're certainly seeing that here in this semi-final, Bug.
Yeah, well, I hark back to that quarterfinal because remember at the end of that quarterfinal, you know, up in the booth, Miguel Pupo, the Brazilian contingent, was super worried. Sammy needed a wave. He got one right on the bell. And the thing was that he'd sat for a long time, but he did that kind of surfing. Like, he was still so sharp and so confident. He's so on, and this time out of the gates, Rich.
Yeah, he started with an absolute cracker. The 9.73 backs it up with a 6.33. So great heat management here from Sammy Pupo to just really put that pressure on George.
As you said though, Rick, George has got it in him. He's posted excellent scores this whole event, and it's, you know, he's just going to have a 20-minute heat. It starts now.
Yeah, well, you know, it's, you know, have to be a mathematician to work this one out. He's got a 6.5 in his scoreline, and he's just shy of a perfect ride for the requirement. So, you know, it's going to take that perfect score, or you're going to have to get it done in two. And you know, given the averages, sort of pocket 8.5s is probably going to get you there. But yeah, he's got to wrestle that away from Sammy Pupo somehow, and, you know, overcome the priority order.
Yeah, there's a lot to overcome.
Yeah, with any luck though, the second wave of that set earlier was better, and with first priority out here at Snapper, you'd rather have it than not, but gee, it can be a tricky thing to use at times, particularly with the tide coming in and the wind coming up. Sometimes the second and third waves are better, but you're a brave competitor to let that first one go because they all look good.
Yeah. But then you add the fact that he's got the luxury of just about having his opponent in combo land.
Absolutely. George has a tall order here to overcome Sammy, but I don't think he'll be surprised. I for sure know that he would have come into this heat thinking there was going to be fireworks. He just hasn't lit the spark on his just yet. He certainly looked good on his 6.5 and the 5.33. Just needs to find a wave that'll give him a wave opportunity that can give him multiple scoring manoeuvres on the ride as we check out the Gold Coast flight cam here. Some beautiful scenes coming over the rocks at Snapper. Never get sick of it, do you, Bugs?
Never get sick of it. Earlier on in the event, they showed last year's final with Semi Pupo. That was great. This is unbelievable. His surfing this year, I believe, is next level again.
I had a really cool chat with Sammy as we see George Pitar in the tube behind the rock here. Elects to kick out of that one. But back to your point on Sammy, you know, he mentioned that the last couple of weeks has been, you know, pretty rough for him and the family, and obviously, you know, being relegated to the Challenger Series. But he said he feels like he's surfing better than ever, and that's the most important thing to him. And I think for sure he's backing that up with his performances. He said that this year feels so different to last year on his quest to win this event, and he just said that the one thing that he's most happy about is the fact that he's improving every month, every year, and that's a great attitude to have.
It's all you can really ask is being able to put your best performance on display with the jersey on. And Sammy is looking just on fire here at finals day. 17 minutes on the clock though, still plenty of time. I'd love to see George mount a bit of a comeback here.
Yeah, I feel confident he will. The one thing about Sammy also is that he's done it in so many different ways. He's come from behind, he's led from the front, he's been strong through the middle of heats.
Yeah.
As this heat takes a breather from that firework start. We're going to take a break here and a Bonsoy brew break at the Gold Coast Pro. Don't go anywhere, more action coming right up.
All roads lead to the surf. Before surfboard riding became a super popular thing, all families came to all the different beaches, Rainbow Bay, Greenmount, Kirra, all the way up to Burleigh, Surfers Paradise. It's our #1 asset. The world's best surfers absolutely love coming here. It's a friendly place. It's a place of high performance waves. And there are these real life experiences you can have that it's nearly like an open air theme park.
Welcome back to the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. Great shots there, Wayne, around the coast. Talk about life experiences. Kids have been getting tubed here all day, mate, but you've been getting tubed your whole life. Walk us through it.
Well, look, they only showed a snippet of that barrel of Kirra, but obviously if they'd showed the whole thing, that'd be it for the whole ad.
When again, did it?
And again, and again.
Classic scenes there. And yeah, it's a special part of the coast, and we're blessed with lots of different waves, and they all seem to go in the one direction though. But as three natural footers sitting in the booth, I don't think we'll complain about that. As we come down to 13:45 on the clock, don't think either of these two gents will be complaining about the conditions either. They've both had amazing events thus far, and they can see the final. They got Mike and Madonna there waiting for them. And in 13 and a half minutes time, we'll find out whether it's Sammy Pupo or George Pittard that will join him. As we see George just having a look there, he's got second priority, so he can have a bit of a free look. Electing not to go that wave. It's certainly Sammy Pupo in the box seat at the minute. He's got the single highest score. He's got priority. He looked electric on the backup. And if a good piece of ocean comes his way, Rick, you know, I think we can expect some brilliant things.
Yeah, well, the dangerous signs here is that, you know, Sammy with priority, he's got every chance of getting rid of that 6-3-3 and really putting George in that combination situation. And with each minute that ticks down, it looks more and more dire. But you know, this is professional surfing for you, and this is why we love to tune in.
And like those special waves are kind of coming in one off in a way. And Sammy's positioned himself to actually take that special wave off his opponent.
George having a look at the top of the point here. I don't mind that positioning. Some of these waves can really have some good sections on it down the line. George makes the most of that opening turn. This is a great piece of wave selection under second with second priority. Comes through the inside and he goes for the shampoo. This wave having a little bit of a crease in it, but like his heat yesterday afternoon, he didn't have a drama with a bit of wobble in the wave, and he makes light work of the remainder of this one. A nice wave there for George, and his best outcome for that would obviously be to improve on the 6.5 and perhaps lower that requirement. Got some nice turns done at the start. And, while we wait to queue up a replay there, Kaipo, I'll get your thoughts on the lineup, mate. How's it looking?
Well, I mean, you said it before. There's a little bit of a crease in here, but there's still some magical ones. I mean, look at Sammy Pupo with that 9.73. Pupo with priority right now and the lead. He's got control. 11 minutes and 28 seconds. My Apple Watch giving me all the information right here. So Sammy, again, looking good. We'll wait for the score to George to drop to set the situation, but I feel like right now, Pupo in complete control.
I'd have to agree, Kipes. So what else has that Apple Watch got? Has it got the set list times for the Savo down at Coolangatta?
Well, DJ Shimmy Disco, she's going on at 3 p.m., I believe, to set the set list. That's just from my brain, not the Apple Watch. But the Apple Watch gives me the time, the priority, and the scores.
Yeah, we can help you with a few printouts up here as well, mate. It's going to be a cracking afternoon, a good crowd brewing for the finals. Action down here as we see George Pittard, Rich.
Yeah, lightning fast off the top for that first one. Slid the tail a bit more of a carve for the second. The wave starts to build, and so do the manoeuvres. Just got caught just for a moment there, but it set himself up for that little chandelier tube ride. Another couple of wraps through the inside here. So, you know, geez, he surfed this wave really well. Difficult little moment through the middle of it, but he pretty much extracted all the points he could out of it. And, you know, they're both similar in how they get that little flare off the tail. You could see there just hit a little speed bump between that carve, but he covered it up well. Almost put him right in the perfect spot for that little shampoo. And got some more work done down the line. So right now it's all about the score, and you can see here he has gotten into the sevens. So this is the first step in mounting this comeback.
100%. Advantage in the momentum through the back third of this heat to George. He needed to do that. He's done it, and he's got it now into a much more manageable 8.57 bugs.
Very manageable now, and the thing is that was a nothing-looking wave. When he took off, it was like a little 2-footer with some brown sand in it. Then it got down into the open blue. It grew through the middle of that wave, and Richie called it. He started to open up full manoeuvres as it got into the open blue face.
As we see again, this is going to test Sammy's wave selection here as George looks to get going on this one. He's lightning sharp on the open rail, as we've seen through the Australian leg on the World Tour. As he comes through the inside, a beautiful fan of spray off the top. He's a tall lad. He stuffs himself in that tube.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it's 8-point surfing, but not on an 8-point wave.
No, that's right.
And he needs to settle down in the next 9 or so minutes and just try and wrestle that priority. He's got to play the game here and not lose his head. And look, he's surfing well. They're both just, you can tell they are both in the zone. They're in the flow state. And it really will come down to wave choice. And Sammy needs to protect his priority and protect the lead.
Extracting a 7.5 on that wave before was a brilliant move.
Yep. Well done. It definitely was the start of his campaign to try and bring this one home. The 9.73, obviously a huge number. The judge is going big on it, but along with that, it had a special look to it, that wave. And I know George requires less than that number, but I still think he's going to have a section or two like that for the judges to even consider flipping this heat, because that 9.73 was really, really special.
Yeah, that was amazing. And you can be delivered the wave, but you can surf it down to, say, an 8-point. If it's a 9-point wave, surf it down to a 9. Sammy surfed that up to that 9.73.
The other thing about it, I think Sammy would have realised that, okay, that wave that George got, you could not surf it better. And he extracted maximum points from that, a 7.5. He needs an 8.5.
Yeah.
And Sammy would know that he'll let him go on those similar kind of waves because, as Rick said, it wasn't an 8-point wave.
Yeah, and Sammy, he'll be looking for that 8-point wave now, and he'll want to shut the door on this, and if he does get it, then it will be really difficult for George. Crowd's building.
Just under 7.5 on the clock, and it's been a fantastic couple of days down here of competition. We have seen some pretty big numbers in the crowds, and it's good to see that surf fans still want to get a piece of the action here this afternoon. A bit of weather this morning, but it's cleared up to be a beautiful afternoon. And the waves have just been, apart from one restart, it's been non-stop.
Finals day, it's going too quick.
I know. I felt the same when I looked at watching. It was lunchtime. Should be hour-long heats. No, I only joke. Up and riding, George Pittard. Been loving the action here today. And there's been some outstanding rides, some 10-point rides. Aaron Brooks earlier in the day. If you haven't seen it, jump on the WSL's Instagram. Sensational backside tube riding from the youngster. It'll be Luana Silva v Aaron in that final coming up. And this second semi-final here in the men between Sammy and George will complete the men's final bracket. We've already got Mikey Madonna from Lennox Head sitting there waiting to take on either of these two gentlemen. Credit where it's due. Shout out to Mark Flanagan. It's going to be an all Rip Curl men's final. Boys will be happy with that. As we see, George is going to have to make Sammy make a decision here.
Look at the draw. The draw on this wave is pretty promising. Yeah, he's going to go.
Well done, George. He had to make Sammy go that wave, and he knew that. Sammy Pupo hard off the bottom, hard into the lip. Great camera work there from Sammy Smith as Samuel Pupo rips this one around. He needs to keep going. He's had a good start on this wave. And it will have more energy through the inside as he blasts it right in the pocket and loses his fins. So again, it's just two little shifts of momentum to George there. He surfed the 7.5 up. He really was never in a position for that wave anyway, but he made Sammy go.
That's exactly what happened. Good read there, Stace, and George now has his chance. 5.5 minutes. If a bombing set comes through, he can get it unchallenged.
That's one of the rare mistakes that we've seen Samuel Pupo make in the event so far. And it wasn't a priority mistake, I don't think. Like, this wave was actually looking pretty good. This opening carve, ferocious. Watch him hold this line. The way he accelerates through these carves, I keep referring to it, it's Philippe-esque. It's similar in its approach to Philippe. You know, it is lightning fast. So, but just that little slip up on the wave, we haven't seen him fall hardly at all in this whole event.
Rick, I'd love to know from your perspective, was that a priority error? Did Samuel think that George was going to get tubed, and is that why he went? Because for me, George's positioning on the wave certainly wasn't going to get a good turn done.
I don't believe he was going to even catch it.
Or was he even going to catch it?
I was about to say, I don't think he would have even caught the wave, but even still, that wave, I feel like Sammy looked at it and went, I can bet it my 6.
I agree.
So I feel like that's why he took off, otherwise he wouldn't have even looked at it. It had enough wave height for him to actually, I don't think he was questioning what George was doing. I think he was questioning himself and going, yep, I'm making the decision based on what I think, not what George is doing.
Up and riding, George Pittard needs an 8.57. This wave's got some clean face. Beautiful snap in the lip there as he comes around the corner straight into Sammy. He's already got one booty on with stitches. And that George might have just gone a little too hard on that second turn there. It sent him out of rhythm. Kaipo, you got both of these gentlemen in your face, if you can hear me. How's the intensity?
This is intense right now. We got George and Sammy going for the paddle battle. George clearly distressed after that fall over there on his last wave. Came up, had a roar, and now he's out there. It looks like he's a little bit angry, and that angry's feeling some fire.
Can you give us a rendition of that roar? Does that sound about right, Rick? You spend a bit of time with him.
Yeah, it's one of those things that you'd know you've sort of blown that situation.
And he'd done so well to get to that point. He'd done a lot of hard work.
Done all the right work. He'd done everything he had to do. He got priority back. He got himself the wave. He got himself that opportunity. And unfortunately, he faltered.
He wanted to spray. He wanted to put, spray Sammy in the face.
I think Robbo would have done something like that. Jack loves doing that kind of stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Good to have Jack in here earlier. And yeah, he's excited to watch all these young gents surf. But Rick, what's the play here for young George?
Well, he's got to
do it all again in 2 minutes.
Again in 2 minutes is what he needs to do. So, you know, he's hoping for a multiple wave set with the second one better. We heard Jack Robbo talking about it in the last heat, you know, that the set, sometimes the second one gets better, draws the sand off the bank, really hollows out. So right now he's praying to the Huey gods and just send a big set and a couple of them.
Yeah, like he's admonished himself. Now he's got to focus again.
Yeah. Healthy heat totals for both of these gentlemen, but it is Sammy Pupo, obviously, with the better of it at the minute, courtesy of that 9.73. We have seen a couple of falls from the gents here late in this heat.
That last wave of George, like the first turn was good. He clicked. It was really critical section. Just wondering what happened on that second turn, whether he just went a little bit too high, or he just caught his edge, or whether he was actually, I don't really think he was trying to rub it into Sammy's face, but, you know, he was right there, wasn't he? Right on the turn. It was right on the edge of the wall there where he was trying to perform that manoeuvre.
I think both George and Sammy could spray their competitors with just pretty much going straight. They got water flying off their rails at every exchange.
Absolutely.
Both beautiful surfers to watch, and they've been fantastic all week.
Yeah, it's a worthy final, but it's happened in the semi-finals, and that's the way of the draw.
Yeah, it's not subjective, the draw. It's on numbers, it's on seeding numbers, and it's where it falls.
Unless it's a snapper club round.
And then it's just skullduggery.
Coming up to a minute on the clock here. It's crunch time for George Pittar. Samuel Pupo's made some pretty good decisions this heat, and he's going to have to make one more really good decision. This could be it. He needs to better a 6.33 on this wave. With surfing like this, he should do it if he gets a few more opportunities. Lovely carving turn, turns the shoulders the whole way around. Just gets over the other side of the bubble. He gets some more green face. As you mentioned earlier, the spray that these gentlemen throw off their boards is just a sign of really good speed and timing. Boys cheering on Sammy Pupo there. Miguel and David Silva.
Here it is.
George Pittar's 20 seconds on the clock.
Here it is. No, it's a dud. It's a dud wave. It's just going to not stand up at all.
You can see little flurries. 10 seconds is enough time to catch a wave here in these little east swells, unfortunately, on this occasion. It is going flat on the youngster from North Stain. However, a brilliant week, and congratulations to that man and his family. Sammy Pupo into the final here for the second year in a row. He'll look to defend his title here at Snapper Rocks. It's been an amazing week for him, and he's hitting his stride at just the right time. It's beautiful scenes there as we take a look at the Gold Coast flight cam over Snapper Rocks. It'll be Samuel Pupo taking on Mikey Madonna. But before we get to that, it will be Aaron Brooks taking on Luana Silva in the women's final. Rich, George would have to be happy.
Mate, he said earlier, you know, I'm stoked either way. Obviously, it stings right now. Not making the final, getting so close. But semi-finals is a keeper result on the men's side, and he can go away from this event knowing that he just surfed incredibly well. He went down to the most informed surfer through the draw from the opening hooter of this event, and the defending champ. So, mate, great signs for him, and we wish him all the best down at Narrabeen next week. And yeah, we're going to crown a champion here pretty soon.
We are. We're just going to wait on Samuel Pupo's final score there. He did slightly better his situation, a 6.37 on the last wave, but if anything, that was just a little victory lap to get him into the final and get him prepped for what is going to be an absolute battle between himself and Mikey Madonna. And I think that, yeah, like you said, Rich, a third in the men's is a keeper. Josh Burke was on the other side of the draw. He'll leave Snapper Rocks with a third as well. So we get a little closer look at Samuel's equipment, which has just been looking on fire all week. He's got 30 minutes to get himself prepared for his battle. And look to go, 35 minutes we will have for these finals. And it's going to be another great show, no doubt. We've just seen a great flurry in that last heat. We'll hope that those waves continue into the women's final. We're going to take a look at the Bailey ladder bracket here. It's been an exciting day. Plenty of massive heats. I'm going to put you on the spot here, Rich. Who do you like for this men's final?
Well, look, on current form, you have to give it to Sammy Pupo, the speed, the power, the commitment to every single turn. Mikey, I think he's going to have to really draw on finding those really gnarly barrels and leaning into that power carve. But on current form, I've got to say Sammy.
Yeah, he's going to be hard to go past. It's great to spend some time with you boys. We're going to take a short break here. Don't go anywhere. This is the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. We've got the women's final coming right up. Coming into the booth will be Ronnie Blakey and Felicity Parmentier. Stay tuned.
Can I keep that one you've done for so much?
She's taken off, locks in, still routing through this one, and she's going to get spat out of the barrel, the 16-year-old. Luana Silva's up at the moment. Smash this wave down the line. Welcome to the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. It is finals time here, and what a matchup we have. Two teenagers will fight it out for the ratings lead. Ronnie Blakey joined by Felicity Parmentier, Richie Lovett. I'm excited. This event has been all-time. Incredible waves, and the performances have matched the magic out there in the lineup.
Oh, they definitely have. The waves have showed up, and then the performances have been incredible. The women have been shining this whole event. There's been massive scores. We've had 2 10s on the women's side already. One of them coming from one of these women in this heat, or one of the Groms, the teenagers in this heat, Erin Brooks. And it's been an incredible finals day.
It has. As we take a look at the Bailey Ladders bracket here, have a look at the road for these two, overcoming some veterans and some really experienced competitive minds, Rich, to earn their place, their right to fight for this win.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm particularly impressed with obviously Erin Brooks in that first semi-finals, just dug in really deep, put it all on the line, and she got the payoff with the 10-point ride. And Luana Silva, her road to the final hasn't been easy either, but again, you think about the performances throughout the entirety of this contest, and these two women, they've been on fire the whole time.
Yeah, and Luana Silva disposing of Bronte McCauley and Sally Fitzgibbons, two extremely tough opponents in the early stages today. But here we go. So we had a throwaway number for Erin Brooks to kick things off. Luana gets the opportunity to put a score of substance on the board here in this final. Beautiful rail work that she's given us all week. And she's going to try and get back out in front of this one. Has a lot of punch, a lot of power in her surfing, the 19-year-old who represents Brazil but calls the North Shore of Oahu home. Here goes Erin.
Oh.
Driving up into the section. Wow. Strong finish there. Got late to that final section, but has really hung on. And her build-up to this finals day, it's been gradual. It hasn't been littered with big numbers, but she's warmed up perfectly today.
Well, Rich, what do you reckon? Three-turn combo, that thing was deadly.
Three-turn combo, really acute with the angles. You know, you look at the path that the surfers took on those first waves. Luana was a little bit more horizontal in her approach, and, well, Erin Brooks, she just squared up, as the goofy footers like to say here. But let's check out Luana's first ride. So it gets a little slingshot down into this section. Nice roundhouse cutback, and again, rebounding off the foam. Brings it around again for a 3 in a row, and then she takes this little low road, streaks down the line, looking for more, but the wave just lays down, unfortunately. What do you think, Flick?
I love this. This was so solid. Little bit more horizontal on that first turn, but that second one there, and that, she went up to that last turn so late. She chose the perfect maneuver for that end section. Really great read on that wave. And I think that's going to be a really decent, healthy number to start off this final.
Kaipo, you could see Erin just coming out of the lip with those critical hits.
Yeah, it was aggression. Aggressive surfing, not holding back, attacking the lip, thick sections coming through in contrast to this kind of the smooth surfing of Luana, just a paced approach for Luana. But Erin Brooks, I mean, I think she's so close to a win here, and so she's throwing everything at it.
Yeah, she was all smiles in her last heat. Looks really set now and focused on the challenge here of closing this heat out. Let's catch up with our finalists on the men's side. He'll meet Mikey Madonna, Sammy Pupo putting up excellent numbers again.
Thank you, Ron. Sammy, before you get in the zone for the final, can we just take a moment to appreciate that 9.73?
Yeah, it was such a good wave. I felt like if there was any of the other guys in that wave, they would probably get a 9 too. It was just such a good pace, and I felt like the waves were getting better right in our heat, so I knew it was going to be high scores, and George is always a scary guy to go up against, and someone that last year I was looking up to for sure during his heats, and I thought he was going to qualify, and it didn't happen last year, but I'm pretty sure it's going to happen this year. So George is going to be a big name on tour for sure at some point, and it's happy to get one up on him.
Indeed. We'll let you get ready for the final, but before you go, did you want to say good evening or really good morning to everyone back home in Brazil?
Deve estar cedo, né? Bom dia para quem está assistindo aí, pai, mãe. Falta mais uma só, né, queridos, que eu tô nessa posição de novo, e feliz com o meu surf, feliz com a minha prancha, e vamos lá, mais uma.
Well done, Sammy.
Thank you, Stace. And Sammy Pupo, like his big brother Miguel, so humble, just really is a cool customer. Hasn't got ahead of himself. It's great to see a big smile on his face, and Erin will do well not to break into a smile here too, kicking off this final with an 8-point ride. What a start for the 16-year-old.
Great observation by Kaipo. I feel that Erin is just in attack mode. She really is. She's not holding anything back. I feel like exactly what Kaipo said. It was just a paced approach from Lulu. You could see she was just waiting for it, whereas, yeah, Erin is just absolutely powering out of these sections. She's not leaving anything for, she doesn't want to leave anything to chance. And scores reflecting that. 8-point ride. She's going to be really difficult to beat. Just when you have that sort of mindset of, I'm throwing everything. She has to throw everything at this. This is the final.
Squaring up perfectly on that wave. Luana's going to have a power advantage over Erin Brooks. She's a lot taller. She stands at 5'6". Luana Silva. Erin Brooks much shorter. But what Erin lacks in power, she makes up for with speed.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know if Erin's actually capable of a measured approach. I feel like her ammo is to just go hard all the time at it, and that's what she's been delivering time and time again. Luana, I'd like to see her get a little bit more vertical if the opportunity arises for her, but if she can lay into those big power carves, that's where she's going to make her point of difference, as you highlighted, Ron, and she'd be looking for a special kind of wave to allow her to do that.
Yeah, you'd have to say, just based on how the numbers fell, Erin took a wave early, didn't convert on it. Luana had priority. She took off on one that didn't allow a vertical approach. It sort of had no wall to it, no steep sections to truly tap into. and she only banked a 3.67 as a result. So that misstep with wave selection really worked in Erin's favour and put her on the best wave of the heat so far.
Yeah, it did. And interesting, though, with Luana is most heats she hasn't made mistakes like that with wave selection. Her wave selection's been pretty on point, and just the ability to identify down the line what ones are really going to hit the bank properly. So kind of it was definitely an error for her and uncharacteristic throughout this whole event. She's just been on.
We have had 30-minute exchanges on our road to this point in the day, Rich, but we know we've got 35-minute finals. What's that extra 5 minutes do?
Well, if you're in the lead, that extra 5 minutes can be your worst enemy. But, you know, I think in the scheme of things, it doesn't really alter your game plan too much. You're still wanting to get those 2 good waves. If anything, it allows you a little bit more time to really highlight the 2 good waves in the heat and making sure your wave choice is on point. Because honestly, in the space of 35 minutes, you're going to be able to scrap around and get 5s and 6s all day long. But it's those 8s that we've seen. They're the things that separate.
Erin Brooks won the last event of the 2023 Challenger Series schedule. And just maintained that magic role. Finished 9th overall, her first run on the Challenger Series.
Yeah, it's an amazing start to the year for her right now. I mean, for both of these women, I mean, they're coming from different sort of circumstances, though. Obviously, Lulu got bumped off the tour. I'm impressed with her and just how she's been able to rally. Obviously, she's coming from that losing feeling, and she was devastated after Margaret River. I mean, it was evident, you know, it really meant a lot to her, you know, to fall off the tour and to be able to turn it around and come here to Snapper and finish up in the final. So we'll get back to that. Erin almost looked like that one was going to peel off down the line. But yeah, I'm impressed with just how she's been able to reset and approach this event and make it all the way through the final. Erin obviously coming off that big win at the end of last year, but a lot of time sort of think about that and her performance. But yes, 2 different circumstances, and but I'm impressed with Lulu.
Great matchup. First time these two have met head-to-head on the Challenger Series. Luana with that big, powerful forehand that she can lean into, and Erin Brooks with the spark and that, you know, really strong vertical approach into the pocket of the bowl. It's been on show throughout the final rounds of this event, and it's got her an excellent number to kick things off here.
Yeah, it's a great start, and you, as a competitor, especially in a final, you know, you don't want to start affording yourself the luxury of saying, oh, you know, this thing's, I can start thinking about being the champion here. There's still work to do here. This thing's far from over.
We've also touched on, Rich, already just the importance of a victory here and what it meant last year on the Challenger Series ranks at the end of the season. Semi Pupo, India Robinson, both finishing right up the top end. India taking the Challenger Series out last year to get her place back on the CT. Semi Pupo finished second to Cole Hauschman on the CS ranks. But it's a massive jump start on the field, and you know, that momentum is clearly carried.
Absolutely. You know, it fills you with so much confidence. Coming away with a win from the first event sort of springboards you into the rest of the tour, and there's eyes on you. You know, there are eyes on you. You become the person to beat.
Oh, you do, but I feel like you can just continue with that momentum. I mean, we saw it, Cole did it last year, but you come out of Australia with 2 pretty good, decent results. I mean, it's just such a different approach to the rest of the year. Your mindset is different. You come out of Australia on the opposite end with 2 duds. Oh my goodness! Like, the pressure is seriously on. I mean, the next 4 events they have to be counters. So it's just super critical to get a great start here in Australia, and knowing that this event is upgraded to CT status for next year. I mean, how good is it for someone like Erin? I mean, you just right now, we'll get back to that.
Yeah, the sell there from Erin Brooks. Luana Silva happy to take this one. Rips into that first turn, out on the open face again. Draws that carve right back into the bowl, and now starts to bash away at the pocket of this one. Little sleepy through that middle section, but trying to make up for it now. Can she stay on her feet here? Let's check in with Stacey's down in the athlete area.
That one settled the nerves, Jao?
Yeah, pretty nervous. The end session is such an important part of the wave, but I mean, may the best surfer wins, yeah? Like the two surfers that are in the final, they are both incredible, and they really switched on today for finals day. They really like brought it up their best game, so just really hoping for like more exchanges. Like they are like surfing deadly right now.
Thank you so much for your time. We'll let you enjoy the final. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you, Stace. Zhao Jianka finished 4th in the world last year. Fell out of the mix earlier today, but his partner, Luana Silva, chasing a win here. And this wave was really nice on the outside. She didn't get the finish, unfortunately.
No, I mean, and it's a great example of the different approaches. Obviously, Lulu opting to go out on the face there for those first couple of manoeuvres, but she gets a bit more critical here. She jams it in the pocket. But, I mean, I just can't stop thinking about this last section. I mean, she knew she wanted to go big. She wanted to release the fins, and she went for it. You got to give her that. But just went for it maybe that little bit too much. It was great surfing, and she looked like she almost had it done. Just couldn't quite get over her board there. I mean, if she would have made that, would have been well and truly back in the door, like foot in the door. It's still going to be a great score, her best yet, but yeah, a little bit of an error there.
Yeah, she's definitely going to improve on that 3.67 by a long way. And give herself a good shot here. Maybe even make a strike at the lead here, and that's something that she'll want to do. Just continue to force the rotation here, Rich. But Luana, one thing she's been fantastic at throughout this event is just maintaining a real patient, well, aggressive through her turns. She's had a really great connected approach from start to finish on each of her rides.
Yeah, she really has. You know, when you look at the way these surfers almost tell a story every time they ride a wave, and the way they read the wave, and it's obvious when a surfer does the wrong manoeuvre in a certain part of the wave. Luana's just been connecting beautifully with the sections and doing the right manoeuvre for that section.
Yeah, she writes in cursive too, doesn't she?
It's
very smooth. Nice
very
rounded
smooth.
surfing.
Oh.
As we see Erin Brooks just well, throw herself into the firing line of that lip. But Luana has taken the lead, 5.17. Erin doesn't need a whole lot to get herself back in front here, but 17 minutes to go. Like we said, you know, these competitors, Flick, they want to force that rotation. They want that priority bit to be utilised by their competitors. And Luana's benefited here by getting the lead, and Erin not turning her opportunity with priority into a score.
Yeah, that's 100% true. I think Erin was smart before too. Both of these women are really smart. I mean, Erin was smart before to force Lulu to go that one, but Lulu did convert. She did get the score. I mean, at this stage in the game, you've gotten this far. You don't want to be making those sort of mistakes, and you also want to be asking the question of your other opponent. You don't just want to be leaving too much space out there. This is the final. I was listening to Stace before when he was in the booth, and I like the idea of sitting closer to your opponent, really applying that pressure, because, I mean, why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you just add that extra little question? What, you know, at this stage, there's nothing left after this. This is it. You know, you're either winning or you're first loser. Basically.
Yeah, you're not first, you're last. Here we go, Luana Silva taking off. 5.17 on her last wave, using priority on this one. Trying to get rid of a 3.67. Critical work in the bowl, but again, fails to execute. Kaipo, he's close to these competitors, picking up on their positioning in the lineup. Kaipes, what have you seen so far?
Well, what I saw with Erin is that she heard the score coming through for Luana on the previous wave. And what happened was it was almost reactive, where she used priority on a wave that had some ribs and a long wall, full section behind it. So that was a priority error right there. I don't know if that was just reactive, like really wanting the anxiousness of trying to back up that 8-point ride was evident there for Erin Brooks. And then we just saw Luana take that wave. We'll wait for that score. But I think for Erin, she needs to settle in right now, realizing that she already has an excellent score, and back that score up with anything just meaningful at this point.
Yeah, she's been rock solid, hasn't she, with her decision-making on a road through to this final, Kaipo, but there's a whole different set of nerves that come with competing in that last heat of any event.
Emotion, right? When you're on the precipice of an event win and a tremendous start to the year for both of these women. So that's when I feel the emotions even change in a final, especially a 35-minute final.
14 and a half minutes to go, and Kaipo is right. There's emotions attached to, you know, competing at this high level already, but with a potential win on the line, it's huge. As we see Erin up again, just explosive out of those first turns. And this wave, even though it's coming to an end, Erin relentless on her attack, but like Luana Silva, she can't finish off that final move. It's going to cost her some points.
Yeah, it will cost her, but I mean, she's only got a couple of point something and a point something. I mean, it's going to go in her top two. They were three really. She's aggressive in her approach. That's one word that comes to mind straight away. Just absolutely attacking it. She's going to make the job harder for Luana right now. And I think I'd say she's jumping back up into that first place.
She will be for sure. There's still 13 and a half minutes to go here. The crowd filling in. As we get closer to crowning our champions, we're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. The final of the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM is underway for the women, and Erin Brooks has taken the early lead. Her second ride, she converted into an 8, an excellent score, and she has now backed it up with a 5.9, leaving Luana Silva looking for an 8.73. And Erin, she's not resting on that. She's up again on the attack. Just went into that turn blindfolded. Kaipo, what went wrong there?
Okay, so with Erin right there, when she was bombing, I feel like actually, to tell you the truth, her hair kind of went over her face, and so she was a little bit blindfolded, and that was a big opportunity for Erin Brooks because the wave before, Erin had the salesman hat on and sold Luana on a lemon to get that priority, but now priority back to Luana, and Luana can chase after the score.
Oh, she just fell right into the trough of that wave, right into the maw of the barrel, and got gobbled up. Grimaced as she got back on her board. Hopefully she's okay. It might have just been frustration that she wasn't able to execute on that section.
Yeah, wow. I can see Lulu. She's just wanting those scores. But I think good sell for Lulu. Good sell to get Erin into that wave. Give her something to think about. And 10 minutes on the clock. She can still do it. I think she needs, well, her best score, 5.17, right? Kind of almost matching Erin's backup score. A little bit less, but just knowing the kind of surfing Lulu's been doing all week and just how easily it's been for her to drop those 8s, those 9s, it's well within her capabilities to get this 8.73 right now. And she's got priority, so let's pray for a few more exchanges.
Oh, we'll get them. Don't worry about that. Let's check it back out check back in with Stace.
Thanks, Ron. Here with Marcio Zuvi, who takes care of Luana Silva's equipment. Marcio, what are you making of the final so far?
Pretty tough right now. I mean, there's some waves, and they're kind of seem both. They seem nervous. They're falling, but yeah, there's still more to come. We'll see what happens.
Luana's riding a pretty popular surfboard. Both Taj Burrow and Cale Brock like the feel of it. The Inferno 72. You've made some adjustments to this one.
Yeah, actually, she's riding that, but we kind of changed the outline a little bit, removed the bump, put a little round pin, and add a little more tail rocker for these waves. It seems to be working pretty good. Yeah, she's stoked.
Obviously, Philippe taking a year off from competition. You must be having some fun making him some creative equipment. But with your focus obviously on competition, who are you investing your time in at the moment?
Well, right now, we've been investing, time in Jack a lot. Jack is the main guy, so we came over here, we trained. In fact, from here we're going to go surf, try some new boards that we made. And but obviously we give the attention to all the guys on the tour. Canoa too. Canoa's having a new model that's coming up, and it's actually working pretty good. So it's a lot going on always. But yeah, I mean, from here, Tahiti, we're going to send another guy, Taylor Clark, that's shaping too. Yeah.
I'm going to let you enjoy this wave of Luana Silva. Thanks for your time, Marcio.
Thank you, Stace. Yeah, one of the master craftsmen at the moment and making unbelievable high-performance equipment that is winning world titles and might just win a Challenger Series event here today. Luana Silva bringing this one through to the inside after an 8.73. And she puffs the fist. Zhao likes it.
We like it.
Definitely her best wave.
Yeah.
How's it going to stack up against what Erin did earlier?
She'll get rid of the 517. I don't believe it's going to go up into the excellent range. But there was some really good surfing done on that wave for sure.
I
you
think
seeing excellent?
No, I feel just under. I feel that she knew that this was a moment, right? And she couldn't fall. I feel like exactly what Marcio was saying, there's nerves here and you can see it. She went hard there. There's no doubt about it. This wave was also really disjointed. It was really tricky to surf. And I feel like, once again, she had a great read on it. A great read and great choice of maneuvers for each section. Here, I mean, we've seen she went hard before on those opening waves and she fell. She knew she needed to make this. This could be a moment in the heat, a critical point, right, where she couldn't fall. She had to make this, but I feel like you could see the nerves.
I think on reflection, I like it. On the replay, I think she got a lot of work done. I think you're right. It was a difficult wave to surf, and given the section she had, she did well. Caught a little edge there, but down the line, it sort of ended well. Those snaps and the wave ran again. This is the money turn of the entire wave.
Yeah, that was my favourite moment.
Beautiful fan of spray. Connects really well with the lip there. Gets out, big swooping cutback. And more work done down the line. Important score nonetheless.
I think the judges are going to eat it up.
Yeah, I think they're going to
Steep
like
section on the outside. I think the second turn definitely caught a little bit rail coming out of that second turn, but it hit the bank beautifully through the inside. And we're waiting on the number to drop. Comparisons probably being made right now, you'd think, with Erin's 8 from earlier on. And it looks like it's going to get it right back in the heat. Will it be the number that turns it? It isn't. It's a 7.4, but the requirement now is 6.51. Good judging.
Great judging.
Great judging.
Yeah, great judging. I thought it was going to have a 7 in front of it, and I think they've got it spot on there. But there is an element there where you can feel like they are not 100% connected and giving it everything and just in the perfect flow state, in the zone. There's great surfing going on, but I think there's more.
Yeah. I think Luana gets that second turn right and she gets the best number of the heat.
Yeah.
It kind of slowed down her momentum there. You want to keep those big combinations on the outside nice and clean. And even though she did great work at the end of that ride, they were make-up moves.
The best thing that she's done on that ride, though, is managed the requirement, what she needs. She only needs a 6.5 to get back into this heat now. 5 minutes to go. This task is way more manageable than it was a couple of minutes ago.
Yeah, definitely. And here we go. She's having a look.
Yeah, Erin not in position to challenge her for this one. Some Dolphins in the lineup too. Luana now with some confidence. She's back in this final. 7.4 on her last wave, going after a 6.51 to get herself the lead for the first time in the final. Nice carve, really drawing it out beautifully, as she's done throughout the event so far. A bit of a trademark turn for her, really, but she's going to run out of energy on this one.
Okay, big question mark. Was that the final winning wave right there? You know, is that the 6.5?
No.
Well, there's still 4 minutes to go too.
I don't think that was a 6.5. I definitely don't think it was that. I could be wrong. Let's have a look. But I just straight away, I'm not feeling it. I think she goes safe there. I mean, the wave wasn't peeling off down the line at this section too. She could have gone a bit harder. Lays it on rail there, but yeah, this wave gets funky, and just the fact that she kind of knew it on this inside here, she disinterested, didn't finish. I just don't
there wasn't one turn on that wave where she completely brought the wrap around. The angles were acute. The rail was laid into the wave face. It was, well, measured again in the approach. So I don't think it's going to be the number.
No, there was no celebration from Luana.
No,
she knew. She was just like, no, I need more. She quickly headed back out to the takeoff zone. Just that down the line kind of approach, as you said, on a medium-sized wave. If you're going to turn it in a final, you've got to go as hard as possible on that first section. So Erin Brooks just, you know, you've got to say, making a smart decision there to let that wave go, still controlling the outside section in the same position. Only looking to better a 5.9, Erin, to up that requirement. But ultimately, she wants to sit out there and get the best shot at any quality waves that come through.
Yeah, this is smart.
Look how far Erin's come down the point to just say, oh, well, this is the takeoff zone.
Yeah.
This is where we're going to hang for a little while.
Oh, yeah. Well, you don't want to give it... Obviously, Lulu's opted to just paddle back out. You don't want her paddling back out. A wide one swings down the bank, and then she gets the score. So it's super smart from Erin.
She's kind of taking the bait too. Well, she's starting to push her up now, but with each metre that she's down the point here, or up the point, she's taking away scoring opportunity from Luana.
It's remarkable how savvy she is, 16 years of age. You know, her camp saying, come down the point, come cover Luana at the moment, and Luana's camp going, get up the
there.
top, get deep. You know, you need to find some room. Kaipo watching on. And, you know, we've been so impressed with the 16-year-old's ability just to find an edge over more experienced rivals out there at the moment, Kipes.
Steely nerves, Erin Brooks. She waited, she let 2 waves go. Now she's going to use priority to try to close this out.
Trying to better a 5.9 here.
Oh, my.
She's taken that one, and the door has swung open now for Luana Silva. She doesn't need a monster score, so we were just celebrating just her competitive decisions. She's taken a wave there and not up the ante. No. And Luana on the outside, lining one up, has a look, lets that one go.
This is exciting.
A minute and 20 seconds to go. Luana Silva's going to pull the trigger here. This is the wave that she's going to try and turn this final on. It's a cutback to get started. She'd prefer more vertical space. And this wave already fading away. 1 minute to go. It might have been her last shot at it, and she knows it.
I think it could be said and done. Let's say Erin's getting back out the back. She's going to have priority now. Yep, little P next to her name. She's got priority. That was an error from Erin before.
Yeah.
That was a mistake. That wave was so stretched out. That was never going to be the score that Luana needed. I mean, the chips have fallen her way right now. I mean, she was very, very hard against Secha.
Gianca. No, not this one. Look, there's just no steep face, Rich.
No, this wave never had 6.5 points on it, and just a little error in judgment there.
Wow.
And Erin, she'll close this one out now. She'll hold priority. She'll hold Luana Silva off, although she's up and riding on the inside.
Luana finds some space down the line, smashes the section. Can't hang on for the finish, though. Erin Brooks. She gets knocked off as well. There's been a lot of falls at the end of these rides, but still in the early stages, Erin Brooks She dished up an excellent number, and this one is coming to a close. And the 16-year-old, she is going to get herself another Challenger Series victory here, but we have to wait and see just what unfolded at the start of Luana Silva's wave before we make it official. And Erin, well, she had another wave as well, but you can read it on Luana Silva's face there. She knows that she didn't get the number she needed.
Wow.
And there it is. Erin Brooks gets the job done in the arms of Isabella Nichols there. What a finals day performance from her. A 10-point ride, an excellent wave to get this final started. Backed it up with a 5.9. Luana, to her credit, fought back, but was left chasing a number in the final stages here.
What a contrast of emotions right now. I mean, Luana can hold her head up high. She had a great event.
So much happening at the end of that final. Desperation from both competitors. But Erin Brooks did enough early on, Rich, to get herself the win.
Yeah, there was some really special moments at the start of that heat for that young lady there, Erin Brooks. She was in attack mode. There was a noticeable speed difference between these two surfers in this final. Erin just hit 6th gear on that set wave where she got the 8. Just driving so hard off the bottom, off the top, getting all the manoeuvres done. She was picking those waves with a little bit more easterly direction that were coming at her. And she was had the ability to square up and really tag those sections. And Luana Silva there, just take a moment to digest what's happened here and what possibly went wrong, what could have been.
She's gutted, but she's already taken a massive leap along the road back to the championship tour, finishing runner-up here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. But there's your champion on screen, 16 years of age, her second Challenger Series victory, finished 9th in her first full run at this series last season. And we could have another youngster graduating to the CT ranks at the year's end. We know just how important that big start on this Challenger Series can be on the road to the CT.
Sorry, sweetheart. Sorry, kids. I just need to borrow for 1 second. Sorry.
Stace, muscles in. Let's hear what Erin's got to say. Take it away, Stace.
Sorry, Erin. I know you love hanging with all the Groms. Congratulations. You are the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro Champion, presented by GWM. How good does that feel?
It feels really good. Good job to Luana. I thought she was going to get it at the end. I made so many mistakes in that heat, but I'm really glad to get the win.
You're one of the form servers of the week. Perfect scores, excellent rides. You going to book time zone out or what?
Oh, yeah. My dad and I were talking about it in the beginning of the contest. He told me that if I won, we'd go with all my friends and eat pizza. So hopefully we get to do that.
I reckon you do. He's got to live up to his end of the bargain. What are your goals for the year? You're obviously off to a great start here. What does the future look like for you?
Well, my goals are just to keep surfing well. I'm really excited for Narrabeen. It's going to be a left, which I prefer surfing less. I spent a month before I came here in Fiji just practicing my front side, so hopefully I can continue to do well.
I think you'll definitely do well. Did you want to have a special sing out to anyone that might be watching online?
Well, I want to thank God for this amazing day, these amazing waves, and letting me win. I want to say hi to my mom and my brother and all my family who are watching at home, and all my friends. Isabella, thanks for being such a champ. She's such a legend. And thank you to all my sponsors for supporting me.
Well done, Erin. Congratulations. We're going to take a short break here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro. We'll be back with Ben's final coming right up.
Just one more champion to crown at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. The women's final is wrapped up. Erin Brooks victorious. Luana Silva with the runner-up finish. What a performance from Erin on finals day.
Yeah, that was amazing. She rose to the occasion, took the lead early and held on. It was a little bit of a scrappy final in the end, dueling it out. But yeah, no, congratulations to Erin. What amazing, 16 years old.
How good is she going to get?
Yeah.
Oh, man, she's already incredible. But let's have a look at the Bailey Ladders bracket and see what's shaping up for the men's final now. We have two incredible talents meeting here in this final exchange. There is no question about it. Sammy Pupo is the man to beat, but Mikey Madonna on his last wave in the semi-finals found a new gear.
And he's done that in several times. You know, he started out the tournament. It's really from the, I know there was 80 in it, the round of 64. Mikey in the top half of the draw, Sammy in the bottom half of the draw.
And here we go. Mikey Madonna coming to life here in the final of the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. From just down the road at Lennox Head, has a whole lot of support here on the beach as he swings into some beautiful rail turns, kicks the fins there on the inside. Impeccable timing, and he's going to need that, taking on a man that is maybe surfing the best we've ever seen him in a jersey at this venue.
Unbelievable stuff, and a great start there for Mikey Madonna. You know, that was a really well put together, confidently ridden wave from Mikey, and that's what he's going to have to do. And just settling the nerves, perhaps. You know, this is an unusual situation for him. You know, a final, once you get there, if you're not doing it, if you're not Kelly Slater doing it every day of the week, you know, it's unfamiliar territory. What do you think of this one, Bugs?
Yeah, look, it's a great opener. It's a nerve settler for Mikey. He goes into his pattern, his rhythm. He gets over this very nicely, and this is where he gets some nice turns in. Just great surfing. Nothing outrageous on this wave, Rich, but solid Mikey.
Yeah, you can see he's got that really strong approach. He's tall guy. He's up around the 6'6" in height. So the height advantage goes to Mikey Madonna, but that was a great turn there, that big layback hack. He's been, you know, he's been not shy and not holding back and say that, you know, Mick Fanning is his idol, and he tries to emulate the way he approaches a wave.
Yeah, it was awesome. A great start here for Mikey Madonna, Kaipo.
Yeah, a nice start for Mikey. We'll see what he clocks in. I just want to say about the contrast and experiences right here. This is Mikey Madonna's first CS finals. It's his first CS even finals day, breaking through to the quarterfinals yesterday. In contrast, you got Samuel Pupo, who's our defending champ, actually winning this heat, winning this event last year. So two different mindsets coming into this. And I want to tell you that Sammy's real confident. He didn't even contest the inside in that opening exchange. He was happy to let Mikey take that wave and get the rotation going.
Yeah, amazing run that Sammy Pupo had on the Challenger Series last year. Bookending the Challenger Series schedule with victories. And yeah, he's going to claw his way back into this one. You just know you're going to see a couple of good exchanges between these two. But a 6.83 for Mikey Madonna to kick things off. And up again, you can see a little bit of texture on this lineup too, Rich.
Yeah, it looks like the wind's just puffed up a couple of knots over the last 5 minutes in between the two finals. There's definitely a little bit more easterly direction in that wind. So that's going to create a little lip. I don't think it's going to worry our competitors at all. They'll use that little bit of fluff on the lip line to good effect, and they'll start blasting the tail out, I think.
I'll knock the fluff off it. Don't worry about that. Just over 30 minutes to go. Kaipo numbers in for Mikey Madonna. That first wave of 6.83.
Yeah, 6.83 for Mikey. Nice start. A nice way to kind of put the defending champ on his heels. But the weather right now, this is a real squall coming through here. The wind's coming up. There's a ton of chop. Here goes Mikey. Let's see how he deals with it.
Oh, Mikey's digging in here. Wave number 3. Great start on this one. Just blasting through the pocket. And listen to the crowd here, making noise with every approach. And assault on the lip for the youngster from Lennox Head, chasing his best ever finish at the Challenger Series level. 22 years of age, and they are fired up.
Well, Mikey will be able to hear that. He'll be able to hear the chants, the screams, the chaos happening on the beach there, but here we go. Samuel Pupo up and running.
I bet you there's plenty of noise to this guy too, because he has just given us so many highlight moments throughout the event so far. That's not one of them. That's his first wave here in this final, and really the first time we've seen him trip up the whole contest.
Oh, vicious snap there from Mikey Madonna. And again, you know, this real power approach with a little bit of flair. Each time he hits the lip, he's getting that tail release. And just carving and arcing. Smaller little wave, but geez, he's doing some great work on it. So you can his game plan obviously was start strong, start quick. Get some good numbers on the board.
Well, that's the benefit of competing in front of a hometown crowd, and they've come up from Lennox Head in force to get behind their man. Ronnie Blakey sitting alongside Richie Lovett and the great Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. Bugs, here's the replay of Sammy's opening ride.
Yeah, well, Sammy does open this one with a powerful move on the outside. And as you said, he just slips up here, kind of just backed into that weak whitewater, decided not to go over and start again.
There is some rain coming down at the moment, so, you know, maybe that having an effect on just Sammy's line of sight into that next double up.
Yeah, and maybe after this rain, we might just get a slight glass off. I'm not sure. This easterly pattern does tend to waft in for several hours in the afternoon. It did it yesterday afternoon as well. It didn't affect the Friends of Fish heat, and it shouldn't affect this.
No, and I'm sure it's not going to affect all the Fisher fans when they pack into Coolangatta Beach later on this afternoon to watch Fisher do his thing. But Bugs, I'm sure you've got the quill well inked. The new pages in another exciting chapter here in competitive surfing on the Gold Coast, ready to fill it in, mate, because it's been a great contest.
Oh, this has been a wonderful contest as a bit of a taster, an initiation to the, you know, the World Championship. The CT Tour is coming back to Snapper Rocks after a hiatus. It's been wonderful to have the Challenger Series here. It'd be so good to have multiple world champions here next year.
Mate, we are so thrilled to be back here, so excited. This event is going to get upgraded to Championship Tour status starting next year through to 2028. And we know that that has been a massive driver, an inspiration for all these competitors campaigning on the Challenger Series to elevate their position and get to the elite level.
And a very good chance that these two surfers will be here next year. What an awesome start. Big points, 10,000 for the win, 7,800 for second place. That 10,000 looms large, though. You nearly got a lock on being on the CT, Rick Love.
Rick, let's have a look at it this way. Mikey has a look at one there. Didn't have priority, so no dramas. But Rich, you look at this Challenger Series schedule, just like you'd look at a Championship Tour schedule. All the events have the same number of points on offer. Yep. But there is a prestige to this contest, and just the quality of this wave, where it sits for these competitors, it's probably at the top of the pecking order.
Absolutely. You know, Snapper Rocks is the perfect canvas to show every single weapon that you have in your repertoire. So a win here is a hard-earned win, and a win here means that you are at the top of the pack. So it's no fluke when you carry the trophy off this joint, and you know, you'll be one of these two, like you said, Bugs. If they, assuming they're going to you know, qualify for the tour, we'll be coming back as the defending champion next year.
Well, Sammy's already looking to go back-to-back. He might be after a three-peat here at Snapper Rocks, as again he trips up here. Just did not see this coming. Miguel Pupo, David Silva watching on, supporting Sammy in his quest to go back-to-back here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. 25.5 minutes remaining here. And Mikey Madonna applying some pressure to Sammy Pupo, and it appears as though he doesn't like it.
You know what's amazing is this crowd getting behind Mikey. You imagine, you know, with Sammy Pupo defending champion, the crowds they're already starting to converge on Sakurama.
Oh, here goes Sammy. Let's see if he can make up for those mistakes right here. Just so fast in his approach. He's just blown our minds with his surfing this week. Mikey on the outside is tapping into another one, and he's in the attack mode. He found something in the semi-finals, and he didn't lose it on his break. A big finish here, and he's going to get rid of the 5.33.
Yeah.
Spit flying down on the beach. Bit of spit flying here in the commentary booth as well.
Mikey's going to get rid of the 6.83.
Yep, yeah, this is...
Well, not get rid of it, but up it.
Look, there's still plenty of time to go, but this is a perfect start for Mikey Madonna here from just down the coast at Lennox Head. And the mob, they're excited. They're all fired up.
There's a whole nother element to this too. That is, Ronnie, you really can only score a maximum of 40,000 points because best 4 of 6. So 10,000 points is a quarter of the way to a perfect record.
Yeah, that's true. Here we go. Sammy Pupo on the replay, Rich, and you can just tell that, you know, wave-wise, he's a little held back.
Yeah, just that wave. He did some great surfing on it, but have a look at Mikey connecting with this thing. Outside, driving. Coming from behind each and every section, flaring the tail out on that one. Gets around this little moment here as it runs down the line. No problem for Mikey. And, mate, I've got to say, perhaps fatigue is an element here. This is a guy here who surfs point breaks each and every day as we watch him just clip the lip here, bust the tail free. And so he is match fit when it comes to surfing long right-hand point breaks. And, well, Sammy Pupo, you know, he's obviously super fit himself, but this is Mikey's backyard right here.
I just think it's wave selection, Rich. Mikey Madonna's killing him, and he's also in attack mode.
The big moment of this was when you saw Pupo getting that last great manoeuvre in, and Mikey on an enormous wave behind.
Twice the size.
Twice the size. Sammy had priority.
Yeah, this final, though, is far from over. Sammy Pupo is going to rally at some point. He hasn't even had the opportunity on the waves like Mikey. He is the benefactor, though, of getting a 6.83 and getting a bit of a roll on before that wind really kicked up and that squall took hold of this lineup.
Yeah, so it paid dividends, getting that quick start, and Mikey would have just been going, you know, I know these are not going to be 8-point rides, but I'll build a couple of 6s. I'll start applying some pressure, and it's just worked out a treat for him. He's going to drop a big number here. It sort of feels excellent to me.
Oh, it feels excellent to me.
Kaipo watching on there. Mikey Madonna, even in the rain, hung his fins out long enough to dry.
You know what? He hung his fins out quite a few times, and what happened was rhythm and pace through that wave for Mikey. Not only was it a bigger, better wave than Sammy's wave, but he just clicked in to the pace of the wave all the way down the line. And when do you want to peak? You want to peak in the final. Is that what Mikey's doing right now? Well, he's on his way.
And I got to tell you, I've seen Mikey come through the ranks. I saw him in the under-10 final in the BL Blast-Off at North Avalon. And I'll tell you what, he was a savvy under-10er.
Yeah, well, he has just dropped an 8.6 here in the final. But, Rich, so much time on the clock still.
Yeah, so much time. You know, there's 21 minutes to go, and we've seen heats turn around in, you know, 5 or 6 minutes. It only takes a back-to-back combo of 2 good waves. And if anyone can do it, I mean, Samuel Pupo, we've been talking about him all week long. He has been the form surfer. He's been the man to beat. And at the moment, Mikey's got the number on him, but don't be surprised if he fights back in a big way.
He is still the man to beat with 21 minutes. Make no mistake about it. Stays down in the competitors' area and sitting tight with Sammy's crew at the moment.
Yeah, that's right. David Silva and Miguel Pupo tuning in. Miguel, Sammy's been tested like this already in this event. How are you feeling about this position for him?
I feel like he's comfortable, you know, like he always starting sitting on the side and letting the other guys sitting on the inside, and that's how confident he feels about surfing this wave. And he hasn't started a heat like this yet, so this is something new for him probably. He always starting the heat with a 9 or an 8, but still 21 minutes to go, so there's a lot of water, you know, to go through this bridge.
There definitely is. DVD, do you get nervous?
Yeah, a little bit, but I think so. Samuel is very confident for this condition, and yeah, I think so. He's going.
Good to spend this time with you boys. I'll let you enjoy this final.
Yes.
Thank you, Ron.
Thank you, Stace. Good to get the insights, and you know, I believe that, you know, they're not just little press releases that Miguel's putting out there. I think he's pretty comfortable at the moment, even with Sammy comboed, chasing a 2-wave total of 15.43. You know, just the performances have been so strong throughout. He's had a couple of really big numbers.
I kind of feel there's a difference here, though, Ronnie, because he's not going to be able to manufacture a score on a pretty ordinary wave. He's not going to get that kind of score, even though he's a brilliant surfer. He's going to need that special wave. Rick, what?
Yeah, I agree. But he'll settle down, and I think he'll wait for it. You know, Mikey's established a very healthy heat total, 15.43. It's going to be a big ask with 20 minutes to go. It's not out of the question, but the way the ocean, it's going to have to cooperate.
Just under 19 minutes remaining, and the surfer from Lennox Head, the 22-year-old, holding the lead over last year's champion at the moment here. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. More finals action just around the corner.
All roads lead to the surf. Before surfboard riding became a super popular thing, all families came to all the different beaches, Rainbow Bay, Greenmount, Kirra, all the way up to Burleigh, Surfers Paradise. It's our #1 asset. There is an air of excitement and anticipation every year with the Gold Coast Pro, seeing the best international surfers coming, taking on the locals, and it brings out the best in everyone surfing.
On your bugs, we've got the Australian Sporting Hall of Famer, Surfing Hall of Famer here in the booth for the call with us, Bugs. You're obviously one of the greats from this region, but who are some of the men and women that sort of set the pace here and, you know, really started to help influence a generation of world beaters on the Gold Coast?
Well, it would have been the generation before us, because, you know, my generation was, you know, Michael Peterson, Peter Townend, you know, Wayne Dean. Before that, it was his brother Robbie Dean. Peter Druin was the all-time hero for the Gold Coast. Paul Nielsen, Graham Black from Kirra, and my boyhood hero, Harry Hackerallen.
And on the women's side?
Phyllis O'Donnell, world champion, and Josette Legadere. They used to come out here and dominate. But we had our first, I mean, Phyllis O'Donnell won her world title half an hour before midget.
Love it.
She was our first world champion.
Amazing, and great to have you here, mate. Thanks for hosting us so perfectly this week. It's been awesome.
Just add water.
15 and a half minutes to go here, Rich. And look, you can see it's conditions that have somewhat deteriorated. There's been a big squall come in. It's all jumbled up at the moment, but it's Mikey Madonna who made sense of that lineup early on here, and that's added to the pressure for Sammy Pooper.
Yeah, it's really, as this lineup starts to deteriorate even further, you know, we hope it doesn't. We hope it gives Sammy the opportunity to make this a really good battle. But at the moment, there's a little bit more wind. And, you know, he's got to pick this next wave very carefully, because as time's ticking down, this wave choice is going to become really critical.
You've been in this situation where you go into a final. It was 2003, Trestles, you're up against Taj Burrow. Everyone had Taj pegged for the victory, as we see Mikey here swinging that board into reverse. Everyone had Taj pegged for the victory, and you somehow got the edge and found a way to beat him. How do you do it mentally? How do you switch into a mindset that gives you an edge over someone who's clearly been dominating the field from day one?
I went in to that final thinking that I was the underdog and that I had nothing to lose. And I actually said it out loud to myself when I hit the water and I paddled out on the left-hander. I went, I've got nothing to lose here. Do not die wondering. So I went to the inside, I made sure I held the inside, and I gave everything I could to that first wave, and it set it up perfectly. And the rhythm of the whole final just went my way, and that's exactly what's happening to Mikey here.
And you got a couple of lefts.
I got a couple of lefts, and it was sort of just like a little rippable, rip bowl at home, a little left shorey at North Stone. I went, okay, this feels good. And my confidence built throughout just that entirety of the final. And I could see Taj was pushing too hard, and he started, maybe just overcooking some of the waves there. And I didn't allow myself to realise that I'd won it right until that hooter had gone.
But you went through the field like your quarterfinal, your semi-final. You nailed some big hitters.
Yeah, I had to get through Dingo and Joel and Taylor Knox. There was a fair few of my favourite surfers even that I had to get through. But yeah, that was a great experience, and Mikey would probably be having some similar feelings now, never having been in a final of this magnitude in his career. He's been at it for so long. He's been trying to figure out how to unlock his talent, and he's done it here this week.
Oh, plenty of noise from the Lennox Head faithful here. 13 minutes to go, Rich, and let's just go back to it. You get yourself the lead in a final, a moment this big for you. How hard is it to shut it out, and do you believe that you're in the position that you're in, that you've got the lead and you've got someone who's so heavily hyped against the ropes?
He's set himself up. He's done everything he could do. He's made every right move up to this point. So he cannot control what Sammy does in terms of choosing that next wave. He can try and put a bit of pressure on him, but he's too wily and too experienced for that. He is only going to take off on a wave that allows him to get back into this heat.
Where I do feel Sammy has underestimated Mikey, though, is that Mikey had the 6.83. Sammy used his priority to take that wave, a wave that he could have got a 7 on. Probably not an 8.5. But what he didn't see was Mikey on the bomb wave behind it. That is the telling moment of this final.
Yeah, you're right. Absolutely right.
12 minutes to go here. And just waiting for Sammy Pupo to get an opportunity here to break this combination and give himself a fighting chance heading into the final 10 minutes. He's eyeing one off here at the moment. He's going to let this one slide through.
Mikey's dad, I had a man-on-man heat against his dad in the Coca-Cola surf bout, so it's a surfing family.
Tony.
Yeah, yep. Tony Trotter. He's a great surfer. Used to surf down at Curl.
He did, and like I said, like you, Bugs, I've watched Mikey's progression through the junior ranks. I've watched him develop as a surfer and working closely with equipment and his fitness and heat strategy. So much goes into developing and getting to this point right now, and he's realising a dream in front of us.
11 minutes to go here. We had a lot of opportunities. Kaipo in the women's final, but it just feels like it's gone a little sleepy out there at the moment.
Yeah, the opportunities happened at the beginning of this heat, and that's when Mikey was able to put together some scores, right? There's been no real opportunities right here with the squall coming through. It's been pretty relentless with the rain. It's starting to lighten up just a little bit, so maybe a little switch in the conditions here in the final 10 minutes right now. Sammy's got to be on the move because he needs 2 scores.
Yeah, he's up against, he's got priority, that's working in his favour at the moment, but Kipe's just feeling like that rain starting to settle down, Bugs. What's that going to do to conditions?
Well, it could smooth it out. Look, it really depends on these sets coming through. That's the big factor. These guys forget the conditions. It's the sets that count. But another thing in Mikey's favour, watching him right through his whole junior career, Mikey knows how to put a final away.
Yeah, he hasn't done it at the Challenger Series level, though. He's, for how touted he is, he's probably underperformed a little bit on the Challengers so far, but this is a breakthrough result already, no matter what unfolds here. If he gets a victory, it is a massive game changer for him, confidence-wise.
Oh, this is huge. And, you know, like you said, Bugs, this is quarter of the points that it takes to qualify, you know, for the tour. Probably not even a quarter when you think about that's if you win 4 of the events, you know what I mean? So all he needs to do, if he does come away with a win here, it's consistency through the remainder of the events.
Well, the pattern last year, I know it was his rookie year on the Challenger Series, but he got a 9th here and he got a 9th in Sydney. But then he didn't get another result when he left Australia.
True. Yeah, finished 27th overall, got a regional wildcard. But here's the Challenger Series schedule. We're off to Sydney next week, then it's over to South Africa for the Polito Pro. The US Open, always one of the biggest events on the Challenger Series schedule. Over to Portugal and then wrapping up in Brazil. Each of the competitors counting their top 4 results from their schedule. And both the surfers out there in the lineup at the moment are going to bank a keeper here today.
Yeah, this is big points and a great start. Full slingshot. Here we go.
Sammy Pupo, and things look like they're cleaning up a little bit. That rain's starting to lighten up a bit. And Sammy Pupo finally gets an opportunity here to get himself into this final. Big section standing up. Swings that tail. And slides while maintaining control. Can't get back out in front of it though. 8.5 minutes to go. That'll be his best ride.
Yeah, definitely his best ride. He got some great manoeuvres done. And that final hit, there's just a little question mark around it, whether it was completed. And this first turn jams it in the pocket. Beautiful tail release. Swoops back into the foam. This wave's really broken up, but he does well to come around this next section. Blasts the tail again, up and over. And just got caught a little behind. So he did make that manoeuvre, but was unable to really get down the line. There was maybe a couple of more points on that one.
Yeah, did he break combination is the question. Well, Mikey Madonna, he's going to opt out of that one for priority.
Well, this will be the slowest 7 minutes 50 on the clock for Mikey Madonna and the fastest for Samuel Pupo.
I think what's going to happen here, Bugs, and correct me if I'm wrong, but Sammy Pupo is going to put a score up. It's not going to get to the 6.83, that backup number. So if he breaks combination here, he's going to need a near perfect ride to get himself in front.
He'll need a 9.
But it was a promising looking sign, just conditions-wise, what happened in you know, that couple of minutes there before we saw Sammy take off. It cleaned up a little bit.
Yeah, that wind has definitely backed off since that rain squall has come through, and that's good news for Sammy because it means when these bigger waves do come through, they're a little more groomed.
Waiting on that score to drop. 23-year-old Sammy Pupo chasing a 3rd Challenger Series victory here.
He's put up a solid defence of his title, that's for sure, all the way through up until this final.
Yeah. 6.5 minutes to go, and we're still just waiting on this number to come through for Sammy Pupo. Judges really want to get it right, but Sammy Pupo also wants to know what the deal is, because you might need to still chase 2 rides here. Numbers coming through. Looks like it might make it to the 6-point range. As we see Mikey Madonna using his priority on this one. Big layback jam. Up into the pocket again. Gets the fins above the lip. Working this one over. Good size wall. And he's putting all his point break experience to good use out here today. As he floats the boat to finish this one off. Is he going to better the 6.83 there, Rich?
I think he will, actually. The strength of those manoeuvres out the back. You know, he just tagged him. He has been on the best waves of this final. Here we go, Sammy Pupo.
So much spark out of the lip, Sammy Pupo on a wave probably almost half the size of what we saw Mikey Madonna on. So he's got to surf his guts out here. Chips away at it, nice combinations, but it's just missing that high impact stuff. Miggy Pupo, his big bro, shaking his head, knowing that he needs to get himself on some better set waves. 6.43 for Sammy Pupo on his previous wave. Waiting on the scores to drop for this one.
Oh, big layback hack to start things off. Silky smooth in the transition, hits it again. Big wrapping cut back here, so just eliminating the bumps. It doesn't even look like there's texture on these waves, and Mikey's just cutting through it beautifully.
Oh, the Cowboy's throwing the lasso around his feet too. His leg rope wrapped around his front foot, and he still surfed with complete freedom.
That is so hard to do. This is an amazing, look at how clean this got, Rick.
Just a beautiful turn here. Watch him just hits
Oh
that
my
layback
gosh.
hack.
That is so
Really-
off-putting, isn't it?
Yeah, really engaging the rail. You can see there, look closely, the leash. It's wrapped around his front foot here, and it sometimes happens. So at this point, all he's focused on is the performance. He's trying to just block that out of his mind. And it doesn't look like that's held him back at all. Smooth, connected turns, beautiful flow. But adding a bit of flair there, just a little kick of the fins. He's in sync.
Yeah, well, tie his feet together, tie his hands behind his back, and he'd still probably be ripping. Mikey Madonna is about to drop another big score here, waiting for it to drop. Sammy Pupo, he did get himself back in the heat with a 6.43.
And he needed that 9.
You called it, Bugs. You called it.
The Bug one. Just predicting the future here. Here's one for you, Bugs. What's Mikey going to score in his last wave?
Well, I tell you, no, well, he's going to better his score. I mean, Miguel is going to need that 9.83 you talked about.
Yeah, Sammy's going to be right up against it here. He may even go back into a combination situation.
Ooh, 3.5 minutes to go. And you've got to tip your cap to the performance of Mikey Madonna here, because Sammy Pupo, he looked unbeatable yesterday. Yep. And through the quarters and semis, you know, he showed again that he's just got next level timing happening at the moment.
Next level. I'm actually calling that he's going to need a 9.67 after this ride of Mikey.
There you go. It's looking like it's going to be pretty close to his first ride, actually. It doesn't better the situation for him. 6.73.
Okay.
So he's still after a 9, Sammy Pupo. Still got a shot at it. And as strong as Mikey Madonna has been in this heat, and the fact that he dropped an excellent score, an 8.6 earlier on, that 9-point ride is so attainable for Sammy Pupo.
Now it's the longest 2 minutes 43 seconds of Mikey's surfing career.
Absolutely, yeah.
Because Sammy has got priority. He has pulled it out of the fire a couple of times in this tournament.
Yep, he definitely has, and we know he's capable of the 9.
I'd have to drag up a replay of the 6.83 and make some comparisons there. It was a long time ago now in this 35-minute exchange, but it just felt like he got so much size and height out of that wave. That's not everything, obviously, but he did rip into those first couple of turns.
Yeah, I thought he was, you know, the angles, the aggression, the power, and it was all there.
Yeah, we all felt he was going to improve on his score.
This is the 6.83 from the start of the final. Wow, that was a strong turn. And then whips through the carve back into the bowl rig.
Yeah, jumps over this little crease in the wave here, and then it goes again, just so smooth, gets those real rail-to-rail connections happening. Blasts the tail out there, so there was some real angle to these waves, to these hits down the line. Closes off with a layback hammer, but definitely that last wave, it held its height a lot bigger down the line. The turns felt just as strong.
Well, Mikey still doing great surfing. Throwing away a 6.73 now, that last ride.
He keeps checking his watch, just
yeah.
Countdown, please. Countdown.
Yeah, check the horizon.
Checking it in 3-second intervals. And it's just winding down so slow for him. For Sammy Pupo, it's just flying off the clock this final minute at the moment. And he's still looking for that 9-point ride. Getting down to that GWM 1-minute warning.
So far it's come down to one exchange in the middle of the final where Sammy went for a smaller wave.
And Sammy Pupo's making his move now. And it's not a set wave, so he has to surf it hard. Great start to this one already. Just exploding into the pocket of this wave, but no wall on this one, Rich.
No, this one's going to taper down the point here. And, well, just the canvas. It hasn't offered up the 9, but incredible, amazing surfing nonetheless.
A valiant fight, but you heard the cheers from Mikey Madonna's camp because they get the feeling that that's not going to get there, that number. And Mikey with 10 seconds to go, is making his way in here. And we're waiting on the scores to make it official.
He won't celebrate yet. Mikey Madonna will hold on to this.
Hang on.
Crowd. He doesn't know yet. He's going, have I got it?
He's got his arms up.
He's waiting for the definite signal. Look, he's going, settle, settle.
Waiting for the number to come through here. They're hugging it out. The Lennox boys are saying, no way. No way, Semi Pupo's got the number on that ride, and the 22-year-old cracking his first Challenger Series final is going to take the #1 position on the rankings as Kaipo muscles in for a conversation. Look at the emotion on the kid's face.
Right there, you just won the Bonsoy.
Well, it seemed unimaginable that someone would get the jump on Semi Pupo, but Mikey Madonna has stepped up when it counted and dropped an excellent score, backed it up with a 6.83 to earn himself a victory and take the #1 position on the Challenger Series rankings. He is your champion of the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM.
Yeah, Mikey Madonna, what a feeling, what a moment. The biggest win of his career. All the early surfs, all the training, all the work, all the losses. They're all being just washed away right now.
Bugs, you've seen so many amazing moments here on the Gold Coast. It's an emotional victory for Mikey Madonna. This is another great day of competition we've watched unfold here.
It's just, you know, unearthing another champion on the international scale, Mikey Madonna from Lennox, and look at the emotion on his face. He cannot believe it. It's amazing. Where's his dad? I want to see Tony. Tony be having a meltdown of emotions.
Absolutely.
Rich. The bummer for Mikey is he's got no time to celebrate this. He's got another event next week, but this is an awesome moment.
Wow.
I can see the tears in your eyes, Bugs. It's a great moment for any young competitor to break through for their first major win.
Well, there he is with George Pitter there. The boys are just so close. They've been at it for so long. Similar sort of career trajectories. They're right there, brothers in arms. There's the local Lennox crew. It's as much for them as it is for Mikey.
Oh, yeah.
James Woods there, who's been helping coach Mikey to this stage of his career. But let's throw it down to Kaipo. Let's see if we can get a chat with Mikey and feel the emotion.
Can you believe it? This is your moment. You're the champ. You took the win. This is your day, Mikey. Tell us.
I don't even know what to say. I don't even. I'm trying to process this. I don't even know if it's real. Like, oh man, this is the best day of my life. I love this.
What about the crowd? What about all the support?
Thanks to my crew. Yeah. I don't know what to say right now, but let's go. Like, this is my day.
You're champ, Mikey Madonna.
Oh, it doesn't feel like they're going to stop.
They won't. They're going to stop for days, mate.
Take that energy down out to lunch. Callum Robson on hand, George Pitter. You know, the Australians had to rally because they were getting left behind. A massive result here. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with the WSL post show with Stace Galbraith, and we'll hand out some trophies to our champions. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome to the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM Post Show, and what a fantastic finals day it was here. A lovely Saturday for all the fans down here. Wouldn't be a Gold Coast event with a little bit of weather to round out the afternoon. Stacey Galbraith in the booth with Felicity Palmatier and Richie Lovett. What an incredible moment there for the young surfer from Lennox Head, Mikey Madonna. That's just crazy times.
Oh, yeah, you could see, the crowd got involved, and why wouldn't they? Because they know how hard this kid has been working throughout all these years. He's had the talent. He's just been, I reckon in the last 12 months he's really come on. He's found his groove competitively. The performance has got to that level where he could really challenge, and to come, away with the win over Samuel Pupo, who was the informed surfer of the event without a doubt. That's massive. Yeah. And this is slingshotting him into the Challenger Series for this year.
Oh, absolutely. As you said, the support on hand here this afternoon. And I can tell you, as a proud Gold Coaster, we'll take anyone from Coffs Harbour to North Stratty if there's not a Gold Coaster in the final. And I know a lot of the local crew down here grew up surfing with Mikey and hanging with him, and I know Tony and the family really well. And yeah, what an amazing moment, Flick.
Oh, it was incredible. You know what I love? I just love the passion. I love the emotion. Yeah. And I feel like that's lacking some days in modern day surfing. We're missing those big personalities, and I feel like Mikey is one of them.
He definitely
is.
He's
showing it, and I know I'm here for it. I just love it.
It's always good to see a bit of emotion. We saw Sammy Pupo walking up the beach looking a little defeated. He should also hold his head really high. Some of the performances of the week, we'll get into that a little later on. But as Ronnie mentioned, it was going to take a special performance to get over Sammy in the final, and Mikey did it. I want to say he saw that rain coming around the corner, and he got started. We're going to take a look at the Bailey ladder bracket here and how Mikey Madonna got his way to the final. And it certainly wasn't an easy route for him. He had to get through Dakota Wilders this morning in the quarters and then get over, I would say, one of the dark horse informed surfers of the event, Josh Burke, but he really built every heat ridge. Yeah. And obviously in the final, that was his best performance.
Yeah, absolutely. Coming through and then meeting, Samuel Pupo, an inform ex-championship tour surfer who we know will find his way back onto the tour. And, the quick start, it sort of had shades of the Occy Curran final from Newcastle when Ock got those couple before the southerly came through and he got the win. Sort of had those shades of it, but let's have a look here through the day. Mikey just threading the needle. You talk about, point surfers, and this kid grew up around the Lennox Head area, and he is just so capable on these style of waves.
Yeah, one thing that I really liked about Mikey is, you talk about peaking at the right moment, and this kid absolutely did. Throughout the week, he wasn't in our post shows. He wasn't a standout, right? But he was just making these really close heats, making great decisions under pressure, and then it all started to sort of click together on finals day, the smart decisions and the great surfing. And it's not an easy thing to do, to really peak on finals day, especially when you're coming up against the caliber of surfers that he did. Dakota Wilders in form, first year on the Challenger Series. I was really impressed with him. Josh Burke, he was in scintillating form. And then defending champ Sammy Pupo. It doesn't get any harder than that. Sammy was in form all event, making every post show.
A valid winner when you got to go through those men to win this event. There's no doubt about it. He is a deserved champion. And Rich, I want to know from your perspective, when you have a quarterfinal like he had against Dakota, coming from behind and getting that win, it kind of can set you up for something special, can it?
Yeah, absolutely. That injection of confidence can go a long way, and clearly it did. But as we look at this highlight reel, this guy is rock solid in terms of foundation serving, that power approach, that power base that he has. And then he gives us all these variations on that carve. He's got the layback snap, which you can see there. He's got the big elongated roundhouse cutback a la Mick Fanning. And then he blows the tail out as well. So and let's not forget how incredibly competent he is in the tube. Yeah. So he's the full package.
Yeah, he definitely is. You can see so much of Mick in his surfing. I just watching it now, and it's just incredible. He's just got such a great style, and obviously coming from the land of point breaks, his surfing really fits this wave. And I like what you said, Rich, or maybe it was you, Stacey. Just probably noted that the ocean was going to change when that weather system hit. No, I don't know if that was intentional or not, but let's just say it was. And that was great because it does change. As soon as that weather system moved through, it went a little bit ugly, a bit harder to read. And, the scores were reflected for Sammy.
I tell you what, once the flag got on his back here, the only thing missing from this scene was Nathan Hedge in the foreground saying world champ for a week. This is so reminiscent of the Cooley kids back in the day, Rich.
Yeah, absolutely. Great vibes down here. And, that feeling, if you could bottle it up and sell it, we'd all be millionaires.
We're going to take a look at the final results here. It was an exciting week for both of these two young men, but as we check out the final tallies, it was Mikey Madonna who got the 6.83 early, and it set him up for the final. Obviously, 8.6 really nailed it there for him, but Sammy Pupo fought valiantly. However, he never really put himself on a quality wave. You can see the talents there. He just needed a better wave in that final, and he won't need a coach to tell him that.
No, he's definitely going to know that. And going forward, I mean, still a great result for Sammy. And to back up, he won here last year, and to back it up with making a final again, that's not an easy thing to do. And to get a second, it's a keeper result for him. And I'm sure we're going to see him back on the CT.
Yeah, Rick, I'd like to know your thoughts on that. Sammy won this event last year, then he went on a complete run of shockers. Then he bookended the year with the win. I actually really like the second here for him. I think it's going to keep him hungry.
Yeah, he'll compete really well throughout this Challenger Series. I have no doubt in my mind that he's going to be back on the championship tour, and we'll see him here next year.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. Well, it looks like we're all set up to go down there. Going to throw down to Ron Blakey. Ron, take it away.
Thank you, Stay. Snapper Rocks, make some noise for our finalists. What a performance, what an event. Thank you for hosting, it's been incredible. Welcome to the awards presentation for the 2024 Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. It is the first stop on the WSL 2024 Challenger Series, and I think it's going to be a special kind of series with amazing performances like we've seen here at Snapper Rocks. This event, obviously, it's a fantastic contest. Everyone who surfs on this Challenger Series relishes the opportunity to tackle one of the best waves in the world. And the good news is for everyone here, this event will be elevated to Championship Tour status starting next year, going right through to 2028. Let's put our hands together for that. All right, before we get started with handing out some trophies, the World Surf League would like to acknowledge the Gundjeeburra and the Minyungu people of the Bundjalung Nation. We pay our respects to elders past and present, to all First Nations people here today and watching on the broadcast online. I think that deserves a round of applause. And we also want to acknowledge the amazing opening ceremony by the Jurukai Surf Culture Mob, the Slab family. They're an important part of any contest here on the Gold Coast. They competed in the trials as well, so let's put our hands together for them as well, please. We have some amazing event partners here and right through the Australian League that we want to thank. First up, Bonsoy. Thank you very much. Experience Gold Coast, GWM, Boost Mobile, Apple Watch, Coopers, Oakberry, BioGlam, Bailey Ladders, Bond University, WeatherGuard, Ultimate Ears and S&S Projects. Can you please put your hands together for our partners? We also want to thank the incredibly supportive local surfers in this region for giving up this incredible spot, for offering our competitors such amazing support on their road through to these challenging events. You guys really do make this special, so give yourselves a round of applause, please. I also want to send a special shout out to the 78 World Champ, Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew, and the Snapper Rocks Board Riders Club for hosting us once again here. Thank you very much. All right, to help me with the awards presentation, we do have the WSL APAC President, Andrew Stark. Thank you, Starkey. Starkey's the man responsible for getting the Snapper World Champs heat and also the Fisher and Friends spectacle out here at Snapper. So give the man a round of applause. Everyone absolutely loved that. Good on you, Starkey. Frothing. We also have Bonsoy founder, a huge supporter of surfing and a lot of our competitors here in Australia. He's the owner as well, Jim Wilson. Thank you, Jim. I want to acknowledge all the competitors that took part in the event this year. We can see it. Every year the level goes up a notch, and this year we had Championship Tour surfers commenting, those at the top end of the CT rank saying the Challenger Series is getting better every year, so it's not getting any easier to make the grade on the CT, and to make finals day it takes something special. So again, for all the competitors, let's hear it for them. A big round of applause. But there was some really unbelievable performers in this contest, and we're going to bring up the runner-up for the men's event. This guy had huge totals. He looked near unbeatable on his road through to this final. Just fell out of a bit of rhythm in the final, but an incredible bounce back from a guy who just got relegated back to the championship, off the championship tour, here onto the Challenger Series. Make a whole lot of noise for Sammy Pupo. The Brazilian superstar won this contest last year, got very close to going back-to-back. And we want to see him back on that CT with surfing like that. Congratulations, brother. A magic run, but in the end, a second place finish, not a bad way to kick off your campaign on the Challenger Series. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling really happy, to be honest. Really grateful to be here, to be in another final. My biggest goal the last 2 years has been just being more consistent, and I've been doing pretty well last 3 events, so I'm happy with that. And that's my main focus now, just going back-to-back good results. And congrats to Mikey. He didn't get in the final because he was lucky, you know, he was surfing amazing, so good job, man, you're surfing amazing. Thanks, guys. Now it's just backing it up, the big result, really. We know it's not easy, you know, it's a good result, but we still have a lot of job to do. And last year I almost didn't qualify with a win, so I know that I have to back it up, and let's do it.
Mate, an amazing performance. Congratulations. I'm sure the family back home is very proud of you. Anything you want to say?
Tem algum brasileiro aí na praia, não? Obrigado a todo mundo que estava na torcida. Pô, recebi muito amor de todo mundo, todos os brasileiros, dos australianos também. E mais um troféu para casa aqui de Gold. Pô, amarradão. Esse lugar é incrível. Valeu.
Congratulations, brother. Parabéns. And please give this guy an extra round of applause for blowing our minds all week, winning new fans everywhere he goes. On the women's side, it was almost a similar story. We had a competitor that's really struggled to maintain that place on the championship tour, but it's certainly not through lack of trying, and it's not because she doesn't surf exceptionally well. She had big numbers right through this contest. I know how bad she wanted the victory, but she will get her time. And yeah, put your hands together for the runner-up of the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM for the women, Luana Silva. Congratulations, Luana. I know you wanted that win so bad, and you were surfing so well through this contest, but you have to be happy with the runner-up finish in this first event.
Yeah, I'm really happy with the way I performed the whole event. Not satisfied because I didn't get that win, but just really proud of myself, the way I composed through the whole event and my performance. And yeah.
The boards looked incredible throughout the contest. Obviously, you got a good quiver under your feet, and you'll be looking to bounce back again with a big result at Narrabeen.
Yeah, we still got 5 more events to go. It's a long year ahead, and I'm super happy with my equipment. Big thanks to Sharp Eye Australia, who made incredible boards for me this year. And yeah, just stoked to make a final.
Absolutely. Second on the Challenger Series rankings. Put your hands together for Luana Silva, the runner-up this year. Okay. There was a lot of noise down here on the beach at Snapper Rocks today, and it was needed, I think, to will a special performance out of a guy who broke through for his first Challenger Series victory here at Snapper Rocks with a magic performance in the final. Put your hands together for the champion of the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM, Mikey Madonna, taking the #1 position on the Challenger Series ranks. Let him have it. Let him have it. Mate, that was one of the greatest celebrations that we've seen after a victory. Has it sunk in just yet? Are you going to need a moment? Because that was special.
Yeah, I'm going to need a serious moment. I'm still blinking. I don't even know if this is real. Like, you have those dreams where something really good happens and then you wake up and you're just like, ugh. But it seems kind of real, and I don't even know what to say, but this is the best day of my life. So happy to have all my mates here. It's so close to home, and yeah, just a big thanks to my dad, my mum, to James Wood. Yeah, you guys helped me so much, and yeah, I'm honestly pretty lost for words right now. Just so much emotion going through me.
An incredible An incredible junior career, an incredible amateur career, and you had a run at the Challenger Series last year. Your best result was a 9th place finish. You broke into the quarters for the first time at this event. How tough is it on the Challengers, and how big a mountain was it to climb coming up against Sammy Pupo in that final?
Yeah, the Challengers at a crazy high level. Yeah, like I said, I hadn't cracked the quarters. I'd had a lot of nights, so just to crack the quarters at this event, I feel like I was a bit of a monkey off the back, and I just felt like once I got into those rounds, I could actually unshackle the chains off me and actually show a bit of my surfing. And yeah, it's a long year, but super stoked to start this way, and I just want to keep it going and yeah, hopefully get to the end goal.
Have you booked the have you booked the Venga bus for your support crew to head down there to the GWM Sydney Surf Pro just yet?
Not yet, but we'll see how we go tonight. Maybe I'll be booking a bus sometime for sure.
Yeah, well, the good news is WSL's organised Paul Fisher to play for you over at Coolangatta Beach. So we're all heading out to lunch.
Perfect. See you all there, eh?
Put your hands together for the champion of the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM, Mikey Badonna. A stunning performance in the final. We had groundbreaking performances from our women on the Challenger Series this year. Macy Callahan, who calls the Gold Coast home, she broke through for the first ever 10-point ride yesterday on the Women's Challenger Series. But today, that was added to with a ride that blew all our minds. Put your hands together for the champion, 16-year-old Erin Brooks, winning the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM, with a stunning finals day performance. And a magic victory. Erin, congratulations. I could see the elation on your face this morning. Just the surfing buzz that you had on your face was enough. But that is a massive way to start the year. And back-to-back Challenger Series wins. It's got to feel good.
Yeah, that feels really good. The waves were pumping all day, so I was really excited to be out there with just one other girl. And good job to Luana. She was surfing so well, and she made it a hard final.
You got to take us back to that 10-point ride, because there's a lot of people out here who've all been searching for a wave like that. You had it with the jersey on, such a special moment in your career, and there's going to be plenty more to come. But what was it like?
Well, first, thank the Lord for letting me make that wave, because I didn't even think I was coming out. But I knew whoever got that wave in the semi was probably going to win. It was the most perfect wave I've seen anytime I've been out at Snapper, and I was lucky to get it.
Last year, yes. Last year, you had your first run at the Challenger Series. You finished 9th. An amazing result for you. You're going to be sitting number 1 on the rankings heading into the second stop. What's that sound like?
That sounds really good. Yeah, last year I had to win to re-qualify to stay on the Challenger Series. So it feels really good to start out with the win, and just good job to all the girls, because they're really pushing me.
Awesome to see your dad and yourself embrace after the incredible victory. He must be incredibly proud. What's it like just sharing that moment?
Yeah, my dad's my biggest supporter. He's always there for me, and I love him so much. And it was so special for him just to have a good start to the year.
Awesome performance. Can't wait to see how your year pans out, but an amazing start and her second Challenger Series win. Put your hands together for our champions here. We'll step aside. It's been an unbelievable event. Thanks to everyone for tuning in. Thanks for being down here to support on our competitors. We'll throw it back to you for the post-show, Stace.
Thank you, Ron. Congratulations to all of our competitors there. Both exceptional finals results for all involved, and they're all walking away from here with keepers. You know, Sammy was a little more stoked than Luana, but for good reason. The women's tour is a lot more competitive. There's a lot of talent up there on the top end of town, and they're fighting for a couple of spots there. And as we know, a win on the women's tour really can set you up. Second's pretty good, but when you're that close, you do want to get there. Whereas Sammy and Mikey, they're going to be going into Narrabeen. They're fired up.
Yeah, the sting will soften overnight a little bit. It just hurts real bad right now. But, you know, she can go down to Narrabeen knowing that she's surfing incredibly well. All the finalists were. And, man, what a day. So much emotion, so much excitement.
Yeah, we saw a lot of heats get unpacked today, so we're going to dive into the Bailey ladder bracket now. And it was, it was an exciting day of final surfing on all regards, men's and women's events. I would say that the women carried us through the morning. Performances from Erin Brooks and Macy Callahan's 10 the day before. We were just non-stop action, and we saw Erin's ride to the final there. It was an easy flick.
No, it definitely was. And I think the talk this morning was from quarter 2 2 onwards, we've got CT women only, right? But it was all about quarter one. That dark horse, I mean, she's hardly a dark horse. We've known about her for a long time, but Erin just went from strength to strength to strength. And it started off early in the morning, first heat of the day, up against Nadia. 2 backhand attacks, but there was a few mistakes here made by the women in the beginning, but Erin just looks super strong, and she was in attack mode. She's been in attack mode all day, but with 2, I mean, she got a 6, I think it was in this opening heat, just for that one singular turn. And when I saw that, I was like, wow, she's in good form.
Yep, and then this moment happened here, the 10-point ride. It was one of those very special waves that come in, and just to have the courage to take off on that thing as it went below sea level. She got in that pig dog stance, held a rail, got the perfect line all the way through it. The thing spat out and she came charging. She got shot out of the cannon all the way down the line, and she went, hang on, I'm not done yet, and just backed it up with some roping turns down the line, an incredible closeout snap, and it was actually a 12.
Well, I was just about to say, it was a 20-point ride. They don't exist, but in my books, that was a 20. It was insane. But yeah, and coming up against Isabella.
To have that wave just in your life, let alone in a jersey, that was one of the all-time great moments in the sport. You know, we actually said that was the most perfect wave she'd seen, you know, ever since she's been coming here for the last couple of years. And I'd have to agree, you know, on a day like today, they are hard to pick them, and she did so well. You look at the rest of these waves, they look nothing like that. You know, she's ripping, but that wave looked like a different day, and she's absolutely tearing here. I bumped into Matt Wilkinson earlier, and his face was just full of crusty old tears because every time she did a backhand snap, Wilco was just pleased.
Oh, no, I'm so stoked for the Grom. And Rob mentioned it before, it's back-to-back for her because she won the last event of the Challenger Series last year, and now she's backed it up from the first event with a win. So it's back-to-back for her, Erin. 16-year-old phenom.
Superstar. Here's the official result, Rich, and that one excellent ride really tells the story there.
Yeah, that was the difference there. But, you know, there was a pace to Erin's surfing. I said it earlier. She was in full throttle mode, going really, really fast, and she was flaring off the top, pushing all those turns right to the absolute limit. And again, you know, you get a win here at Snapper, you don't fluke it. You do it with excellent surfing, and you deserve every ounce of the points and money that you take home.
We've seen a lot of great heats in this event. We've seen exhibition heats. We've seen fantastic 4-man competitive heats, exceptional man-on-man heats. But this is going to be the heat of the day. It's George Pitter and Samuel Pupo. And there's one wave in particular here that absolutely floored me. Sammy Pupo's 9.73. It's one of the most gorgeously wave surf we've seen all comp. But Georgie Pitter, Rich, he gave you plenty to cheer about.
Yeah, he did. George was really informed through this whole event, and I think he's just building a huge fan base with every single time he puts the jersey on. He's got a new approach. He's got this sort of power approach with flair, and he's got all this leverage in his turns, and he's bringing something new to the game, and I think he's put all the competitors on notice. But Sammy Pupo, he was just in attack mode. He has been just scintillating in every single one of his heats. Just the rail game, the engagement with the wave face and the power. Said it before, said it again. It's Philippe-esque, and it's pretty to watch.
Yeah, it's so nice to watch. I mean, I was on break during this heat and I saw these couple of waves and I was just absolutely shook. He was the informed surfer of the event, but you know what? My hat goes off to George because this was just the momentum that he's had through this Australian leg of WSL events, from the CT, and then to back up his performance in Margaret River, come here to the Challenger Series and be able to show up with all that pressure and expectation that he's probably putting on himself too. That's massive, and it just speaks volumes to his character and the way he was able to reframe after that and reset, because there was a lot of energy, there was a lot, it's powerful, you know, there was a lot of energy around him after Margaret River.
Yeah, he looked like he was down and out in this heat, you know, and he fought back, and he fought back valiantly, which shows there's a maturity in his competitive nous now. You know, he's developed, and we were joking over lunch today. I was like, mate, remember 12 months ago here, you were a bag of nerves. And he goes, I know, I can't even believe it. So he's come a long way, but, you know, that man there, he sort of stood up from the opening round, from the opening heat, and just couldn't quite get it done.
No, he couldn't quite get it done in the end there, but I will say that anyone on the men's side of the draw that rolled into this day, from quarters onwards, they set themselves up for an amazing year. You know, if you can get a 5th out of the first event of the year on the Challenger Series, on the men's side of things, you're looking to have a really, really good year. And we're going to take a look at the overall rankings now before we head down to the GWM Pro in Sydney. Out in front is the young lad, as we've seen, Mikey Madonna from Lennox. He'll be super stoked, and all his supporters, as Ronnie said, they should get down there, get right behind this young man. If he can get out of Australia with a few big results, we know how strong he is through the rest of the year and the events that suit him really well. And then there's a couple of really good names in there that we're not really used to seeing at the top end of the draw. It's Josh Burke for me. It's a real standout flick.
There's so many names. And I look at even, 5th and 9th there, Dakota and Oscar Berry. I mean, they really impressed me. This event, I mean, especially Dakota, first year on the Challenger Series, comes out with a quarterfinal finish and just blew me away with just not only how he was surfing, but just the decisions he was making in heats as well. Just surfing beyond his years, really mature.
Yeah, absolutely. And the challenge now is to stay on that page.
Yeah.
You got to keep that consistency going, keep the results coming in. For Mikey, this would have been his pet event. He would have eyed this off and gone, I need a good result here, so he's converted. I think on the women's side, Erin's probably a little bit more versatile and looking at all the breaks going, I could win them all.
Yeah. She was ecstatic to be heading down to Narrabeen.
Yes.
She said her warm-up for Snapper was Fiji, so watch out for her in Narrabeen.
Totally.
We're going to take a look at the women's ranking now, and as we mentioned earlier, the women's qualifying series is competitive. All of these women, as you mentioned, that come off the tour are pretty much all in the quarters, so therefore it does not make the results at the top end a little more condensed. So I wouldn't necessarily say the same thing. A quarters might be your 5th result. You're really looking to get semis onwards, and for Sally, Isabella, Luana, and obviously Erin, they've had a really good day at the office.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking good up the top of the list there, but there are so many capable and well-established surfers in this list right here.
There are so many, and it's crazy, right? I mean, we had surfers last year on the Challenger Series. Bronte McCauley, who got a 5th year this year, she won an event and she still didn't qualify. I've said it so many times, I sound like a broken record, but honestly, you need to be getting semifinals or better. And it's just so tight, and there's just so many women that surf so well, but CTs were the absolute standouts during this event.
4 of the top 5 of the women there, all ex-World Championship Tour surfers. Erin's the lone newcomer there.
It's a pretty common theme that carries out through the women. It's generally 1 or 2 new names that really break through every year, so we'll keep a close eye on that as we move down to Sydney and North Narrabeen. To be specific, beautiful part of the world. Rich, you spent a lot of time in this part of the world, and obviously a local to this area. What have we got to look forward to here? This is Isabella Nichols on her run last year, Rich.
Yeah, this was finals day, and this huge south swell turned up, and generally North Narrabeen doesn't really connect with the south swell, but it was big enough that it was breaking on the outside bank, and there were some big sections to hit there. Isabella Nichols doing incredibly well down there to get the win, and sort of started her run into the Challenger Series last year.
I think another surfer to watch down there will no doubt be Jacob Wilcox. There's another spot that just fired up. Even the locals were caught by surprise here. The car park right, absolutely firing. I mean, it looked more like Snapper than Snapper last year. So it was, great to see these competitors making good use of the whole sandbar there. And I think, one thing for Jacob, consistency for him was one thing that he unlocked last year. He placed second, and I know that after a 9th here, he'll be looking to do the same thing again, if not go one better.
Yeah, I'd say so. And you know what? We heard him say in one of his post-heat interviews, you know what? The Challenger Series of the Changers is where I feel at home. I've been there for 10 years. I feel well and truly comfortable there. And last year, he really showed it. I mean, it's just such a shame he didn't make that card. I just feel like his surfing really suits the CT. We've said it so much, but I think he's going to do great continuing with that momentum going down to Sydney.
Yeah, absolutely. I did have a little quick look at the long-range forecast. Looking all right.
Looks all right, doesn't it?
We've got plenty of east swell, which is, that's great swell direction for North Narrabeen. That left will really open up and offer some great opportunities.
It's been an amazing week here on the Gold Coast. Loved having everyone in town and ripping Snapper to pieces, and excited to see how Sydney unfolds. We're going to take a look at the BioGland Daily Dose and a couple of highlights from the event. And there's been plenty. This section could go for 30 minutes. We've got Fisher and friends. This was
I believe this was actually the first lap of this sort of heritage heats that we were running. It was the first one that I think probably got Fisher a bit excited.
Oh my goodness, of course it did, and he just couldn't contain himself. He wanted to be a part of this, but honestly, this afternoon turned on, and all hail Queen Stephanie Gilmore.
Absolutely.
Just dreamy barrels. I mean, Mick looks like he could have just put a jersey on and, you know, won any old CT these days. He just looked in fine form. Kelly did also, Parko, Oki, but I haven't seen a crowd like that first day for so long. It was just like, I mean, I was speaking to a few guys that were on tour back then. It was like the good old days. There were so many people to watch all these, you know, icons of our sport.
And then, yeah, this was the second edition of this exhibition heat, which was, you know, a massive success. The fans on the beach and the opportunity it gave guys like Dingo and Fish. As I reckon that board needed to be a few more litres, Rich. I reckon Fish has bulked up. Ryan Evers has got him looking like Thor. What about this layback, Rich?
Yeah, this was vintage Oki pulling the layback tube ride on the backhand, but Parko, I think he stole our hearts in the second series of this World Champions heat. Fisher and friends, what a great initiative.
Never get sick of looking at that drop into the barrel from Joel Parkinson. He's an absolute master at it, and no doubt George Pitt. I watched a lot of him growing up as he threaded this one here, Rich.
Yeah, well, I like what Bugs was saying. You know, this guy is on everyone's radar now, and he's probably, you know, the best surfer outside the top 5 of all the Aussies at the moment. And he's not done. This kid is only just getting warmed up. He's at the start of his career, but he's got some really good weapons.
I just cannot even believe these highlights. I don't want this week to end. We've got number 3 coming right up. History was made this week, Flick. 2 perfect 10s for the women.
I know, not 1 but 2. It started with Macy behind the rock with this absolute drainer, really long barrel. It was an easy 10 in my books. I mean, and judges loved it. They want to see that progression from the women. But for me, Erin's 10 today, it was a 20. This thing was crazy. In my eyes, the best barrel of the event so far, men or women. It was long, it was aesthetically pleasing. She came out with the spit. This thing was beautiful, and she wasn't done after this barrel. We're only seeing the barrel here. She did work after this. She got to work, did some turns, and I mean, we've seen her surf like that in her clips on socials, but to put it together in a heat was another thing. I was so stoked to watch this happen and unfold.
You're right, and the big closer to finish. I mean, just at that point, your whole body would just be buzzing, and just so much excitement for the young surfer there. Didn't get to sign any babies though. Macy got the nod on her there. But number 2, Rich, Mikey Madonna taking the win. A special moment for this young man, and we said it before. You know, the whole family would be ecstatic.
Yeah, absolutely. A big breakthrough win for Mikey Madonna. He's been dreaming of this moment his whole life, his whole junior career, and he realised it on a very special day. He deserved the victory. He surfed hard. Even Sammy Pupo acknowledging it on the stage there. You know, you didn't win this thing by fluke, mate. You won this by tearing apart the walls here at Snapper Rocks. Some amazing surfing here, and you can just see by the outpouring of emotion how much it means to the young fella.
What a day for the McDonough clan and their supporters. So good. Tony, his father there. Crowd surf, you beauty.
Oh, so
I
good.
know Mikey's a big fan of Paul Fisher too and his music, so he'll be down there this afternoon to celebrate. But talk us through this one, Flick. Absolute phenom. Erin Brooks gets the win here, and as he said, back-to-back. This is the first event of the year for her, and she's off to a great start.
First event of the year, off with a win. I mean, we already said it last year. She ended the year with a win. She's starting the year with a win now. Things are looking super promising. She's obviously seen people that are similar age to her. Katie Simmons getting that up onto the tour. She's going to want to be there. Things are looking good for her. And, I mean, we've seen it on her socials, but to back it up and do this kind of surfing in the competition, in the jersey, was insane. And, I'm just excited to see her on a left down in Sydney, because she was like, I was warming up at Fiji, like, you know, and I love going left more than I do right. So, holy smokes, look out, everyone in Sydney.
8 to 10 foot cloud break, no doubt.
Oh, yeah,
I mean,
100% charging.
Nonetheless, so it's like, you know, she's definitely going to have a huge career, as we've noted that a few times. But yeah, excited to see her going left next week. It's been an amazing time, as we've seen from the highlights package here on the Gold Coast. Favourite moment of mine was just all the rail technicians, Sammy Pupo, George Pitter, Michael Rodriguez going to absolute town. Yep. What about you, Flick?
Can't go past Erin's 10. For me, that was just another pivotal moment in women's surfing. It was so good.
Absolutely. What about you, Rick?
I'm just going to say the underdog win on the men's side. You know, we were all thinking that it was going to be an ex-CT relegated surfer getting the points and money here, but good on Mikey Madonna. You know, dream come true day for him.
Absolutely. Thanks to all the fans on the beach for coming down. Thanks for everyone for tuning in on the web. We've enjoyed having you on the show here, and it's been an amazing team to be a part of. Been great working with you all, and we're going to send you off here with a bit of a highlights package from last week, and we'll see you down at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro in Sydney.
It is time to kick off the Challenger Series at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM.
Watch out, here we come, let's go. Give it all that we got, unstoppable. Push forward into the unknown. Yeah, we running this town and we're doing it proud. Sweat and tears, we go out and put the work in. Smoke rings around everyone for certain. Hot mess, hot damn, keep it burning. You know what you heard, yeah, please do not disturb. We're what your dreams are made of. We out here working while you sleep. Don't count on anyone to save us. You know that we coming for keeps.
You're in for a special kind of treat, seeing these world champions in pumping conditions here at Snapper Rocks. Tucking in, lock it into the barrel, the Queen.
The goat making his way down the beach.
Kelly factor in full effect here.
What? It's like magic.
That was insane. Absolutely speechless.
It's a classic. It's like magic. When I'm walking, it's a vibe. And I'm dressed up to the nines. Like 5, 4, 3. All eyes.
Macy, one more time, finds the barrel. It's a beautiful one. 10s all across the board.
It's classic. Get ecstatic. So fantastic.
And she comes out.
It's like magic. So fantastic. It's a classic. It's like magic. It's like magic.
Rockets going to the sky. Game on, it's finals day here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro.
So we're gonna go crazy. Level up and start raging. Never gonna give up. Never gonna give up till we're strong enough. Yeah, we're gonna go crazy. Feeling young and outrageous. Never gonna give up. Never gonna give up till we're strong enough.
She's gonna get spat out of the barrel.
Oh my goodness! Never gonna give up. Never gonna give up till we're strong enough. Gonna go crazy. Feeling young and outrageous.
The 22-year-old cracking his first Challenger Series final is going to take the #1 position on the rankings.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.